Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for making it this early on a Friday morning, the third day of this conference. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you all here throughout this whole second half of this week, which has been an incredibly rich and rewarding endeavor. I hope you've all enjoyed it. I know it's exhausting after two very, very full days, but keep up the energy for this last day. I'm going to hand over to Mike Turner, who will be chairing this first session, which is a pair of plenary papers, after which we'll have a short break, and then we'll come back in for a third plenary panel by three colleagues from Northern Ireland. So it looks like it's going to be an incredibly rich morning. So thank you, Mike. You're ready to step up and introduce these first two. Thank you very much indeed, everyone.
Okay. Thank you, Edward, and welcome. 9:30, sharpened already. We've got some two exciting plenary sessions, and with some special presenters. The first one is looking at understanding emptiness, understanding modernity. So we're going to understand this in half an hour. So be prepared and please be focused. But to do this, we have two presenters. Richard Lee Peregrine is an architect and PhD candidate researching northwestern Bosnia and Herzegovina at the Department of Regional and Urban Studies and Planning at the Politecnico di Torino. He previously worked in architectural practices in the UK, Italy, Germany, and Belgium, and all stations further. Camilo Buana is a full professor of urban design and critical theory at the Bartlett Development Planning Unit and a full professor of architecture and urban design at Politecnico di Torino in Italy. Please welcome them and let's roll.
Hello, everyone. I'll just try to share my screen and just let me know if there are any problems with the audio or the video. So yes, the title is quite assertive indeed. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for having us this morning, and we're very excited to be taking part in this initiative. Before we start, I'd like to add that this presentation is based on some elements of my ongoing PhD research at the Department of Regional and Urban Studies and Planning at the Politecnico di Torino, which I'm carrying out with Camillo, who unfortunately will probably not be able to join us this morning. So I'm speaking for the both of us. And so today we kind of hope to argue and explore how a set of, yes, I see a hand raised. Hanadi, Saman. Is this okay?
Yeah, hello. I think it's by mistake. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, sure. Sorry.
How a set of epistemological divides that are inherent to Western modernity or Western thought are also related to the notion of emptiness, we argue, and how this is a critical aspect in the underrepresentation of alternative modernities. So more broadly, we hope to add further elements to the Cape Town document by looking at how the society-nature divide spatializes in a specific geography. And so the talk will be structured around three sections, the first of which will be looking at emptiness in the northwesternmost corner of Bosnia and Herzegovina on the border with Croatia. The second will look at the differences between ruins and emptiness, legacy and heritage, and the significance this has in the Anthropocene or Capitalocene. And finally, how this reframing of emptiness has implications for design and more specifically for the project of architecture. And Carlo Galli, who is an Italian political philosopher, in one of his books draws a parallel between Janus or Janus, so this Roman divinity who could see both in front of him and at the back of his head, and he could therefore see both the origin and the end of things, and represented the duality of Roman political thought. And according to Carlo Galli, Schmidt was also able to kind of expose the dualism of Western political thought and reach the kind of undefinable, immeasurable and radical contingency of nothingness that was at the core of the workings of these of this mechanism. And so we argue that the epistemological divides between inside and outside, us, other, man, beast, and society and nature, and the difference that is articulated between them is associated to emptiness in the way that the subordinate parts of these dualisms, or the negativity of these dualisms, is associated to emptiness. And so in philosophy, emptiness, the void, nothingness are sometimes hard to discern from one another. And we could say that for us, emptiness is both a conceptual and a spatial coordinate, a heuristic one with which to analyze how these mechanisms actually spatialize. And these dualisms work through mutualisms. And so violent exclusions allow for inclusions, and likewise inclusions are presupposed by violent exclusions. And in this sense, we could say that emptiness for us is also associated to the excluded negativity that is at the core of this mechanism. So the state and sovereignty can be understood as being founded on juridical and ontological nothingness or emptiness. Society with a capital S overall is an exorcism against emptiness. Land grabs and the requisitions of the common can be understood as an appropriation of that which is of no one or empty towards becoming public and being appropriated by the state. And the colonial tropes of terra nullius, or the supposedly virgin empty land that is there to be appropriated, is also related to this idea of emptiness that in turn is informed by the idea of nature with a capital N that can be domesticated and demonized at will. And so we'll be looking at how these dualisms work and spatialize in a specific geography, which is this kind of, I hope you can see my cursor, which is this liminal zone between two former empires, the Habsburg Empire and the Ottoman Empire, which was also historically known as the Krajina, which translates into English as a frontier or a border. And in this map, you can see how the Ottoman Empire for the Habsburgs was represented as this kind of outside, this empty enemy land against which they were able to form their own national, well, imperial territory. And so this outside is inhabited by the supposed other. And today, this the Krajina on the Bosnian side of today's border roughly corresponds to the administrative boundaries of the Unasana canton, which is one of 10 cantons. Here, this is the canton here on the right, which is one of 10 cantons that makes up the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which in turn is one of 3 subnational entities that since 1995 and the Dayton Peace Agreements have created the fragmentation of national territory and of society along ethno-nationalist lines. And here is Bosnia within the broader geographic context, which is actually how we will be looking at this specific corner of Bosnia and Herzegovina. So the Western Balkans since 2015 have been at the kind of center of EU migration policy. And since 2018, after the closure of international borders, of some of these international borders in the Western Balkans, Bosnia and the Unasana canton in particular, that is here in this hatch, have become a hotspot for people trying to get into the EU. And so by looking at migration, we kind of seek to look at different geohistorical layers that make up this border territory. And it is in this sense that we we're looking at emptiness as a way to understand the struggle that is taking place between state and non-state authorities and migrant people with solidarity networks. And this, let's say, contestation around emptiness in that authorities are trying to negate this emptiness and keeping racialized migrant bodies at the fringes of urban space or of society overall. And on the other hand, migrants who are pursuing or in the quest for emptiness and to try to turn it into a space of refuge or even just temporary respite. And it is in this sense that we can kind of look at how the former socialist welfare infrastructure is now being turned into a site of oppression or resistance, and how rusty wire meshes are put up here on the right, if you can see it on the screen, as a way to prevent access to these buildings. And this is a building in Bihać, which is one of the main cities in this canton. And the same can be said for many other buildings, and not only in Bihać. And again, you can see how this industrial heritage has been fenced up as a way to avoid migrant people from squatting inside. But emptiness, and so the other layers that have come up show how emptiness is also a question of social reproduction. And so the Kraina, or the Unasana canton, due to its peripheral condition in relation to the former union, has been characterized by high immigration trends. And since the 1970s, or in the 1970s, with temporary labor agreements that were struck between Yugoslavia and Central Europe in particular, this has kind of showed up as an economy being based on remittances and empty weekend homes and so on. And then this process of immigration was obviously exacerbated by the campaigns of ethnic cleansing in the 1990s due to a particularly violent and kind of separatist nature of the conflict in northwestern Bosnia on the border with Croatia. And it now kind of carries on through temporary labor agreements that, since the end of the war and the dissolution of Yugoslavia, have been struck with the European Union. But as we were saying earlier, emptiness should also be understood in the context or in relation to nature with a capital N. And it is in this sense that we understand how in June 2020, Croatian authorities logged and razed to the ground an 8-kilometer long and 100-meter wide strip of primary forest, one of the few left in Europe, as a way to more easily apprehend and detain people trying to cross the border illegally. So this photo is depicts the Plješivica mountain, which is west of Bihać on the border with Croatia, and therefore this is actually where the border passes. And so these kind of violent and toxic means were enacted despite the fact that Croatian border police forces are equipped with state-of-the-art military and surveillance technologies that are moreover funded to them by EU institutions. And so by looking at how emptiness, the emptiness of nature with a capital N, is negated, and how another form of emptiness is violently enforced, again, we're looking at how how we understand these dualisms to spatialize. Or another way of looking at how the environment is being co-opted by state and non-state authorities interacting violently against these unwanted bodies, is to look at how the environmental contamination left over by explosive remnants of war from the conflict of the 90s are kind of turned into an object of strategizing or a further obstacle, and thus funneling kind of migration routes into either more dangerous areas or into specific corridors with which to let's say, blockade the access. And so both these kind of weaponizations of the environment in a way recall the notion of geopower and this articulation of difference between what is life and what is non-life to kind of carry on with these dualisms. And so the other, the outside, and nature become kind of semantic containers for this excluded negativity that we associate to emptiness and that we think is at the core of different projects of domination. And so that kind of forces the other to live in an outside, in a makeshift encampment, in dense forests, and being humiliated through a process of animalization and turned into a beast. So public discourse usually refers to the Western Balkans as being in transition. So from a state of war to a state of peace, from Yugoslavian socialism to the free market of capitalism, and from federalism to nation-state democracy. But as Horvat and Stix point out, this idea of the transition is a ideological and teleological construct that keeps in place certain extractive logics, and it kind of enables them to persist. And so it creates a certain narrative of an outside to the kind of this immediate periphery of the EU, in which to construct this South European Balkanized subjectivity. And this, the ruins of the transition, which is what you see here, can also be understood as being the ruins of late modernity, given the kind of particular origin of them and the particular time frame that they were that they're kind of handed down to us from. And so what is the difference between ruins and emptiness, now that we've kind of looked at how these dualisms spatialize through this notion of emptiness? And so first of all, ruins and emptiness have similarities. So if you think of Anne Stoller's work on imperial debris, we can look at ruination as an ambiguous term and as an act of ruining, a condition of being ruined, and a cause of such ruination. And Larisa Kurtovic, who is a Bosnian anthropologist, kind of borrows Stoller's insight as a way to argue the emptiness, like ruins and rubble, is this kind of a productive social phenomena in which, moreover, past, present, and future converge. And so she kind of develops this idea of a effective relation to space that is found in emptiness. And so we can say that both ruins and emptiness are historically contingent, they're relational, they're subjective, they're kind of ambiguous and elastic. And Gaston Gordillo, again, kind of borrowing on Stoller's work, wrote a book that came out in 2014, which is called Rubble, which I guess you probably know. And borrowing Benjamin and Adorno's work, he conceptualizes ruins as spatial nodes of negativity that are turned forcefully into positivity through an act of appropriation by a dominant narrative. And so he refers to this act of fetishization as a way to look at how ruins are glamorized and kind of create operate a selective act of appropriation of the past. And so the ruin for him is kind of keeps emptiness at bay. It's a way, as he says, to conjure away the void of rubble. And for this reason, he develops this notion of rubble to refer to the gritty materiality. And so the material sedimentation of destruction as a way to kind of give a voice to the counter narratives that are usually left marginalized and shunned by the appropriation by dominant narratives, which in his elaboration is usually that of the state. And so although we agree with this insight of Gaston Gordillo, we think that the kind of object-oriented ontology of ruins that he posits, or this kind of architectural orientation that rubble conveys, is not enough to refer to the growing condition of ruination or of emptiness of our current geological and social epoch, and so the Anthropocene or Capitalocene. So how do we refer to this growing condition? Moreover, we think that the Anthropocene is not only a question of what is handed down to us from the past, but also what we will leave in the future. And so it becomes this convergence this convergence of past, present, and future, which we have looked at through Larisa Kurtovic's words. And it is for this reason that we posit a difference between heritage and legacy, borrowing Maria Todorova, a famous Balkan expert and historian's work on tradition. Legacy is being, quote, everything chosen or not that is handed down from the past, unquote. And so legacy conveying both positivity and negativity without making a claim to either. While Gaston Gordillo's elaboration of rubble rests on negativity as a way to turn it into affirmation, and kind of still keeping this kind of dualistic mechanism in play. And we think this is important because, or at least we find it relevant to the Cape Town document, in that what it does is tries to bridge the gap between what heritage is and what legacy is. And so if a heritage is a kind of a selective act or a normative act of appropriation of the past, or it can easily be that for a specific epistemic community, legacy, on the other hand, keeps both the negativity and positivity of the past in the present towards the future without making claims to either. And so we also recognize the fact that legacy may also take up contentious meanings. At this moment it's the term that we have come up with. But this kind of triggers this open-ended question. So what are other ways of locating the inherited material and cultural content of the past while avoiding normative binary associations? And moreover, this idea of legacy through the notion of emptiness refers to both the material and the immaterial, and kind of accounts for all of the degrees and stigmas of marginalization, the kind of geohistorical entanglements between plural modernities, and this kind of the dualism of Western political thought. And so it doesn't only give a voice to the demoted social practices, but we argue that it also tackles certain structures of thought that are kind of inherent to the notion of heritage. And so I'll finish soon. I wanted to leave maybe a few minutes for any questions, and hope I could maybe answer them somehow, or add a few reflections. But in the abstract, we also set out to draw out a few reflections regarding what this reframing of emptiness entails for the project of architecture. So if, in the words of Emilio Distretti and Alessandro Petti, who are also in this conference, I believe, we need to find alternative modes of heritage making. This reimagining and rebuilding under different conditions, the present through the past and towards the future, is also a characteristic of the project of architecture in itself. And so if the project of modernity is inherently Anthropocenic, we think that this is because it has presupposed emptiness as this kind of transcendental notion that is linked to the kind of exclusionary mutualisms of Western thought. And so we kind of posit the idea that a non-Anthropocenic project, on the other hand, sees emptiness as immanent. It sees it as relational, subjective, ambiguous, historically contingent, as we previously saw. And it moreover shows how Western modernity's epistemology has sought to remove from the field of knowledge production other alternative modernities by kind of associating them to this excluded negativity, or this idea of emptiness. And so I hope that somehow this presentation has maybe reframed this assertive title and added further elements to your initiative. So thank you very much for having me at the moment, also on behalf of Camillo, and I'm looking forward to any further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for keeping on time, but also illuminating us. I don't know whether we now understand the emptiness and modernities, but we surely have directions. It really sort of gives me also thinking about emptiness, capitalistic ideas of the void and infinity, and about how, in fact, this is filled by ethereal ideas. You've highlighted the importance of continuity and disruption, and perhaps the material sedimentation of destruction is matched by the pleasure of ruins of Dame Rose Macaulay. Anyway, it leaves us, as you quite rightly say, between hope and despair. And I think that the freezing of time, which you actually present to us, and about the modernity, which is frozen in time, allows us to actually look very, very carefully at this particular period, and how it, in fact, then is then redefined in this new sense. Thank you so much. But let us move on to our next two presenters. We're moving continents, the art of the Americas revisited, decolonizing museums and decolonizing universities. Wow, that really is a big job. Shikoa Shireiwa is a joint doctoral program candidate at the University of Helsinki and the University of Antwerp. He studies the coloniality of modern knowledge system to explore, to decolonize, and broaden the ways of producing knowledge. Olga Zabalueva is a museologist and museum professional from Russia doing a PhD in culture and society in Sweden. Her interdisciplinary research focuses on museology and decolonial thinking, active social role of contemporary museum memory and activism. You're very welcome, and please, let's then welcome them.
Thank you so much. Let me share our presentation. Just 1 moment. Okay, do you see the presenter view, I guess? No?
Yes.
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 And now? Yeah. I think it should work. Okay, thank you very much. We are very happy for being here, even in digital form. And I will, yes, I will give the very quick.
Olga, can you hear me? Can you swap
Yes.
display? We see the notes
presenter.
now.
Yeah, okay. Let me stop sharing.
What was initially, it was full screen. It was good for us.
Ah, okay.
And then you swapped.
Okay. 1 second. Share.
Okay, now the slides are in full screen. It's okay.
Slides in the full screen. Thank you so much. Sorry for the technical. And now back to our back on track. What we are going to talk about today, after I give a short introduction, Shiko will talk about the Arts of the Americas exhibition. And then we are going to frame it how we can rethink curatorial agency and museum mechanics, and what is the colonial heritage of knowledge productions, and what is how museums and universities are working with these issues, and then given the conclusive remarks. And I think it actually follows the previous plenary presentation in a way, because museums are institutions of modernity that are framing our knowledge and our perception of reality. And as Richard said, heritage is a process of selection. And of course, what is what interests us here is how this process is being done and what are the tensions of this. So we want to start with referring to both Benedict Anderson's idea of the census, the map, and the museum as three institutions of power that shape the construction of nation state and create identities within it. And this is important in the sense that all three are the means of detachment, the ways of thinking abstractly about peoples, territories, and cultures. But we also want to refer to decolonial thinker Madina Tlostanova, who notes that museums and universities are one of the tools responsible for production of modern systems of knowledge, and they have helped to establish and maintain the control of knowledge and its production by the West, placing themselves as a very powerful epistemic technology. Under this technology, humanity materials are regularly assessed and labeled into academic disciplines and ethnographic categorization built on scientific racism as scholarship in the 19th and early 20th centuries in Europe and in the United States. The domination of certain knowledge production structures continues to this day. And so this system has certainly brought us technological advances, enriched many aspects of people's lives in different nations, and it is still this Euro-US centric. And of course, our research itself is also benefits from the exact system it is criticizing, and our aim is not to demonize universities or museums, but to acknowledge the biased knowledge building mechanism inherent to both types of institutions. All that we can say is academic science is only one of the ways in which people view and understand the world, and it's not inherently the universal way. And then I will give the floor to Shiko.
Okay, thank you very much, Olga. Can you guys hear me well? Okay, so and I also like to thank the organizers for having us here, and it's such an honor to be here to present. So I'd like to talk about Out of the Americas. That's an exhibition that I curated in 2018. So within the limitations of the collections at the University of Central Oklahoma, that's where I worked before in the United States, the Out of the Americas displayed cultural materials from pre-Columbian times, such as Teotihuacan, Maya, and Chim cultures from the present-day Mexico and Peru. Others were the 20th century festival masks for the enactment of Reconquista. Modern and contemporary works by diverse artists were displayed. It was an experimental exhibition that encouraged audience to view all the objects as equal, despite the differences in time period, monetary value, origin, and the purpose. At the same time, the exhibit challenged the relationship between museums and the Western-based scholarship that categorizes material culture into art history, ethnology, archaeology, and other fields of study. Laura Jane Smith discussed the universality of the Western elite's heritage and the material culture as a powerful hegemonic discourse. In the Art of the Americas, all materials were assumed to be transcultural and transhistorical, equally shaping the parts of the present American identity. Curation is a difficult task. Donna Haraway views knowledge as partially situated because the knowing self is partial, and researchers seek the subject position of objectivity. Charlotte Dole Davis adds that we typically research something we have a connection to, not something outside of ourselves. Therefore, a process of self-reference is important, because the connection will potentially affect our research. This process of self-reflection revealed how the exhibition was personal and what failures and hypocrisy are left at the Art of the Americas. Nikki Sullivan and Craig Middleton point out the misconception of museological practice, assuming that the facts simply exist and can be accessed through rational observation, and that curators are merely tasked to share these neutral truths objectively. Museum curators rarely reveal themselves and their personality, including the partial and the contingent nature of their work. None of the exhibitions that I produced between 2013 to 19 were neutral. Michael Ames states, quote, "Representation is a political act. Sponsorship is a political act. Curation is a political act. Working in the museum is a political act," end quote. I would add that writing an academic article is also a political act. The positionality of the art of the Americas reflected my non-white and outsider status in the United States, as I am originally from Japan. I lived in Oklahoma City area for over 17 years. During the years 2013 to 19, I worked on extraordinary collections at the university. Researching sub-Saharan African cultural objects especially taught me about ongoing coloniality of museum, displays, and the narratives globally, realizing that my practice as a curator had been following a Western-centric perspective, placing Western material culture and civilization at the top of an imagined human hierarchy. Ironically, this meant that I had been self-cementing myself as a lesser being. My decolonizing pursuit had to start with deconstructing my colonial or colonized way of thinking and seeing. This extraordinarily complex process continues today. As I am a researcher, as in a privileged position, as Olga said, my research paradoxically benefits from the exact system I criticize. It is a complex and a paradoxical process to remain focused on my goal, not to reproduce the same coloniality in my research and writing. Or is it possible to achieve it? Surprisingly, this self-assimilation to the Western-centric system started in Japan. Already in the 19th century, Japan had endorsed Imperial Europe's nation-state building mechanism, internalizing it to fit the newly constructed ethnographic context of the expanding imperial nation. This westernization included importing the new term art, and it was preferred over the already existing craft that represented the skill, concept, spirituality, and aesthetics of Japanese cultural products. As Symposium Samuel brought it up on the first day of this symposium, the new vocabulary was imported, translated, and integrated into the socio-cultural, socio-political, and socio-economic realms in Japan. Even the term ethnicity appeared as a new vocabulary in Japan in the 1880s. In this realization, I questioned who decides what is art. What is art considered? Why is art considered superior to craft? Why do people want to go to Louvre? Why the Mona Lisa? Those inquiries provided the theoretical foundation for the Art of the Americas exhibition. Another important background of the exhibition was my experiences of institutional bullying, learning the institutional bureaucracy that protected the abusers who were in the higher positions. However, importantly, most of the abusers were so-called minorities, which I understood that the bullying and the harassment were also opportunistic acts of power and control. Being minorities does not give them immunity from being abusers. The same applies to myself. This experience continually influences my positionality as a curator, researcher, and educator. Through the exhibition, I also questioned why the term others or others is considered as passive, being stuck and need to be saved, when they were capable of gazing back and challenging those who gaze upon them. Consequently, I observed that members of the social majority in the US more than often represent social and cultural minorities, giving an illusion of equity and equality, underpinning the fact that the power structures are still being preserved, which indicates we tell you what is good for you. The Art of the Americas exhibition did contain several critical shortcomings, as the display was planned and executed solely from my perspective. This in itself gave rise to question, who gave the curator the right to represent the entire Americas? On the one hand, I challenged the Western hegemony of standardized aesthetics and the cultural capital value, while on the other, I acted as the only authority to narrate the cultural objects of the Americas without using any multi-vocal process, such as by Sonia Atale. Atale notes, the quotes, that replacement of power structure with another without changing the way power is perceived and enacted is pointless, end quote. In this respect, I failed. As Donna Haraway notes, while those who are claiming to see from below are preferred, it is not an innocent position and still needs to be critically examined. The art of the Americas exhibition consciously or unconsciously underlined my resistance to the abuse of power I had faced, as well as questioning museum, what is academic and science. And the next section, I hand it to Olga, and she will be further discussing curatorship and museum representation.
Thank you, Shika, for this very enriching account. And I think it's really important to talk about positionality and reflexivity from within the museum institutions and from within the profession of curatorship, exactly because this is the core stone of how museums are working. And before I go into my theoretical part, I will just move to one very known example of how the curator's agency or how the artist agency can be read as an intervention, as a way to rethink the collections that we have in the museums. And this is, of course, Fred Wilson's seminal intervention at the Maryland Historical Society, which just juxtaposed the objects from the collection of the Historical Society and unsettled museums' comfortably white upper-class narrative by putting, for instance, the silver vessels and 19th century armchairs with the slave shackles and whipping post. And this kind of intervention that provide us the material to question the familiar museological narrative is also based on how actually museums as epistemic technologies work. So the first thing that I want to bring from the theoretical point of view is the thing that I prefer to call museum mechanics, and this is this impossible gap between the things and the ways of conceptualizing them, as Beth Lord puts out when she analyzes the Foucauldian idea of the space of representation. So the space of representation is something that divides the objects from the stories and the concepts. And this exactly space makes possible an institution that interprets objects, that decontextualizes the objects from previous context and puts them into the museum exhibition. But what is very important here, of course, the space of representation is the gap that is created artificially, but by putting the order of things itself on display, as Beth Lord writes, museums are spaces for representing the space of representation as such. So museums have not only the power to form opinions or to produce knowledge, but they also have this reflexive inherent standpoint, because in museums you can question how the reality is being represented, and this of course brings us to the role of the curator, which Shiko was tackling in his account. So again, if we are talking about the museums as a spaces of representations where objects are being decontextualized and then put in the new museum context and explained by the curators, then we definitely have something that glues this system together. And this is both the positionality of the curator and the thing that Danish scholar Mickey Ball is calling expository agency. Expository agency, according to Ball, is how the subject or curator in our case exposes itself through the exhibition of objects. Ball suggests narratology as an analytical tool for museography, so for exhibition analysis, and states that the thing on display comes to stand for something else, the statement about it, it comes to mean. And here we have this very fine tension between the authoritative voice of the curator and the questions that can be posed to the space of representation. Also, Ball notes that the success or failure of expository activity is not a measure of what one person wants to say, but what a community and its subjects think, feel, or experience to be the consequence of the exposition. And here we have this part of the museum mechanics that sometimes is being overlooked or sometimes is being the only thing that museum studies field is focusing on. It's the visitor, the public, the audience that is interacting with the exposition or exhibition. And of course, as we all know from the heritage studies and museum studies, the authoritative monological voice of the narrator constructs the narrative. And even if this voice is critical, it is still constrained by the same system of knowledge production. By exposing and problematizing an issue, it is possible for an academic to be caught up in the very discourse she is exposing or denouncing. And here we have this double-edged critique thing that is going into accordance with the museums as mechanisms that are working on decontextualizing our objects of heritage, but also that are exposing that this decontextualizing actually was happening. And of course, this issue of knowledge production goes into the academia as such. And here I will pass over to Shiko again and to the colonial heritage of knowledge production.
Okay, thank you, Olga. So I'll continue about decolonizing museums, decolonizing scholarship. So Neil Curtis states that the language of much professional museum thinking follows 18th and 19th centuries academic thought with its origins in essentialism. And Theodore Bramwell notes an essentialist approach views the established beliefs and the institutions of our modern heritage as not only real, but true, and not only true, but good. The Western heritage of the academic knowledge building system has been preserved as universal truths and the good, and the museums have reproduced this system. According to Marina Trostunova, in the post-cabinet of curiosities, museal landscape of modernity were constructed in art museums and the natural history museums. Western memory was constructed, preserved, and transmitted to future generations through the history of art, while objects with non-European origins were largely represented in natural history museums. And only later did anthropological and ethnographic museums place the non-Western and non-modern subjects. As Trostunova and Walter Mignolo note, philosophy as a discipline still reproduces the Hegelian progressivist historicism and imposes the Euro-modern normative frame onto all other ways of making sense of the world, the coloniality of knowledge. In the case of archaeological research, Immanuel Wallenstein and Bruce Trigger discuss it has been greatly influenced by the nation-state ideology within its economy, politics, and culture as interdependent parts of the modern world system. Scientific archaeology developed through a specific stage of social development to operate within the social context. The universities in the UK and the US still dominate the field of archaeology globally, and William White and Kathleen Dreycott notes the workforce lack the diversity. This diversity problem in archaeology is crucial because archaeologists help shape humanity's understanding of the past by claiming the authority to interpret interrupted archaeological evidence, which has lent support to structural racism. Archaeologists remain the gatekeepers of heritage and too often reproduce the status quo. Ethnology and anthropology have certainly contributed to the disciplined knowledge production structures and the colonial project. According to Lee D. Baker, in the United States, anthropology has since the 19th century helped to shape the racial politics of culture and the cultural politics of race that we are still grappling with today. For its part, the study of physical anthropology in the US participated in establishing the racial and racist ideology that justified for creating racist policies, medical experiments, and the economic exploitation of non-white others who are different and unequal. Ethnologists also played a critical role in cementing the racial politics of culture. Lila Blugholt has discussed the crucial dilemma of anthropology resides in the fact that the field is based on the assumption of fundamental distinction between self and other, and its discourse enforces a separation that certainly carries with it a sense of hierarchy. The teaching of art history and Western aesthetics is done in the same vein as other academic disciplines. Although Hegel has an enormous influence in art history, Wen Si Fong has discussed how his systemized approach to the universal history of art does not fit into the history of Chinese art production, since traditional Western painting emphasized the view of the spectator, while Chinese painting was done from the painter's viewpoint. Also, a coherent account of art history has existed in China since at least the 9th century. With this largely considered the father of art history, Giorgio Vasari from the 16th century is simply a father of Western art history. Peter K.J. Park has shed light on the insidious position of Hegel, who continued Immanuel Kant's perspective. Despite the overwhelming account of knowledge already being disseminated in the 17th century, the histories of philosophy started with the ancient Africans and Asians. Kant and Hegel structures their views of world history and the history of philosophy by intentionally excluding peoples and societies in Africa and Asia, claiming they did not possess sufficient intellectual capacity. Michael Peters notes that both Kant's and Hegel's account of world history was strongly racist and imbued European philosophy with a prejudicial history we are still trying to escape from. Denis Moreau, Frank Browning discuss, although sub-Saharan African cultural objects pushed Western artists to break out to modernism, those art objects had to be discovered and promoted to the status of great art by artists like Picasso in the early 20th century. Joaquin Chiloy has suggested that African and Asian peoples were celebrated so long as they did not take an active role in shaping the history of art. He also notes that the guardians of high art preserved the greatness of Western art as universal, unnegotiable, and unchangeable, even when viewed from different cultural or paradigmatic locations or in different historical eras, thus making such art fixed, timeless, and transhistorical. The idea of great art is taught in a cognitive, social, and educational context that is reductionistic in its decontextualization, historical amnesia, and the dismissal of the complexity of the dynamics that shape artistic production and the reception. As we discuss those academic disciplines underpinned the hierarchies between art museums and other subject-oriented museums, institutionalizing such hierarchical differences as universal knowledge. Here again, the difference is meant to separate the West from white European, white North American, male Christian framework. A Q member has discussed the modern knowledge production structure as a Western archive that thrives on dichotomies, mainly inherited from the 19th century Western system. Such structures are part of the ongoing coloniality that has been naturalized. Even though the rise of the new fields such as multivocal archaeology, critical museology, and the critical indigenous studies to counter established perspectives and scientific methods, they are often vulnerable to being appropriated by powerful institutions and scholars. They ended up not pursuing beyond the disciplinary framework, but staying within the already established frame. Abeloy noted that intellectual tribalism often discourages new ideas because the perspective of an outsider poses a threat to conventional thinking, especially, quote, when the outsider raises foundational questions to which there is no good answer. Just as museums are places for emulation and mimetic practices, as Tony Bennett noted, that produce the literacy of various elements, So two universities are also not innocent of emulating and reproducing the status quo through their unshakably colonial foundations. Decolonizing practice within the colonial framework is pointless. Ramon Fogel has described the current world system as capitalist, patriarchal, West-centric, Christian-centric, modern colonial world system. Osamu Nishitani has suggested separating humanitas and anthropos into European as a humanitas and the rest as anthropos. Costas Duginas and Yoshinori Seki have discussed the notion of humanities ruled by the same Western imperial colonial Christian ideology that created the separation between ruler, ruled, and the savages, or non-human. With modern day human rights also being based on this separation, adding Teresa Pack's discussion to that of Duginas and Seki, human rights legalized the differences and the perceived social and cultural hierarchies, giving rise to a form of nationalism that excluded, constructed, legalized others, securing the privilege of we. So to conclude, we emphasize that the ongoing process of decolonizing museums means decentralizing the power of Western knowledge building mechanisms and promoting diverse ways of knowledge productions as equal practices, such as multivocality. Respecting and balancing the elements of each human group, similarities and differences are keys to achieving social and cultural coexistence. Yosuke Kai, for Human Evolution scholar, points out that migrations and intermarriages, as well as cultural exchanges, have occurred throughout human history. Therefore, there is no pure ethnicity or pure culture existing. Although national and cultural borders may separate people by customs, language, religion, politics, and ways of seeing the world, we more likely have had connections with each other. Throughout history, and the museums are a natural place to emphasize this connectedness. So as knowledge-producing institutions, museums and universities have, whether consciously or unconsciously, worked to preserve the status quo, separating and framing human beings and materials in narrow categories when none of them exist as a single categories unit. We see decolonizing knowledge starts with questioning the academic disciplines themselves, however difficult it may be. So I think that's to conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I went over.
Yes. I'm looking at the screen, says thank you. Thank you. It was wonderful. And I really had the opportunity of looking at art of the Americas revisited. So it also looked at the role of the curator as an agency and the role of the museum as mechanics. And I think that this is something which is really critical, and perhaps we should also consider the latest convention of UNESCO regarding the role of museums and its role for society. And I think it extends the activities of the museums beyond the walls of the museum to something which is interdisciplinary and to involving wider groups of society. So I think decolonization is not something which is just a name tag, and perhaps we should think of recolonizing, and perhaps we should be a bit more positive and speak about appropriating the past. And I think that that might give us a way forward. Annabelle Tam yesterday spoke about inherited colonial practices, or I would say inherited colonial past, which needs to be therefore appropriated. I think that you've also helped us to look at which your final statement about the museums, that they're natural places for differences and similarities. And without going into the reasoning of why we have museums, whether that in itself is a wider issue for discussion, let's leave that to the side and just enjoy the fact that we've seen how the art of the Americas needs to be revisited. And perhaps this could be another brick in dismantling the colonies and putting something new, egalitarian, back into our world. Anyway, let's just have a round of applause for this wonderful presentation and also our previous presenters. Yeah. Edward has told me I have to keep on time, so 10:30, we have the coffee break.
Yes. Hi, good afternoon, and welcome to this morning's plenary session, number 7, where we take a distinct focus on Northern Ireland. I'm going to quickly introduce our speakers, 2 of whom are in the room and 1 who will be joining us online. So firstly, we will have Bryony Widders. Dr. Bryony Widders is an anthropologist and museum professional at Queen's University in Belfast. Her current ESRC Research Fellowship, Museums, Empire, and Northern Irish Identity, which works across museums and private archives, considers diverse perspectives and ethnographic objects. Olwen Perdue is a professor of modern social history at Queen's University Belfast, where she's also director of the Centre for Public History. She has an extensive experience of working in collaboration with local communities and cultural organizations. For example, as project lead on a new oral history of everyday life in divided Belfast. He's a member of the Academic Advisory Board at the Ulster Museum's Permanent Gallery of the Northern Irish Conflict and a member of the Board of Directors of the Irish Museums Association. And joining us online will be Emma Rice. Dr. Emma Rice is an imperial and Atlantic historian with a particular interest in the history of photography and in digital methods. Emma holds an AHRC Smithsonian Fellowship in Digital Heritage Scholarship and is researching the war photography of Felice Better. Thank you for joining us all, and we'll start with Bryony, I think. No? I need to.
Well, thank you very much for that introduction, Maxwell, and thank you to the conference organisers for having me here. It is a pleasure. I've really enjoyed what I've seen and heard so far. Can I ask people at the back of the room, can you hear me? Yes, great, excellent, that's brilliant. No microphones then. Well, I'm going to start with me basically standing in the middle of the desert in southern Jordan in June 2019. I was on a mound. The mound is a tell or an ancient site of huge archaeological significance. And I was there to carry out research for a new project working among communities that lived nearby. And I found myself thinking, how on earth have I ended up here? Not that there's anything particularly surprising about, oops. You all right? Okay, not that there's anything particularly surprising about carrying out research in Jordan, but I'm an Irish historian. I research Irish social history. I research the city, and therefore it is for me a bit of a stretch to end up in the South Jordan desert. But what took me there, and will take me back in, I hope, is my growing interest in the public role that history and heritage plays and can play, how it's used, how it is abused in, by, and for the public. And particularly the benefits of engaging with history and with heritage in contexts where people's senses of their past are contested, where certain histories are marginalized or overlooked in the dominant narrative, and to use engagement as a means of tackling division, whether that's communal division or societal inequalities. So this interest has also led to a number of public history projects in my hometown of Belfast, and I'll mainly focus on those for the purpose of today. I'm trying to engage and work with what might be described as hard to reach audiences, exploring their own histories and that of others in ways that add nuance and richness to the existing narratives, and that highlight aspects of the past that are shared rather than contested. So I'll come back to that in a moment, but first of all, just a little bit of context. So Northern Ireland and Jordan both provide challenging contexts for this shared exploration of the past in different ways. Northern Ireland is politically part of the United Kingdom, but on the island of Ireland, its existence has remained contested since 1921 when it was created. But in the late 1960s, this erupted into violence that would ultimately lead to 30 years of conflict, 3,500 deaths, the majority of these in Belfast, and working class areas of Belfast suffering particularly from the conflict, from intercommunal violence, from the role that paramilitary organisations played. And so intense and deadly was this violence in working class areas of Belfast that many of them ended up having to be divided by huge peace walls, ironically as they were called, that separated communities from each other. It's 20 years now since the conflict ended, but the walls remain as people living on either side of them are still uncomfortable with the idea of them coming down. And I think that speaks very profoundly to the levels of division that still exist within Belfast. These areas are also areas of considerable socioeconomic deprivation, areas where levels of social exclusion is higher than anywhere else in the United Kingdom. In such a context, the past remains deeply contested and has actually become a means of perpetuating and feeding the divisions that exist over how the past is viewed, interpreted. One person's hero is another's villain, one community's historical victory is another's defeat. History is used to mark territory, to show who's welcome and who's not, who's in and who's out, who's us and who's them. These deep divisions over the history of the region make any attempt at engaging with communities challenging. Add to this the fact that young people in particular remain very divided through their formative years. Not only is there housing segregation by choice in working class areas, but the vast majority of Northern Ireland's children continue to go through a segregated educational system. Most Catholic children attend church-run schools, while the state schools are largely Protestant. So the versions of the past that these young people are growing up with are very different, with little or no opportunity for them to engage in any kind of shared exploration of pasts. In Jordan, the context is somewhat different, but the problems are similar. The country attempts to balance complex competing histories within its borders, as well as maintain its relationships both with the Arab world and with the West. The Hashemite kingdom was created in the interwar period. Today is home to over 2 million Palestinian refugees, many of whom are now permanently settled in the country. In addition to around 370,000 Palestinians who continue to live in refugee camps. Following the Iraq War in 2003, around 1 million Iraqis fled to Jordan, and around 130,000 of these have permanently settled. The country contains around 15,000 Lebanese and almost 500,000 Syrian refugees. So you can see there's a really complex network and landscape of identities already existing and coexisting within the boundaries of this region. But add to that complexity the fact that Jordan is still very much dominated by, particularly in the south, by a tribal structure that traditionally don't really recognize the modern nation state and have their own sense of the past and their own identities and their own idea of what heritage is. Many of the Bedouin are increasingly compelled to settle in villages, and many are struggling to adjust to this. So it's clear that in these contexts, public engagement with history can be challenging. It can be regarded as divisive and destabilizing. And in some ways, and in some contexts, it's actually seen as quite dangerous. So very narrowly defined, sanitized and controlled versions of history is still taught in Jordanian schools, Whereas in Northern Irish schools, much of the history of the region is either quite simplified and lacking nuance, or it's completely ignored altogether. In my own children's school growing up, in their A-level class, they had a choice of dealing with Irish history or the American West, and the school decided it was going to teach the American West. So that's an example of how Irish history is definitely avoided, even at the highest level of history teaching within schools. I think even beyond these two particular contexts, there is a growing awareness of the dangers of abusing history, particularly when it's connected to ideas of the nation or the nation state. We've heard much over the past few days about the weaponization of heritage and history and the way it's been appropriated and misrepresented in the culture wars that we're seeing. History does become dangerous when it's stripped down to highly oversimplified representation. So therefore, I think for historians, for example, and for all of us, it is essential that we engage with local communities in a meaningful exploration of a past that is more nuanced and that draws on and examines the commonality of everyday experience rather than the histories of division. That's why my focus as a historian of poverty and welfare over the past few years has been on working with local communities to collect, to tell, to share their stories about life in the community, life in the streets, how people worked and laughed. Not just because these are stories that need to be collected, and they are. Let's face it, history books are still too full of stories of big, important figures from the past, mainly men. But because this kind of social history has the power to unite communities, by exploring the history of the everyday struggles, the small victories, the hardships and ingenuity and resilience of communities, these are experiences that unite rather than divide. And also, importantly, engaging in history and heritage at a local level has the power to address some of the very negative impacts of social deprivation, isolation and marginalization that we see in many divided societies. In some of the most deprived regions of Northern Ireland today, the legacy of conflict, of generational trauma and living in what remains a divided society is leading to incredible levels of low mental health issues, low self-esteem and poor educational attainment among its young people. So in this context, I think we need to take seriously the positive engagement with community heritage and that it can bring. And I think this is where public history that engages with local communities can play such an important role. Now, what I want to do among the next few minutes is talk about some of the ways in which I've been trying to work alongside various communities in this way to see how can we share our histories, how can we collaborate, particularly among people who might be quite resistant to the idea of talking about their past for any number of reasons. So my first foray into this, very sensitive. This first type of work came several years ago through quite an exciting project. It was a collaboration with two playwrights based in Northern Ireland, and we engaged groups of young people from different parts of Belfast, two groups, one from a very traditionally loyalist area, one from a traditionally very Republican area, into the history of their local community during 1932 outdoor relief strikes. Now, this year was significant because it saw severe violence in Belfast. 1932 was a time of deep sectarian tensions, many people killed during sectarian rioting, but it was also a time of real social deprivation. This is the time of the world economic crash when unemployment levels were at their highest levels ever. And briefly, in October 1932, Catholics and Protestants, for a moment, stopped fighting against each other and actually marched and protested against the system of welfare that existed in the city. And they marched together to the welfare authorities to campaign against the very demeaning, stigmatizing and degrading system whereby people still ended up having to go to the workhouse for relief. So it was a moment in time when social issues overtook issues that were divisive, issues of segregation and difference. And so we sent those young people home. We started off by giving them a tour of the city, just talking about the events that happened on that occasion. And then we sent them off in groups to archives, to newspaper libraries, and back into their communities to research history of life back in the 30s, 40s and 50s, when times were tougher, thinking about what the reality of getting by through everyday life was like. They then came back to Queen's, and the two different groups were they were tasked with sharing what they'd found with an audience similar to this, made up of other students, academics, members of the public, and the two playwrights, and of course the other group who had been doing their own work in the subject. And what happened was incredibly exciting. One group decided that they were going to share the stories of their community's past through a dramatic reading, and the other group decided they were going to use newspaper archives as an exhibition. But what was so exciting about it was the fact that as one group were talking about what their grandmother had told them about having to get by, the challenges, the sacrifices they were making, the ways in which they sort of struggled with poverty, the other group were sitting going, that's incredible. This is our story. You're telling exactly the same things that we were about to tell. And suddenly these young people came together and realized that there was more that united them than divided them. To finish with, the playwrights took the stories of these young people and incorporated them into a play that was then played in Belfast's biggest news theatre to packed audiences, and it ran for a full week. And what we saw there was that the young people who had been carrying out this research heard their stories and their voices amplified in ways in which they could never possibly have imagined. Through this, and talking to many of them afterwards, that the sense of purpose that gives them and sense of desire to go on and do more, I think, was really quite incredible. Building on that, I then got some money from the Wellcome Trust to carry out a bit of research into that connection between heritage, history and well-being. And it allowed me to incorporate some questions specifically about local heritage into a major household survey that was carried out across Belfast. And I'm not going to go into details here, but what that showed was that there was a statistically important and significant correlation for people of engaging with their own heritage and their own history and senses of physical and mental well-being. And from that, then I could see that there was real purpose in taking this forward and moving forward with this kind of engagement with the past. So with that in mind, I was then approached by an archaeologist who was working in Jordan. He'd been working for many, many years on this significant archaeological site in Daban, as I say, in the South Jordan Desert. You can see it in the map there. The site had been occupied by the Moabites, the Nabateans, the Romans, the Byzantines. So it was hugely, hugely significant archaeologically. But for the past 100 years, it had been inhabited by the Ben Hamidi tribe, a tribe of Bedouins, for whom it was just a place where they grazed their sheep. And they lived and it was theirs. But once the archaeological significance of the site was discovered, the Ben Hamidi were moved off the site. They were settled in a town beside the site. They did not settle well, and the town now has become an area of very, very high unemployment, high, again, rates of social deprivation and some of the issues associated with that. So for them, it's really easy to see why they feel no sense of connection whatsoever with this site that's right next to them, and yet the world focuses on it. It is constantly the focus of attention, but it means absolutely nothing to them. So that was why the archaeologists contacted me. And taking the work I'd done in Belfast, we went to Jordan and we looked at how we might engage the local communities in that site and make it something that they felt they also owned and was their story that was theirs to tell. So basically we worked alongside students in Mutai University, and many of the students would live in the Daban area. Our plans were great, but this was 2019 and we all know what happened in 2020, and I haven't been back. But the plan will be to go back at some stage and take this forward. But when we were there, we trialed some oral history work among the young people of the university to see what we might do in terms of getting people to tell their stories. And it was quite interesting. We ran a workshop initially in which we just wanted them to tell their stories. Many of these were Palestinian families who had settled. Some of them were Bedouins who had settled. And we wanted them to tell the stories of their past to each other and then share that story with us. What we discovered is that they were very, very reluctant to actually tell their stories. It was not something that was part of their culture. It's not something they particularly wanted to do. The stories were theirs. They weren't somebody else's. They didn't belong to somebody else. What we did the next day, however, was to take them out walking around the areas that were significant to them and also ask them to bring in objects that were also significant. They photographed things that they saw on their walk and they brought their objects. And through those, this opened up conversations that we could never have imagined. So we went from a situation where nobody would talk, nobody would tell us anything, to where the stories flowed out of them and flooded out of them. And for me, it showed the power of place and how place can really open up stories. It also showed the power of objects and the significance of objects in unlocking some of the stories. So the plan, hopefully at some stage in the future then, is to take this forward and to work with the local communities in the same way, and eventually to incorporate their stories into the interpretation of the tell at Duban. So finally, because I'm conscious that time is running out, it brings me back to Belfast. And we're now in the middle of a major community oral history project on Belfast Shankill Road. It's a very loyalist area. It sits near an interface area, deeply affected by conflict, and that legacy is still very much felt among the young people, particularly young men, where there's high levels of disengagement, dropping out from school, drug abuse, and lack of opportunity. And we're hoping to extend this just down the road into the Falls Road area, which is mainly nationalist and sits just on the other side of the Peace Wall. The aim is to build an oral history archive on the social history of working class life in Belfast that will be housed in the Public Record Office of Northern Ireland. And to use this oral history archive to build an interactive digital map that incorporates stories from both sides of the divide, and hopefully in doing so, that begins to show and experience the shared stories rather than those that divide. So by focusing on social history to finish up, the aim is to uncover how much history is shared. We find that using objects, artifacts, old photographs, people are much more likely to talk. But the next stage is to move from oral history recordings to audiovisual recordings, to actually take people to places, and also to incorporate an intergenerational dimension whereby children interview grandparents. The other final issue is that these stories are not ours to tell. They don't belong to us. They don't belong to the Public Record Office of Northern Ireland. And therefore, to address this issue, what we want to do is to make sure that the community is engaged in the entire process from the very beginning to the very end. So even through volunteering, to work within the Public Record Office to actually collect and classify these stories and make them available to public audiences. So there are challenges, there's lots of challenges, I'm very aware of that, and I know you hopefully will bring me more today around telling diverse histories in contested areas. But I think it does bring incredible opportunities, it's worth persevering, it's a really beneficial way of doing history and engaging with heritage. So thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Owen. That was fascinating. You know, yes, yes. So now I'd like to call up Bryony.
Hopefully everybody can hear. Good morning, and thank you very much for receiving our plenary. It's been a very, very exciting couple of days. the purpose of this paper, leading on from Alwyn's, and I'm really glad, Alwyn, that you went first because you explained a lot of the context for working in Northern Ireland. I want to develop thinking in this paper about the public relevance of colonial family archives and about useful ways for working with and through them. And I personally find some of the materials here triggering. They might be triggering for others, and if they are, I won't take any offense whatsoever if you choose to leave. In an article on the 22nd of October this year, the Facebook group RM Restitution Matters, which provides a catalogue of restitution scenarios online, asked, "Do you by any chance have looted art in the attic? You don't make friends when you come to do provenance research." In this paper, I'm not discussing looted art, but I am discussing memories held in archives that I did find in an attic. And I want to emphasize that none of these items was taken illicitly, but they do raise issues about the exercise of colonial power. And this is why I'm interested now in their digital restitution. These materials were connected with people whose careers did not reach the same elevated position, but whose social background was very similar to that of Robert Hart, about whom you'll hear in Emma's paper, which comes next. They were Methodist, Presbyterian, and Church of Ireland, in other words, Protestant, from small regional towns in the north of Ireland, and from upper working and middle class backgrounds. They attended Queen's University, as Robert Hart did, and in some cases were educated in the same schools. But the period that I'm talking about is 47 years after Hart's death. So related papers, but very different kinds of materials. But the applicability of the collection that I'm looking at to the themes of this conference is that they're physically rooted in places, both in Zambia and in Northern Ireland, in which colonialism operated. And I want to use this paper to explore the potentialities of archives like these to contribute to the tackling of inequalities in the Anthropocene. My contribution here is about opening collaboration pathways to problematize this archive. And the paper is also a methodological discussion about researching mixed material collections relating to the colonial past. Since 2015, my brothers and I have sold the house in Northern Ireland in which we grew up, a process that was emotionally and physically laborious, as well as traumatic and violent. As Annette Kuhn observed, objects can act as memory texts, connecting private experiences with those of others. Identity, belonging, memory, and family are the comfortable words associated with the study of home, writes Rachel Hurdley. Prejudice, absence, exclusion, displacement are their forgotten companions. Although an idyllic childhood home, the process of separating our memory texts from it was very troubling indeed. The materials we cleared included a quantity of papers, photographs, and recordings relating to 2 colonial lifetimes. The first had been those of my grandparents between 1930 and 1961 in Hong Kong, and the second, far shorter, was my parents' period in Northern Rhodesia from 1958 to 1964. While my grandfather's career had ended with retirement, that of my father had been truncated by Zambian independence and by my mother's determination to return to Ireland. Within the 2 resulting collections, and by the word collection, I don't mean to use it in a grandiose sense, but more in terms of the grouping of materials. In those collections, there were some items, for example, government photographs that emerged from places, events, and periods that were historiographically identifiable. But the private letters and photos were part of a continuum of personal relationships, their chronological order marking a devotional timeline connecting parents and children, brothers and sisters, engaged and married couples, and friends. And because I loved and was curious about their authors, it was and remains difficult to perceive these documents through an academic eye. In Northern Irish terms, my parents were politically liberal. My mother was a committed feminist, and they worked against the grain of social division in Northern Ireland that Alwyn has described. They turned away from the fraternities in which their fathers had engaged, and they rejected organized religion, a move that was partly a matter of loss of faith, but it was also part of their active desire to pluralize and to avoid subscription to either side during the conflict. Both of them worked in our own post-colonial region on projects designed to tackle sectarianism and injustice and to promote equality, diversity, and inclusion. They were dedicated conservationists. If they were here, they would be deeply worried by the climate crisis. But from a modern perspective, the archive they left is starkly binary. The materials are biographically troubling because they fix my parents in their early 20s when they were just emerging from their imperialized educations in Hong Kong and in Protestant-dominated Northern Ireland. Clearly, in order to deal seriously with the racist implications of letters like the one that I quoted from in my abstract, the only way of addressing it as a family member is to put aside any residue of filial loyalty. But the individuals detectable in the materials are almost unrecognizable from the people and parents they later became. The letter exemplifies the ingrained ideas about competing traditions in which the archive is mired. And I won't read this out now. My father's writing was always appalling, but there is a snippet of it in the abstract. So my question for the paper is this: should we seek to overcome, or should we listen to the obstinate insistence of the colonial archive on reminding us of binaries? Because these papers provide glimpses of people whose identities might be recoverable, and I'm talking here about Zambian identities, I believe that they might be of broader interest. A second question is therefore this: how can or should the descendants of colonial functionaries be involved in bringing these kinds of materials to the modern public good? In this submission, I'll be exploring some methods for doing so, and I'm ultimately arguing for the role of autoethnography in bridging post-colonial divides. The systemic inequalities in Northern Rhodesia of the 1950s and the 1960s were made visible by both the content and perspectives of my parents' slide photographs. The examples here were taken on the left in 1962 from the ocean liner, the Transvaal Castle, that they'd used to travel to Zambia from, I think, Southampton, just after they got married, and on the right in the town of Monzi. As has been comprehensively established, the colonial photography of the British positioned them in ways that magnified their importance. It manipulated the images of the colonized so as to iteratively assert imperial domination. As with images throughout the empire, these, taken shortly before independence, reflected that gaze. And like the images in public archives that are analysed by Elizabeth Edwards, Temi Odumosu, and others, these images provide empirical evidence about power relations, springing leaks in the official record. Compositional analysis of these images helps us to understand how features that initially appear coincidental, such as the fact that, as here, the photographer is standing on the ground looking up at a white protagonist, or is looking down from a ship. These features both recorded and created ideas about who was working for whom, and about the identities of people seeking the business of the white photographer. It's striking how similar these are to much older images in that their subject matter is primarily rural, or as here, maritime. And they're comparable, for example, to the photographs of those of the French photographer Henri Gadon, who died in 1939, whose turn of the century images taken in West Africa record, as in Roy Dilley's words, how he was impressed by the exotic as well as by the familiar, those things that struck a chord with life as he knew it in France. This rurality and the fact that the chronology of these materials is so brief means that the collection, when viewed in isolation, appears to show Zambia itself in arrested development. And when my parents left Northern Rhodesia before independence, the lifespan of the story that their photos had the capacity to tell also ceased. In taking the images, they were recording their everyday experiences, but they were also generating a sense of an inalterable place that they would later reconstitute through slide and cinefilm showings in Ireland. And this reconstitution provided a little, not very much insight into social conditions in Zambia during our own lifetimes as children. Although taken for personal use, the slides are touristic in quality, recording that sojourn of only 6 years. And they reflect also an anthropological and sociological gaze. My father had read Levi-Strauss and Evans Pritchard as part of his training for the colonial service. My mother, inspired, if made miserable by marrying into empire in her late teens, and by being told, not by my father, that she couldn't be friends with Black Africans, would become an anthropologist in Ireland. In summary, then, these images provide a truncated snapshot, and they're both touristic and anthropological, as well as being imperialistic. And so I'm interested here in examining the epistemological basis of these physical and metaphorical perspectives. I want to work with others to see how images like these might be compared to those that Zambians might have taken for themselves and of the places in which they lived. What would they have done with the camera if it had been turned around? The identification of colonial images frequently rests on attempting to ascertain who their subjects are, on working out who they were, how they were connected to one another, and on analyzing the places and occasions depicted. The possibilities for deploying network analysis as a method to establish relationships between person, place, and event using digital tools are, of course, immense. I did this, for example, through a Facebook group when identifying people who appeared in photographs taken in 1950s Hong Kong. This one on the right was taken of the Hong Kong Women's Union outside the home of the billionaire Robert Ho Tung in 1953. So I tagged the images of people that I could recognize, and other people contributed to that tagging process. And this is just one tag that was attached. And that started an interesting conversation about relationships in Hong Kong between white people, Eurasians, and Chinese. But the contrasts between the two sets of photos mean that they raise different ethical concerns. The people in the Hong Kong photo on the right were on the whole elite and were well documented. And moreover, they're facing the camera. They have chosen to be photographed. I'm also mindful that network analysis as an historiographical tool is itself made possible by the fact that imperial social networks and their broadcast in English language media were deliberately constructed as a basis for the formation and assertion of colonial power. David Lambert and Ellen Lester demonstrate that imperial society was dependent on social and racial segregation in the fields of education, employment, religion, and fraternities. Exploring people's identities according to whether they were, quotes, clubbable or not is hardly apposite here. Both because the lives of many people in the Zambian photographs may not have been documented, and because of the power asymmetries that make this sort of network analysis possible, exploring human connections to their places from a desk in Northern Ireland feels ethically inappropriate. They did not choose to be photographed in the first place, and they should have choice, or at least their descendants should, in whether they're rediscovered now. Another means of understanding these materials is to seek to re-engage in relationships that are now at a generation's distance, to do a "who do you think you are" of family photographs. This photo, for example, was taken of women my mother was teaching, and the letter was written by a female acquaintance after she'd left 2 months before Zambia became independent. In it, the writer sends thanks for a present and requests photos of my mother and her new home in Northern Ireland. Using social media, it would perhaps be possible to contact these women and their children. And I've recently done this with similar letters from Hong Kong, resulting in considerable learning for me and a creative exchange. I'm considering, though, the power relations that might underlie the effort to reconnect these images and correspondence with their biological roots. Without knowledge of the memories they may raise, I'm also unsure whether and how crossing these geographical and temporal boundaries could or should be mediated. Depositing them in the public domain via social media in order to make them discoverable by their subjects seems to me to risk an abuse of power. As is by now clear, my engagement with these materials has been intermingled with emotions, and it's worth exploring why emotions are relevant to considering these collections in the Anthropocene. In her study of the emotional geography of homeland, Amanda Kearney states that because objects can symbolize shared memories, they can inspire empathy. Divya Tolia-Kelly, Emma Waterton, and Steve Watson have shown how engagement with heritage objects triggers physiological responses. Laura Jane Smith and Gary Campbell argue that heritage produces distinctive affective responses in different individuals, depending on a circumstantial complex of interactions between memory, agency, and environmental, social, and cultural contexts. Joy Souther-Wagstaff argues that heritage is polysensual because an individual's physiological responses to it varies depending on the circumstance and over time. It follows that engagement with historical artifacts can produce both varied emotions and differing physiological responses, and both within and between human individuals. It follows also, had it not already been obvious, that the person who wrote this letter from her home in Zambia would not feel about it, by which I mean to invoke the emotions as well as all of the senses, as I do in mine in Northern Ireland. Furthermore, in relation to inherited memories, while I can speak for how this letter, these photographs, might have been understood across generations in my own family, I can't speak for what it may have represented across the structural inequalities that existed within the British Empire, including within the colony that was Northern Rhodesia. Nor can I speak through lived experience about whether and how the naturalization of inequalities to which this photographic genre contributed has impacted lived experience in modern Zambia. Therefore, although as their owner, I have the power to mediate re-engagement with this letter and to find the young women who are photographed here, I do not assume the right. It would be more appropriate for this collection to be curated by people and from a location closer to its source, and I'm open to suggestions about how that might happen. I want now briefly to turn to the prospect of what would happen if this collection were to be deposited in a public museum or archive. For some time, discourse surrounding cultural institutions, as we heard in the previous plenary, has questioned the epistemological basis of curatorial judgment and whether they can justifiably claim narrative authority. Until recently, cultural institutions in the UK have been slow to recognize that their existence stemmed from colonial asymmetries of power and that their interpretative regimes may themselves have been inherited from imperialism. Global collecting was driven by the desire to understand cultural dynamics within, and so to find ways of successfully managing and controlling physical territory and people. And while local collaboration contributed to museum collecting, it's widely believed this wouldn't have happened without the coercive pressure of the colonial context. It follows that in the present, white curators are often represented as ineluctably motivated by what Bernard Cohn describes as colonial knowledge. In relation to non-European collections, there have been increasing calls for curatorship to be indigenized. Arguably, though, decisions about where exactly the indigeneity in collections like these resides are highly complex and are also subjective. We need to find ways of flattening down the power asymmetries within that process. Therefore, rather than examining options for their public deposition, I'm seeking here to show how, by vocalizing what it is that makes objects and archives important to them, white caretakers can help to connect the colonial world of the past that is represented in these collections with a practice that's embedded in the ethics of the present. I believe that by using autoethnography, as I've sought to do here, we can reimagine the possibilities in these materials. We can, in O'Hanlon and Harris's words, create places for discovery and dreaming, for memories and meetings, sites where the freedom to wonder at the variety and ingenuity of man-made things is not dead. This freedom, if developed, can create space for us to build new collaborations. I want, given the themes of the conference, to move on briefly to the architectural modern. The images in this slide show Zambia in the process of urbanization, where transport links are being opened up, road bridges are being mended, and people are moving from the countryside to towns and from towns to cities. These, though, for me, are outliers in the group of slides, both because they offer rare glimpses within this archive of more urbanized places, and because these places were undescribed in the oral narratives of my youth. Of those shown here, I can only say that the one with the chimneys is labeled K-Town, so it might be Kitwe. Collaboratively sharing them might produce these answers and might furthermore be of interest to people who lived in these places or were migrating at that time. Some of the materials in the archive appear to be an attempt to record both human and animal communities that were in the process of change and disappearance. Snapshots of animals like this one, summon nostalgia. Within the collection, film and audio recordings summon opposing types of nostalgia. Edward, if you could do the honors, thank you. I'm just going to play two very short snippets. So this is some kind of a passing out parade in about 1963. Should we try the audio? So you can probably understand why I find the first snippet difficult to watch, and the second one I could listen to all day. I'm mindful that the ways in which environments and populations affected by the encroaching Anthropocene were presented in these recordings was also part of a Western sense that ways of life were disappearing, and that was part of a scientific tradition as well as a family environment. And as Patricia Lorcan argues, whereas colonial nostalgia is for colonists associated with the loss of socioeconomic lifestyles, for those who have been colonized, it can also be associated with trauma, control, and violence. The nostalgia in this archive therefore needs to be investigated through transdisciplinary and transcultural collaboration that includes and extends beyond identifying its provenance. In presenting this paper, I've been exploring whether resituating family materials like these can play a part, however small, in facing towards inequities that are the inheritance of colonialism. The paper has been a search for leads, not only for provenance, but also for destinations. Who and where were the people and places from whom and which this colonial archive comes, and towards which people and places might it travel now? I've also argued that in answering these questions, consideration must be given to the methodologies that we use to engage with these materials. I've used a variety, including ethnography, historiography, and oral and visual methods. And in the result, the paper is disjointed. And I think this is because the tools available to us for looking at grouped items like these are discipline and material specific. It's arguable that this specificity derives from the privileging of tangible properties in the division of collections. These tools have been inherited from Western heritage practice and have divided the paper archive from the artifact, the private from the public, the photograph from the letter, the film from the sound recording, and, as the Cape Town document points out, tangible from intangible cultures. The all too obvious means of coming at assemblages like these is via the literary genres that privilege the human subject and the self, biography and memoir. For this paper, these have been inadequate because it's motivated by a desire to decenter the white collector. Autoethnographers argue that a lack of transparency about researchers' relationships with their human subjects can be unethical and can produce conflicts of interest. Autoethnographic engagement with human subjects motivates compassion, raising the likelihood that the researcher will avoid concealing the potential for private gain. The same might be argued of our personal relationships with historical materials as research subjects. As I argue, autoethnography can enable integrity and the ethical sharing of personal archives as a route to bringing them into the commons. And it's from this perspective that I observe these problematic letters and images, both in post-colonial and geopolitical terms, and as part of a continuum of human action and interaction that presents possibilities in the Anthropocene. Thank you.
That was lovely. Thank you, Bryony. We're going to hand over once I remember how to stop sharing. It's done. Great. So Emma, can hand over to you if you'd like to share screen and start your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And you can see the presentation.
Yes, everything's going well. Thank you.
Okay. Historical photography, the living image of a dead thing in the well-known phrase of Roland Barthes, is often overlooked in museum-centered discussions of cultural heritage decolonization, although Bryony alluded to some of the really important work in this field earlier. In my paper today, I want to focus on the Robert Hart Photography Collection, a little-known collection of historical photography of China held at Queen's University, Belfast, and which was the subject of a Sino-Irish research partnership. Like many such collections, the photography accumulated by the Irishman Robert Hart during his half-century as a British imperial administrator in China resists easy categorization. It sits uneasily between colonizer and colonized, Europe and Asia, native and foreign, imperial and anti-imperial. In this paper, I want to suggest that the plural and multiplicious histories of coloniality in both Ireland and China present possibilities for historical and curatorial decolonization of photography beyond colonial boundaries. And in particular, I want to explore what decolonization of a collection like this might look like in the context of the Anthropocene and its apocalyptic potential. So let's begin then at the beginning, which is where descriptions of museum and archival collections often begin with the collector. We will get to the collector, but I'd like to begin somewhere else today, not with the collector, but with one of the 2,500 items in this collection. At first sight, there's nothing particularly remarkable about this image, showing a ruined building, easily identifiable as a church by its crucifix, located next to a calm river on a crisp winter's day. But the image does provoke a sense of unease. Closer inspection reveals Chinese architectural elements, contrasting with the European-style church behind. The regular brickwork reveals the ruined building to be not ancient, but neo-Gothic, more or less contemporaneous, perhaps, with this period of photography. So if the building is scarcely older than the photograph, why is it ruined? I began by quoting Barthes's exploration of how photography is entangled with death, capturing a moment in time that's passed. For Barthes, this instills in photography the potential for horror. If the photograph then becomes horrible, it is because, so to speak, the corpse is alive as a corpse. It is the living image of a dead thing. By attesting that the object has been real, the photograph surreptitiously induces belief that it is alive, but by shifting this reality to the past, this has been, the photograph suggests that it is already dead. The scholar and critic Peter Schwenger refers to this analytical maneuver as corpsing the image. But no great feat of cultural analysis or insight is required to comprehend that this image is of a dead thing. It is not simply dead in the sense in which all photographs are dead, that is to say, because it documents a past moment. It is a photograph of something that was most definitely already dead when the photograph was taken. The suspicion grows that the photograph is intended not to capture a living moment, but to memorialize what was deceased. Indeed, this photograph is not memorializing any old ruined church. It commemorates events at Notre-Dame des Victoires in Tianjin, China in 1870, and a church which became one of the most famous ruined churches of 19th century European imperialism. So in the next part of my talk, before I return to that image, I'd like briefly to consider how we might understand colonial photography like this in the light of both decolonization and specifically the challenges of the Anthropocene. The Anthropocene concept has been somewhat controversial among post-colonial scholars. For example, the Canadian historical geographer Michael Simpson argued in 2020 that the concept of the Anthropocene is colonial discourse and risks leading to the conclusion that the socio-ecological crises of the Anthropocene can be resolved by continuing to pursue the unfinished projects of Western colonial modernity and of technological mastery over nature, seeing them through to their triumphant conclusion. So that's the post-colonial argument against the Anthropocene. The museologist Colin Sterling has rejected extreme critiques of the Anthropocene idea as self-indulgent, noting that they have, quote, something of the idea game about them. A similar impatience has been expressed even from perhaps surprising quarters. The leading post-colonial historian Deepesh Chakrabarty has argued that, quote, climate change challenges the analytic strategies that post-colonial and post-imperial historians have deployed in the last 2 decades in response to the post-war scenario of decolonization and globalization. If indeed globalization and global warming are born of overlapping processes, the question is, how do we bring them together in our understanding of the world? More specifically, for our purposes today, we might adapt Chakrabarty's question to ask, how should the Anthropocene shape our understanding of heritage decolonization? So in my paper today, I'd like to draw out briefly 3 possible aspects of that entanglement between the Anthropocene and heritage and decolonization. First and most obvious is the proposition to which Chakrabarty referred, that imperialism, globalization, and the climate crisis should all be understood as part of the same underlying system. As we've already heard, Marxist analyses, such as those of the environmental historian Jason Moore, propose that the Anthropocene should be understood instead as the Capitalocene, the result not of the action of humanity in an abstract sense, but of an economic system and its beneficiaries. For the South African political scientist Vishwas Satgar, the capitalistic expansion of the Anthropocene should be understood as an imperial project of economic, military, political, and geopolitical domination, which has necessarily entailed ecocide, including, quote, ecosystem destruction, the destruction of biodiversity, annihilating various human and non-human species for resources, and ultimately conquering nature. Going even further and adapting Lenin's phrase, the sociologist John Foster Bellamy suggests that if imperialism was and is the highest form of capitalism, then 21st century imperialism is the exterminist phase of capitalism. A fully apocalyptic vision of the Anthropocene future is indeed, as Deepesh Chakrabarty noted, a challenge to, as he put it, the analytic strategies that post-colonial and post-imperial historians have deployed. Imperialism must still be understood, of course, as a machine for subjugation and exploitation, but it starts to look like one part of a machine of capitalism that may destroy all of humanity, or at least all of us whose privilege does not extend to a ticket to another planet. So that's one aspect of how we might combine thinking about the Anthropocene and colonial and decolonization of heritage. The second theme that I'd like to touch on today is the way in which a focus on the Anthropocene reminds us to place the environment at the heart of our histories of imperialism and colonialism, and equally to place imperialism at the heart of our understanding of environmentalism. Those, of course, themes that Bryony alluded to a moment ago. These themes have been explored continuously by scholars from the 1990s onwards, including, I'm thinking of work by people like Madhav Gadgil. And these approaches have now become part of the global environmental activism and understandings of climate justice. The Anthropocene, though, calls us, I think, to think about environmental history not just as a subdiscipline of history, but as a fundamental axis of historical analysis and of colonial oppression and of post-coloniality. Thirdly, and most excitingly and also perhaps destabilizingly, is the argument set out by Donna Haraway and many others that the Anthropocene is really a call to decenter humans in pursuit of a relational, multi-species understanding of planetary life. This then leads to the claim that the Anthropocene requires us to develop post-humanities, new ways of understanding relation, interconnectedness, and meaning. As Carey Wolf puts it, we're not just talking about the thematics of the decentering of the human, we're also talking about how thinking confronts that thematics, what thought has to become. A more limited version of this proposition would call for us to think and research more collaboratively and across artificial boundaries between the study of human and non-human life, as well as to highlight and critique perspectives which valorize human making, doing, and having at the expense of other life. Histories of imperialism and globalization become, from this perspective, not simply a human story, but the story of the making of the Anthropocene, with implications for all life on this planet, and leads perhaps to the claim that is certainly unnerving for historians, that our understanding of imperialism might feature or even center non-human life. So equipped with those three perspectives, in the remainder of this paper, I want to move from the planetary scale to the hyperlocal to consider what an Anthropocene conscious approach to decolonizing photographic heritage might look like. We might call this a counter-apocalyptic approach, to borrow the phrase of the philosopher Joanna Zielinska. So let's return now to the subject of the photograph with which I began. On the 21st of June, 1870, in Tianjin, in northeastern China, the Roman Catholic Church of Notre-Dame des Victoires, Our Lady of Victories, was the location of what the historian Paul Cohen has called the Tianjin catastrophe. Fearing that Chinese children were being harmed inside, a crowd attacked the church and surrounding buildings, leading to the torture and death of 21 foreigners, including 10 nuns, and the deaths of perhaps 30 to 40 Chinese converts. The immediate cause of the attack was the widespread rumor in Tianjin that Christians were mutilating and murdering children, a rumor given credibility by the fact that disease, including cholera, had killed many of the children in an orphanage run by the church. The underlying cause of the violence at Tianjin, at least in the opinion of most historians, was the fact that foreigners in Tianjin were outside the control of the Chinese government. The church, like the French consulate next door, was built on land previously used for an imperial temple, which had been seized by the French after China's defeat in the Second Opium War in 1860, and which was retained by France against the wishes of the Chinese government. Like an increasing number of Chinese cities at that time, Tianjin was a so-called treaty port, a form of quasi-colonization imposed on China by foreign powers after 1858. Though most treaty ports were not formally considered to be colonies, these were places in China, mostly on the coast, where Europeans and other foreigners lived and traded exempt from Chinese law and from Chinese control. Moreover, the rumors of appalling acts at the orphanage may have had some foundation. 4 days before the attack on the orphanage, on June the 18th, a man named Wu Lanjian was arrested for kidnapping. In his confession, he claimed to have sold the children he abducted to Wang San, whom he described as the church janitor. The French consul, Henri Fontanier, found no evidence that the alleged janitor had any connection to the church, but American diplomatic authorities, among others, believed that the allegations of trafficking were partly true. In the pursuit of young Christian converts, it was suggested that the orphanage authorities were offering financial compensation to families who placed their children in the orphanage's care. And it was also suggested that the church might not always be making adequate inquiries to establish from where supposedly abandoned children had come. After the church was declared innocent of any blame, a riot broke out between Chinese converts and other Tianjin citizens whose concerns had not been allayed. Fontanier, the French consul, demanded that Chinese officials in the city should provide protection to the French. When this was refused, Fontanier shot dead a Chinese official, thus precipitating precisely the riot which Fontanier had feared, and Fontanier himself was among the first foreigners to be killed. During the attack, the priests and nuns were mutilated, raped, and murdered, along with several other foreigners, leading the foreign press to refer to the events of 21st of June, 1870 as the Tianjin Massacre. In Chinese, the incident is well known as the Tianjin Jiaoan, meaning missionary legal case, and it's understood in official Chinese historiography as a key moment in the development of subsequent Chinese resistance to foreign imperialism. Notably, Jiaoan also means lesson plan, and a pun is sometimes made in Chinese popular commentary exploring the incident, seeing this as a lesson to the foreigners of the risks of provoking the Chinese people, and perhaps also a lesson to China's imperial government of its weakness in relation to the foreign powers. Since China was forced to apologize for the attack, pay compensation, execute the individuals held responsible, and exile the officials involved. The Chinese drew up a set of proposals in response to the incident to limit missionary activity, including prohibiting them from accepting children into orphanages unless they were already Christians, with all admission of children to be reported to the Chinese authorities. This proposal was rejected by the French, and the underlying Chinese concerns about the potential for what we would now call trafficking went unaddressed, submerged in the wave of horror provoked by the macabre rumors of child mutilation and the nightmare-worthy violence which followed. As with most anti-colonial and anti-foreign attacks on Christians in China in the later 19th century, the majority of the victims were probably not foreigners, but Chinese converts. Reports suggest between 30 to 40 Chinese Christians were killed alongside the 21 Europeans, but neither the French nor the Chinese authorities produced an exact number, and missionaries were sometimes known to inflate their report of the numbers of Chinese dead in such attacks, precisely because they knew that their figures would not be checked. Nor do we know much about what happened to the several hundred orphanage children, or whether any were among the Chinese Christian victims. The imperial context had created a set of hard binary divisions in Tianjin: child, orphan, Chinese, foreign, colonized, colonizer, damned, saved. which left no space to describe what happened to these children, and perhaps bought or even possibly, some perhaps bought or possibly even abducted from their homes, converted to Christianity and then exposed to horrific violence undertaken in their name. Neither the contemporaneous Western narrative nor the government-approved Chinese narrative of liberation and struggle really accommodates their experience. The 1870 attack on the Tianjin church was widely discussed in publications in China and the West. As Richard mentioned in his talk earlier this morning, ruins are fertile ground for narrative, and accounts of the events in Tianjin were often accompanied by illustrations and photographs of the ruined church. Surely the most powerful of all the photographs of the ruins, however, is the one on which I've chosen to focus today, a print of which is held in the Sir Robert Hart collection at Queen's University Belfast. This photograph became well known through a pirated knockoff copy, which you can see here. If you look closely at the clouds, you can see how they've been edited by hand, drawn in by hand. This pirated knockoff copy ended up in the Bain Picture Agency collection, and from there found its way into publications as well as the holdings of modern picture agencies and the Library of Congress. And in fact, it still turns up regularly in publications today. The original photograph was very little circulated for a simple reason. It was by a Chinese photographer. And the photographer was Lai Ah-fong, who had a photography shop in Hong Kong in the 1870s. Ah-fong was among the very earliest Chinese photographers and now widely considered to be the most important Chinese photographer of the 19th century. He traveled around China to get the images he wanted, including journeying over 1,000 miles up the coast to Tianjin to produce this photograph. Taken in late autumn or winter, possibly in 1871, it evokes a powerful sense of desolation. The ruins of the church facade and lofty tower are reflected only lightly in the still waters of the high river at its confluence. Whereas several similar images by other photographers have the church in the middle, Lai Ah-fong's photograph divides almost precisely in half. On the left, the Chinese-influenced river gateway, surrounding buildings, and a boat filled with people. On the right, the ruined church placed very deliberately off-center and flanked by leafless trees. The survival of this particular print is remarkable in itself because its owner, Robert Hart, who we now come to after some minutes, Robert Hart chose to save it and dozens of other Lai Ah-fong prints when Hart's own house was burning down after anti-foreign attacks on Europeans in Beijing in 1900. Hart placed these and other photographs in a wheelbarrow to be rescued while the rest of his possessions burned. It makes sense that Hart was so attached to Lai Ah-fong's vision. Both men were from the margins of their respective cultural worlds, Hart from a small town in the north of Ireland, Lai Ah-fong from Hong Kong. Both tied their fortunes to British imperialism in China, but were at one removed from it, Hart having the official title of a Chinese government civil servant and Lai Ah-fong running his own business. They both depended on British imperial patronage for their livelihoods. Hart required the support of the British government to maintain his position, and Lai Ah-fong sold his wares in the British colony of Hong Kong to a substantially foreign market. I called this paper a decentered lens because Lai Ah-fong declines here, despite his customer base, simply to center Western imperialism, or even, if we take an Anthropocene perspective, even his humanity itself. Despite its bifurcation, this photograph is not, I would suggest, an image which is easily reducible to binaries. There is confrontation, but also flow. The river runs here towards the viewer and towards the church. The Chinese and the foreign elements are juxtaposed, but cannot be disentangled. I'd like to take Lai Ah-fong's decentered lens as an inspiration to think a little more about the nature of colonial photography collections in the remaining few minutes. From the perspective of Anthropocene heritage, that is, of a counter-apocalyptic attempt, as I described it earlier, to decolonize the collection, this image raises powerful themes. The grim butcher's bill of colonialism, Chinese and the bill that is for both Chinese and foreigners, memorialized in this image, becomes a metaphor for colonialism's global consequences. We're also reminded of the intimate association between colonialism and environment, with the high river providing not simply a scenic backdrop for French construction in Tianjin, but also serving as a crucial trade artery linking Beijing to the ocean. Most powerfully of all, we come back to where we started, the living image of a dead thing. The transient catastrophe of colonialism at Tianjin created a ruin in which modern and postmodern viewers perceive a powerful symbol of the futility of human endeavor in the face of the inevitability of decay. Colin Sterling calls this the inherent precarity of the ruin, always on the verge of collapse. The Anthropocene perspective, however, suggests for Sterling and many others that, quote, living with ruins requires a fundamental reorientation towards decomposition and curated decay, which pursues a form of more than human, anti-egotistical heritage built around entropy rather than preservation. We can mourn the violence at Tianjin while also acknowledging the freighted imagery of a dead building and asking ourselves why a dead building weighs so heavily on our imaginations when the high river basin in the foreground, which is today at risk of dying from pollution, carries almost no visual weight at all. An Anthropocene decolonizing approach, not just to this image, but to the photographic collection, might lead us to create what the Humboldt Museum in 2015, drawing on scholars like Igor Kopitov and Arjun Appadurai, called object biographies. The curators at the Humboldt explained that they emphasized objects' trajectories and their social and cultural lives in order to narrate the relationships and entanglement between people and objects in general, and of violent colonial appropriation in particular. In the case of photography, an object biography approach, as we've seen in relation to Lai Yafeng's photograph of Guanghailo Church, understands photographs not as the products of a single moment of artistic creation, but instead as the results of social and natural processes connecting the people, objects, places, and environments in the frame with their wider world. The transactions which took the photograph from Lai Yafeng's hand into an album belonging to Sir Robert Hart and thence to Queen's University Belfast are just one aspect of a much broader relational web, traces of which are not merely encoded but plainly reproduced in the image and therefore readily perceptible to the viewer. Decentering questions of provenance in favor of a broader understanding of creation and dissemination allows the photographs to be conceptually recentered within the wider heritage of both China and Ireland, and belonging, in one sense, to both. Conceptually recentered, maybe, but an object can only be in one place at a time. If we open ourselves up to a broader understanding of where, conceptually speaking, a photograph belongs, what does that mean for its physical location? Digital copies of physical photographs, as opposed to the limitless duplications of born digital images, do, as Kaisha Tahatik notes, limit their historical potential by removing their material forms. In other words, the same logic of broadly conceptualized environmental relationality, which might lead us to question a narrowly provenance-based approach to understanding where colonial photography belongs, should also lead us to conclude that digital facsimiles are not equivalent to the objects they aspire to copy. A truly Anthropocene-aware approach to colonial photography must surely acknowledge that many photographs may be connected to and maybe even belong in multiple places and will always be, in some sense, decentered. Restitution is essential, yes, but restitution alone cannot get all these photographs home, since many embody the dislocations of colonialism, which cannot be perfectly healed. For Joanna Zielinska, accepting the failure of the human attempt to control, well, everything, can guide us to new questions. Zielinska asks, what kind of coexistence and collaborations do we want to create in its aftermath? So a counter-apocalyptic approach to heritage, I would suggest, finds value in colonial photography, not in spite of its decentered, uncomfortable quality, but because of it.
Thank you so much, Emma. I now want to call on all our speakers to join us with Professor Shahid Wada, yay, for a moderated discussion. I do not know how you want this to work. You're going to be up here. Yeah. Okay. buttons and pieces of paper. We don't. So first, let me apologize for being up here once again. I should have taken a little more interest in how they were putting the schedule together, and but just a few perhaps remarks and some background. This session is really a kind of follow-up to a conference that was held in April on Ireland and Empire and museums. And some of these arguments have been developed since then much more. There were lots of questions then, and I think you begin to try to answer some of those questions. But in answering some of those questions, I think you've also answered some of the questions that arose from the previous session today and through the conference, or at least attempted to pose additional questions and provide some ways of how one might begin to address the question of how we decolonize. And in some ways, the attempt is one which Emma makes right at the end, which is, it's about the entanglement. And the entanglement is not one of equality. It's not one of justice. And it's that position, injustice, if you like, both epistemological and physical, and in the way in which these collections are spread around the world, but particularly in Europe. And here I include Britain, even though you Brexited. But it includes that, because no matter how much the UK wants to see itself as somehow independent of Europe and an ally of the US, it was part of the major colonial powers, and that these overlapped in very significant ways. South Africa was colonized by three: the Portuguese, the Dutch, and the English. And that poses for a settler colony such as South Africa some very important questions as to how that engagement takes place. For Ireland, it asks the question around what was Ireland, a place colonized by the English, part and against empire. So, and I applaud the attempt by Irish academics to begin to address this question, because I think it has possibly a model or several models about how it might be addressed in different parts of the world. Because it's not just a slave trade about people moving from parts of Africa to the Caribbean. There's the follow-up of that, which is indentured labor. This has real serious implications in places like Mauritius, South Africa, Fiji, and of course in the Caribbean itself and Suriname. And it goes on in that way. So I think that there's something significant in the way in which this group of academics, both at Queen's and in the South, that are beginning to address this question. So I think it's quite important. I think it's also important that you do have an Irish aristocracy and the point that you were making, Brian, about an Irish aristocracy and an administrative civil service that spread itself around the world in and part of empire. And what does it bring back? And how then do we share that? And when we say share, we don't mean in the sense of some sort of harmonious give and take. There are tough and difficult questions that have to be addressed. In Owen's presentation, there is the beginning of that. It is difficult, it is tough. There are questions that will not be settled. In my own experience of just repatriating human remains from the museums and the universities in South Africa back to the communities within Southern Africa, and to retrieve from the museums that took human remains from South African museums. Remember now, or certainly in the colony of South Africa or in the colony of the Cape, the museums were the first places of learning. We heard that, I think, earlier today, right? These are very important points. The museums are not neutral in these processes. And so we have to recognize those powers. So I think that this ambivalence, the ambivalence and the entanglement on very unequal terms is something that we have to begin to address. And I hope that we can now open this up for that kind of discussion. Okay, if we can't, then perhaps you want to respond to what I have said.
Yeah, I mean, I think within an Irish context, the entanglement, the ambivalence is, as you rightly said, such a challenging context to be working in. From a public history perspective in the role of museums, I think it is something that there has been a real avoidance of in the past. Certainly in the Northern Irish context, I mean, National Museums NI, which is the National Museum of Northern Ireland, has up until very, very recently completely and utterly avoided even dealing with the history of the Northern Ireland conflict, never mind some of the bigger issues around Ireland's role within empire and Ireland's position as a colonised place. And that absolute ambivalence has meant that cultural institutions have just not known how to begin to tackle these questions. We're starting now to see a greater, I guess, more bravery, more openness to have these conversations. And certainly looking at the Ulster Museum, which would be these are the main, there's the showcase of National Museums NI, a willingness now to start tackling some of these very, very uncomfortable questions. And maybe, Brian, you can speak in a moment about the sort of colonial aspect of it, but from my own perspective, looking at the history of the conflict, particularly using art and using culture as a way into opening up these very difficult conversations, rather than going in with 2 big feet and saying, right, okay, let's tackle the past, which is never going to end well. By using objects, and by using objects, again, go back to this question that unite people as well as jolting them into the sense of difference. And I think using both together works incredibly well, because people can come together and say, actually, yes, something like a concert that happened in the middle of the Troubles. Well, we all went to that. We all experienced that. That was something we have in common. At the same time, juxtaposed with things that really jolt people into a sense of being really uncomfortable and having to face up to the differences. And that works really, really well. I'm waffling, so I'm going to hand it to Brian.
Yeah, I think, having spoken to kind of different curators that worked in National Museums NI during the Troubles, my understanding of how they dealt with ethnographic, which in itself, of course, is a problematic term, but how they dealt with ethnographic collections was that they did quite celebratory exhibitions focusing on Polynesia, and there was an exhibition of Kwaibo missionary material. They've got fantastic oceanic collections, but they always did them from a biographical perspective. So they were looking at the collectors of the past. And that was a kind of a safe discourse to operate within during the Troubles in Northern Ireland. They didn't look at the more problematic aspects of imperial collecting, because if the C word had been raised, the word colonialism had been raised in public discourse, that could have contributed to the re-inflammation of the Troubles that was already going on outside of the museum's walls.
But their latest exhibition, Inclusive Global Histories, has a kind of a past, present, future structure. So the past focuses on problematic collectors of the past, including those collectors that had been previously lauded through the biographies. And the present focuses on contemporary racism in Northern Ireland and how that's being tackled. And then the future is about restitution and repatriation and conversations that are happening globally between the museums as partners. The context for this, of course, is the recent Museums Association decolonisation guidelines. And that provides a kind of a UK framework for museums to operate within and to start opening up conversations. And I think one of the most important words in those guidelines is transparency. So National Museums NI is I can't speak for them, I'm speaking about them, I should emphasize. I don't work for them, work outside of National Museums NI, but in partnership with them. So it very transparently now will present when it changes labels and the reasons why some of the labeling has been problematic in the past. I think there is still a way to go before we start looking at whether the subject of whether Ireland itself was a colony. You know, that's something that people have very strong views about.
Okay. Mike and then Edward.
Thank you. I would like to I was struck by what Emma had said, that Anthropocene is a colonial discourse, which challenges the very essence of this, this conference. In fact, if we're asking what sort of collaboration, can we disentangle the fact that the colonial powers have generated this environmental crisis, and we're then asking everybody to chip in? Isn't this the wrong way of actually approaching it? And perhaps Emma can give us some help about what we should be doing.
Emma, your prophetic words are important.
Just a small job that I've been given there. I suppose we could conceptualize the responses to this as threefold. There's the analysis of the Anthropocene as a colonial discourse, which posits that it is so polluted by a colonial understanding of the nature of human control and the value systems embedded in that, that it may be that it's unusable as a way to try to get ourselves out of the current predicament. But that then begs the question of what we do instead. And I'd suggest that there is an emerging division, really, or division's too strong, but an emerging bifurcation of scholarly responses. On the one hand, you have the reaction of somebody like Deepesh Chakrabarti, which I quoted in my talk, of really saying, this is an existential threat, and we need to rethink how we understand colonialism to make sense of this existential threat. So we need to shift our understandings of colonialism to one side and reshape them in relation to this existential threat. And I can't stress enough how astonishing it is for one of the key voices in post-colonial studies to have said that. Then an alternative, so this is the kind of almost catastrophizing approach. And then there is the alternative perspective, which says, well, there may be a way out of this. And that way out of this is what I term the counter-apocalyptic, following philosophers and others who've used that term. And that approach is to try to understand how we might think of ourselves relationally in connection with all life on this planet. And by doing that, perhaps also think of new ways of relating, not just to other species, but to each other. And out of that context of openness and willingness to think in new ways, bearing in mind what Shahid had said about the importance of recognizing inequalities that exist, perhaps there is a way forward. And it seems to me that it is in that direction that the climate justice movement is tending to go, to focus on collaboration, cooperation, but a type of collaboration, cooperation, which is shaped by foregrounding those voices which have been obscured and underrepresented, and by remembering at all times the colonial and post-colonial nature of climate injustice and the demands that that makes on us for climate justice. Now, as to how that runs through into contemporary global politics, I suppose that as a historian, and in the spirit of what my colleagues have already said, all I would say is that by talking, and above all by listening, by sharing, perhaps we can come together as a species and listen to each other's experiences before it's too late.
Thank you. Perhaps later I'll share you what Professor Satkar's experience has been so far. But Edward.
Thank you very much. I suppose, yeah, I had a similar question or comment as from Mike's really, and so Emma, in some respect, you can just press later on there, could you, Shahid? Sorry.
Oh.
And I think in many respects, Emma's just addressed that. I have more than perhaps half a mind on this challenge that MOHA is, I suppose, given itself in trying to formulate this Cape Town document. And this panel in particular has been so good at focusing, I think, the primary questions that we have to address and put down in writing to present to UNESCO, to present to a global heritage industry, which I think my sense certainly from the last 2.5 days has been that the systems and the structures that are in place that we've inherited from the 19th and 20th centuries are largely redundant. They're dysfunctional in the 21st century. And what we're all asking is, well, how do we grapple with the challenges and questions that we've all identified and are trying to deal with? And you're doing so beautifully in your work, and as proven in this panel. How do we put that down in writing to present to UNESCO, say, this is the change that we want to see implemented? When there's resistance even from within the institution, whether that's an academic institution or a global heritage institution. And so I hope that MOHA is trying, or is able perhaps even, to straddle that bifurcation that Emma is talking about. I don't know if that's possible, but Dipesh Chakrabarti did participate in our early workshops back in April 2021, and his presentation is live on the MOHA website, which is currently hosted by UCT, and it will be on the MOHA website when it's finished, the new MOHA website when it's finished. So it's I suppose more than a question, it's merely a reflection on maybe day 3 prior to us going to Liverpool, where we'll meet further colleagues at UNESCO to try and get this document in some form of final shape, maybe not the final thing, but as a reflection on the process that MOHA has gone through over the last 2.5 years, which has been genuinely global and collaborative, and will continue to be so. And I can't thank enough for your contributions to that in this panel presentation this morning. So please do, again, I reiterate, contribute to that discussion on the Cape Town document over the course of this afternoon and also online, following up with the presentations today. We will have, Shahid and I and others, we'll have this follow-up session after the round table this afternoon, if there's time. So please do stay tuned into these discussions throughout today, and we'll have that summing up this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay. And I would just add to that presenters, please let us have your more formed papers for part of the proceeding, as part of the second proceedings of this, because in order to make the argument to a place like UNESCO, you need what may be called the empirical evidence to support the claims that you're making. And so it's vitally important that we have those. And those of the younger scholars who feel somewhat intimidated by wanting to do that, please do send them in anyway. The editors are not going to bark at you. They will be entirely sympathetic in the way in which all those are addressed. So please do that. It's always good to show an older generation within UNESCO that the younger generation are really taking these issues seriously, and that makes a world of difference. So please, thank you. And I will, unless there is some urgent there is one urgent, and there's another one. Sorry, I thought I was going to let you guys off the hook. This is not going to be the case. So.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I really enjoyed them, and sorry, I know that we should wrap up, but I think what I want to contribute to the discussion, say, is a counter kind of idea. What scholar Glenn Sean Coulthard spoke in the Canadian context about us working, say we spoke about working and choosing our language and our ideas. But what I wonder is how posing them or suggesting them within a context of museums or UNESCO's, say, institutionalized and colonial platforms, does that really help in getting over the ties of the master-slave or colonizer-colonized relations? So what he poses, the scholar Shanglin Coulthard, is that we should first decolonize our own terms as indigenous people or, say, specific communities, to then grow within ourselves and understand what is that we want, regardless of the recognition of the state or any imperial power in that sense. So I would love to hear your thoughts if there's time, otherwise.
Do you want to answer that, or shall we just take that?
I thank you. I'm really fascinated about your method of doing research, because I have been doing quite a few participatory research, people-centric research in my work. So I'm wondering why Jordan? There are a lot of conflict-ridden places which are multi-ethnic in nature. Was that anything particular that drawn you towards Jordan? In terms of engaging the college, university students in the conversation, why did you feel there was a resistance towards talking to you particularly, or maybe you have collaborated with somebody from there? So what was kind of the power relation that was going on there? Yes, and when you were planning on doing object biographies and walks, which are wonderful, how those will be documented? Because in Northern Ireland context, I understand it's a museum, but for Jordan, where do you want this to take? Where will these stories travel to? I'm interested in. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much. So thanks for that, and we'll come back to your question in a moment, but just very practical terms, just trying to think, I should have been taking notes while you were speaking. The question about why Jordan was simply because the archaeologist who'd been working in Jordan was aware of the work I was doing in Belfast in a public history perspective, and felt that we could really contribute that public history dimension, that engagement dimension, to the work he was doing. I would really love, as a development of my work, to definitely take it into much more conflict affected communities and societies, because Jordan is not so much, it's more conflict affected because of the migration within it, rather than the society itself that's in conflict, but it was a practical decision in that sense. The reticence, the desire not to speak, I don't know, but there were various factors there. There was definitely that power dynamic, which is why we try to encourage people to tell stories to each other, with us very much stepping back and not being part of that. But even within that, a reluctance to talk about themselves. And what the reason for that is, I don't know. But there's a real desire to please and to try and to work and cooperate among the students. So I think there's maybe just a reticence to talk too much about themselves, but certainly the use of objects and the ability to walk through places and reflect from that, on their past experiences, just did open up a whole new way in which they thought and spoke. And it was, I felt, much more participatory and much there was much less of a power dynamic, because they were sent off to do it by themselves, and therefore there was much of a more sense of freedom around that. I'm trying to think, well, there's another element to your question about the Northern Irish context. Can you remind me?
Where would these collected documents and stories, where will it come to? Digital repository or somewhere in Jordan where this will be The community museum, where will it go?
Okay, so in Jordan, eventually the stories will be held within the local community. So there is a community center in Duban that's run by local people. So the idea is that any stories that are collected will sit there, but then elements of those will also be incorporated into signage at the actual site itself. So it's really to try and get the voices of the local people on the signage at the archaeological site. In a Northern Irish context, the stories are going to be held by the Public Record Office, but the idea is that the community will both work on those and that there will also be access to those online so that, you know, they are everybody's, they're not held somewhere in an official repository. I hope that's answered your questions. And do you want to?
Thank you. I was really struck by the phrase that you used about decolonizing the self. I think that was it. And it's really given me pause to think about what does that mean for me? I suppose the purpose of the paper for me was to kind of try and push the materials away from my own identity. So I would rather not focus on how I might decolonize myself. I'm more interested in engaging with others and collaboratively looking at those materials and what they mean. I mean, I've thought a lot about sort of how objects colonize our identities. And certainly when we were clearing the house I described, you could see how colonized we were. But that's a kind of, in a way, it's a play on words. Yeah, I think for me, it's about passing the conversation over. Maybe Emma wants to say something.
Emma, is she there? Oh, there. No, she's okay. I'll take the sign languages. Okay, I think we now have to bring it all to a conclusion for this session, and we have lunch until 1:30. Okay, so in about 50 minutes time, you will be back here. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon and welcome to this session on conflict and traumatic heritage. I'm Emily Mann. Some of you met me already. I'm chairing another session, but I teach and research here at the Bartlett School of Architecture, particularly teaching on the MA in Architecture and Historic Urban Environments. And I have a co-chair today. Would you like to come and present yourself? You'll need the mic.
Quite similar. My name is Tomas Sografos. I also teach here, and I try to do a bit of research, and my research interests focus on heritage.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Stamatis. So we're going to follow the usual process, which is to introduce the speakers as we go and have a conversation at the end. So save your questions and comments and we'll open it up to the floor as quickly as possible after the contributions. So we have 3 in person and a bit of online, half and half. And so the order in which we'll take the papers, just in case your paperwork doesn't match up, is first of all White Cities Black Labour with Emilio Distretti, then Negotiating Indigenous Nostalgia with Jude Jabali, followed by half in person and half online, Unintended Modern Heritage in Conflict with Savia Palate and Paniota Pila. And Savia will present in person and Paniota will join us online for the conversation. And then finally, Inseparable Conflict, the Port of Beirut's Contested Heritage with Hanadi Samhan and Camilo Boano. So that's the order. And so I'd like to begin by introducing our first speaker, Emilio Distretti, a researcher, writer, and educator, currently tutoring architecture at the Royal College of Art in London and a postdoctoral fellow in history and theory of architecture and urbanism at the University of Basel in Switzerland. So very busy and lots of different places at the same time. Well, welcome and thank you for sparing the time to be here in person. Emilio's work centers around theories and practices of decolonial reuse of fascist and colonial architecture, architectural heritage, really interesting issue close to my own thinking at the moment, but particularly in the Mediterranean and the Horn of Africa. But today going to be speaking about white cities, Black labour, reframing modern colonial heritage through experiences of labour. Thank you very much, Emilio.
Yeah, thanks, Emily, for the let's do it. Wow. That should be okay, I guess. Yeah. Right. Thanks, Emily, for the very kind introduction, and for everyone, especially for the amazing session this morning. I mean, it often happens in this kind of situation where you hear so many thought-provoking ideas and comments that you want to change from scratch your presentation. So I will not try to do that, but I wanted somehow also to build on a few things that have been said this morning, and also on how to relate this work that I'm doing today. I would like to share a few threads of inquiry and research. It's not a completed work, but somehow very much, and I think this is an occasion to build a conversation with Jude that will share the panel with me, and with this idea of like how to think decolonization and how we can translate it in heritage practices, theories, pedagogies, and discourses, especially starting from the question of the self, which is very important also if we want to relate it to the wider question of liberation. So now the case studies that also wanted to kind of introduce, it's not a disclaimer, but I really take the occasion and the privilege to speak today, illustrating some threads and ideas on how we can look at labor as a field, as a topic that help us also in reconsidering translating further question of decolonization in architectural heritage. And this is a work that I've been developing with colleagues, fellows, academics from the Eritrean diaspora, at the same time Palestinian conservators and friends, especially also an ongoing debate that is a conversation that I started with the Riwak in Palestine, about also on how to understand the question of heritage and decolonization in relation to repair. And the question of repair is very central also because, especially if we think about the built environment, it somehow relates to the double wound, the physical one of places and buildings that are in a kind of structural decay, but at the same time, the wound of colonial violence that kind of is tangible until this very day. In order to introduce and to explain to you also how I approach and entering and getting closer to the question of labor, I wanted also to understand like what is like one of the main elephant in the room in heritage discourse and practices, as also the way Laura Jane Smith has called it an authorized heritage discourse, and she defines it as such. And in the meantime, would like also to leave a few pictures in the background just to understand what is the field of my investigation. And opening the quote, it focuses this discourse on aesthetically pleasing material objects, buildings, sites, places, and landscapes that current generations must care for, protect, and rever, so that they might be passed to nebulous future generations for their education and to forge a sense of common identity based on the past. So what starting with this critique and understanding what is the focus of also on how experimental preservationists, decolonial preservationists are tackling these questions, I wanted also to kind of explain further the rationale and also elaborate shortly about, again, like what we know already, that preservation does not concern the physical building itself, but it also refers to the group of people and a whole system of social relations in which they engage through making architecture both tangible and intangible heritage. So what is preserving again? Preserving is a process that is enmeshed in the politics of cultural identity for understanding the mutually constitutive relations between people and things, which depends on a sort of co-production, which is for me a key term in that, of co-creating heritage objects. I think like also today in the previous intervention by Richard, if I'm not wrong, he was kind of rightly pointing out about the difference that we perceive between legacy and heritage. And heritage, in fact, speak very much to the question of choosing. When I'm talking about choosing, it's about like understanding the heritage practice as a choice, as something that involves individual agency. That is something that we have learned also through the postmodern critique as very different from the authorial act. So the idea of the death of the author came also back like to criticize this idea of the author as a totally modern invention. Like also if you think about the Western Hemisphere, the Northern Hemisphere, the idea of the author until medieval time was not even considered. So where authoring was somehow and was translated as an object, that means creating something that was not there before in a way that calls attention and reference only to the creator. And when I'm talking about the creator, I'm imagining, again, this modern construct where the creation is in the hand of an authority, of a master, of a designer, an architect, and eventually also, of course, the nation state. In this scheme, what is absent, and I wanted to clarify, is somehow this sort of absent presence that is never acknowledged. And the fact that also the question of agency comes indeed from labor. The modern world is somehow the way it's constructed. When I'm talking about the modern world, I'm also trying to take it from a decolonial analysis and perspective of combining, creating this dual relation between modernity and coloniality and colonialism. And in relation to labor, I consider the modern world as the product of a gigantic process of labor, where the first thing to be forgotten is labor process in itself. So the object of heritage in this contract is again like becoming a sign of power, authority, and wealth. And modern heritage is somehow built and designed to conceal the source and the labor conditions of its making. And the way the object of heritage is systematically detached and alienated from its manufacture. So this idea to understand how, to what extent, like we can also try to rethink and push for a decolonial agenda and struggle within heritage practices and theory, and how labor is missing on that, of course, is very much building on the work that also this group of scholars has produced until now, and I'm also referring to the case of the 2017 nomination of Asmara, which also Ed and his co-authors have written also in the curator volume that we all read. And to the point that the nomination of Asmara as modernist Italian colonial architecture as a world heritage site follow like had to go under like a kind of substantial criticism, where ICOMOS rejected the claim that was made by the Asmara Heritage Project for the consideration of criteria 3 of the application, which highlighted the essential role of Eritrean laborers, skills and materials in the construction of the city. At the end, the Asmara was accepted as part of the nomination by UNESCO for its modernist architecture and planning, rendering its African context largely irrelevant. So to the question of, and this is like the work that you have been doing, like request extra information about pertaining the criterion focusing on the design and construction of Asmara built fabric. And many elements regarding of Eritrea, huge supply of basalt, granite, sandstone, but also the actual skills and the labor was somehow that of the indigenous population that included cutting and laying stones for foundation, road building, lining ditches, and other type of infrastructures was somehow not included. So the local skill and expertise that was employed by Eritreans like somehow like was again very much neglected. I wanted to create also, because I think it's one of the important elements when we think about how to understand and practice decolonial methodologies in our work, is also to fight some sort of isolation in which certain forms of knowledge and practices are forced. So, and in order to do that, it was interesting for me to see also how the nomination of Asmara was, of course, also built like on on the legacy that was done in relation to the case of other modernist cities. And here we're going to the situation posed by the nomination of Tel Aviv as UNESCO World Heritage Site, which is 2003. And it was, of course, presented and nominated for the Bauhaus-inspired modernism, which again reinforced the idea that heritage preservation differentiated the status of Western, non-Western built environments, and not only distinguishes the white city from the adjacent Palestinian city of Jaffa, echoing the spatial segregation of other colonial cities. The nomination, of course, was again concealing the role played by indigenous Palestinian labor in its construction. So just to also speak in terms of how this is explained, when we are thinking about the first plan for a new Jewish suburb to the north of Jaffa, this was drawn in 1906. With, of course, the Zionist preference for Jewish labor and settler coming from other parts of Europe, which was still, this project was still in its infancy. Now, there would be also very interesting parallel if we want to think about how the Italian colonial project, especially under Mussolini, and the question of the way Zionists moved labor to Palestine, how these two discourses entangled, but we don't have enough time for that, but it would be a very much interesting element. What I wanted to show again is like two images, again, like not in order to create necessarily a comparison, but it's more how to think in a relational way and in an entangled manner. The picture represent, like on the left of the 1909, represented the district of Hausat Bait, that in Hebrew means building houses, where the chairman of the planning committee called for, in order to build it, an exclusive use of Jewish workers. So in practice, and this is again recalling like a similar narrative in the Italian discourse of trying to bring to Eritrea, but like also in other contexts, like in the north of Africa, in Eritrea and in Ethiopia. But of course, the colonization of Ethiopia lasted very little, to try to create a settler colonial project that would take like thousands of Italian settlers. So in practice, in both cases, it was in the early phase of the Zionist project of the construction of Tel Aviv. This was not realized at the beginning, where we are talking about new settlers that, of course, were unfamiliar with the local stones or building techniques, and because their kind of provenance and their European background, they also wanted much higher wages. So also in this case, there was like a return to like, of course, less ideological and much more pragmatic from the colonizer and occupier point of view, that led to the use of much cheaper and more capable Palestinian labor. So in this image, you see like a construction site. And when we talk about like the presence, absence about labor is also interesting, because this image is taken from the Zionist archive. And interestingly so, when you see all the other images that come from the 20s, the 30s onward, you will see the construction site full of Jewish settlers. In these images, you see a kind of very interesting void and emptiness. And this is also explained like how the change in the use of the material like developed, because this is the first period where the early settlement of Hausat Bait was built with Palestinian labor and more local building material. Well, after the 20s, with the construction that pushed like the so-called modernist city, were relying very much more on concrete. That was much more easier, and with plaster on the front that was actually operated and used by settler labor. This is like, these are two threads that I wanted to present, and again, I wanted to go towards the conclusion also to think about how we can imagine parallel paths of critique and the way we can look at a different context from a decolonial perspective, also thinking about labor as a somehow an experience that put together and create a relational path of rethinking heritage. This image is from the 1937 Alhambra cinema in Jaffa. That was actually, you see the flag that before becoming like the Palestinian symbol also was revolving and calling for and representing the Pan-Arabist movement, where at the time at the beginning of the years that will lead to the Arab Revolt that will end in 1939. And it's also kind of was put on the top of the building as an attempt also to support and symbolize the union of the Palestinian people around the strikes. So the idea that I would like also to follow in that sense is to think about how through kind of the oral history and also recalling back histories around the strikes, we can think about how the right over the city can entangle and meet questions of repair and reparation, and how to imagine somehow a decolonized future through experiences of labor. I hope also there will be a chance further to elaborate on that. Thank you.
That was brilliant. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yep, you can find the next person. Hello. Right, our next speaker is Jude Jabali. And hold on, find more information about Jude. Right, so Jude Jabali is an architect and a site scavenging partner scholar. She has completed the Architecture and Historic Urban Environments MA program at the Bartlett. Her work explores indigenous approaches to self-determination under settler colonialism in Palestine, focusing on memory, culture, and imagined urban futures. Jude. So you will need to attach this to.
Okay. Try and figure it out.
Yeah.
Good.
Can you test to see whether we can hear you?
Yeah. Is it good? Okay. Okay. So hi everyone. Okay, I'm just gonna start. The landscape of this densely built stone structures flowing down the hilltop along the natural topography, which once housed families, was transformed by the Israeli army's bombings on Christmas Eve of 1951. al-Khirab, mother of ruins in Arabic, the nickname formerly given to the village for its ruins from the Mamluk, Crescents, and Canaan periods, now has tragic meaning. Ikrith is a village located by Palestine's northern border with Lebanon. It was historically known for its economic and cultural connection to the land, where its inhabitants made their living from selling produce. Before its destruction, its built environment, designed by master builders who constructed houses according to the needs and availability of local materials, social cultural norms, environmental conditions, and financial ability, reflected the social and cultural life of the people. It was therefore a close-knit with shared walls, proportional and well situated within the land's topography, as seen in the historical image of the village on one of its church's inner walls. During the Nakba, the catastrophe in Arabic, the Arabic designation given to the murder and displacement of more than 800,000 indigenous Palestinians from 1948 and onwards at the hands of the Zionist movement, Ikrith was one of the 530 Palestinian villages destroyed and depopulated. Unlike most, however, Ikrith was initially targeted for eviction in November of 1948. That is after the Nakba's main event and the formation of the State of Israel, which is generally given as May of 1948. And Ikrith got destroyed 3 years later. The only built heritage remaining today is the Melkite Greek Catholic Church on the top of the hill, and tellingly, the cemetery at the bottom of the slope. The traumatic and defining events of the Nakba became the axis of temporality for Ikrithers, as indeed for all Palestinians, where generations are counted from that point of history. Following Palestinians' sudden loss of control over their land and space, the development of collective consciousness, primarily through memory, has become its central strategy of survival and resistance in the face of Israeli settler colonialism to evoke imaginations of the future from an indigenous selected point of departure. Amir Ashkar was one of the several third-generation Ikrithers whom I spoke with during this research, shared with me the story of his grandfather, Abu Na'mi. Abu Na'mi was 20 years old when Ikrith was first targeted for evacuation. Through the years, he built models of Ikrith both to pass on his knowledge to his grandchildren and to train and preserve his memory in fear of oblivion. Amir told me, I remember him toiling with polystyrene. He would speak about memory. It was important to him. He thought that if he did not remember, no one would. End quote. For generations, Palestinians used different mapping techniques from mapping the physical built/destroyed environment through two-dimensional maps to mapping experiences and stories through books and poems that, according to Rochelle Davis, quote, create a direct emotional relationship between memories and places of the past. Space becomes a tool to generate and materialize memory that in turn forms identity and communal belonging to space amongst indigenous people. As part of his quest for preservation, Abu Na'mi, like many others, wrote poems about Ikrith, yearning for its past and lamenting its lost future. Lyrics are sometimes written on the tombs in Ikrith cemetery. These writings describe in intricate detail the village's space before its destruction, the built elements and nature, the village's walls, windows, and stones, among other things, and thus preserve the physical and emotional experience of the space. In a text that accompanies a photograph of a model that he made of his parents' house, Abu Na'mi wrote, your shape and the features of your sections are still in my imagination. Here you are in small scale in front of me. How can I forget the corner where I was born and the small terrace I walked on as a child and touched your walls growing up? But now I spiritually live on your ruins. When I left you last time, I was scared and I cried, and on your ruins, my tears cleared. Until when? Indigenous articulation of Ikrith's lost history was not confined to an emotional yearning to the past. In 1990, it catalyzed first-generation Ikrithers to launch an annual summer camp in the village called Roots, to educate younger generations about the village's history. They consisted of teach-outs to foster a sense of community among camp participants, despite their scatteredness. The generational passing of both pre- and post-Nakba stories led the youth to internalize a geographical identity, despite being born and growing up elsewhere, at times in major influential cities and towns, such as Haifa, Kufr Yassif, and Malia. Ikrith's following generations came to identify as Ikrithi, meaning Ikrither in Arabic, and actively follow in the footsteps of the first generation to materialize the right of return. The third generation of Ikrith in particular refers to themselves as children of the camp. In my talks with them, they emphasized the importance of the camps for their project of return later. Yet for all their generative capacities, memories of the past, be it past traumatic events or ways of being, can and tend to become constraining when used for political gain through settler frameworks. Once suspended in anticipation over time, memories are mutated and developed into nostalgia. Nostalgia, Yara Hawari argues, can be seen as a perspective, an articulation for a better tomorrow which fully embraces the past. But, end quote, but it can also be the product of distortions created with time to silence unpleasant past events, to make the past an attractive place to dwell in, thus curbing indigenous imaginations and possibilities for the present and the future. This sort of nostalgia has informed much of the studies of Palestinian built environment and their uncritical adoption of the preservation paradigm in writing Palestine's heritage into formal history. Rana Barakat suggests that by perpetuating this sense of nostalgic yearning and adopting the preservation paradigm wholesale, especially in relation to ruins, Israel succeeds in suppressing Palestinian political aspirations and stripping away indigenous agency. Instinctively, indigenous people perceive preservation as a testament to indigenous existence in colonial contexts, and therefore consider it a route to political gain. The idea is that redress must follow once injustice is recognized. Barakat problematizes this presumption and argues that in drawing attention to a deteriorating heritage and focusing on its symbolic representation, preservation in colonial contexts becomes a staticizing device. It confines, fixes, and essentializes indigenous people, their histories, cultures, and ontologies, hemming them into a folkloric past that is not necessarily materially contextual, viable, or desired. Rana's argument brings to mind a similar process described by the revolutionary Frantz Fanon. Quote, the native is being hemmed in by settler colonialism. Apartheid is simply one form of the division into compartments of the colonial world. The first thing the colonial subject learns is to remain in his place and not to overstep its limits, end quote. Preservation here works counterintuitively. In its focus on symbolic conservation of what has remained, the preservation paradigm draws Palestinians into a race against time, thus hemming them into the past and preventing them from imagining what Layla Abu Lughod calls alternative futures. And by encouraging preservation, the colonizer gets ahead of the transgressive potential latent in the recognition of indigenous histories and thwarts its ability to unsettle hegemonic orders, let alone lead to transitional justice. Instead, Palestinians are recycled into what Barakat scrutinized as, quote, folkloric and aborted version of their former self, a form of museumification that is their only way of being, further reinforcing the settler colonial binary. This is partly the reason why Israeli architects were obsessed with symbolically preserving what they perceived as Palestinianness in the 1960s. The ruins of depopulated villages were stripped of the ugliness, distress, and pain of desertion and produced as romanticized landscapes or structures to serve as artists' colonies and to inspire the local Israeli building. As Alona Nitzan Shiftan ironically poses, what is more Israeli than an abandoned Palestinian area? Here, what Patrick Wolf calls the elimination of the native takes on a different form, one that is less explicit and coercive and more subtle. Ikrit's cemetery, which is the structure that we see on the left in the image, is an architectural and urban manifestation of the distortions caused to indigenous subjectivity by colonial discourses of loss and ruin. Suspended in anticipation over 7 decades, the notion of death made its way into Ikrit's first-generation consciousness as a strategy of returning things to their proper place. Death has become a comforting prospect. Jerry's Khatib, a third-generation Ikrither, described this situation saying that they, the Zionists, want you to maintain this peaceful thought that you will be buried in Ikrith. This is for their benefit of their no non-Jewish return policy. It distorts you a little and blurs your vision. You think you made a claim to your right, I mean. It's like they make you believe that you are better than other refugees, the fact that you can be buried in Ikrith. It's like you begin to compare circumstances of your lives and forget the main purpose, which is that you wish to return. Do I want to return down there to the cemetery? There's a trap in this, even emotionally, for years. To reach the cemetery, one goes down the hilltop from the church and enter a metal gate at the bottom of the slope to climb a small set of stairs. From the bottom of the hill, the landscape of the slope reveals the remaining stones from the ruins, hidden mainly by wild, dry bushes. After climbing the stairs, a second metal gate into the cemetery awaits. The tombs vary in design, each carrying a statement, both figuratively and literally. 2 features catch the eye immediately. First, they are strikingly larger compared to tombs of the Christian faith elsewhere in Palestine. The second prominent feature is the use of stone cladding, an architectural feature that has been strongly criticized by Palestinian scholars for its colonial roots. The British colonial administration in Palestine created a law that forced building with stones in line with historic local tradition. The Israeli regime adopted the law to create a seamless material and historical continuity in the built environment from the old to the new to represent a biblical connection to the place. Renowned Palestinian scholar renowned Palestinian scholar and architect Sinan Abdel Kader described this as, quote, a colonial cultural appropriation of Arab-Palestinian culture and building technique that is, of course, deceptive, particularly since the use of stone in building has become a thin 3 to 5 centimeter layer that wraps around the building, where the stone loses its functionality altogether, end quote. The value of stone as a building material manifesting this mimicry of this cladding technique leads to a loss of value of the stone as a building material, manifesting an Orientalist and decontextualized longing for an outdated and what Edward Said termed imagined geography. The scale, formation, and materials of the cemetery caricature a Palestinian town. Amid the surrounding ruins, it is difficult not to notice the metaphor of what was indeed once a town. Amir and Jirius discussed the attitude of Ikrithers toward the tomb, saying, quote, when someone builds a grave, everyone is up to it. It's like they're about to throw a barbecue for pouring the roofing cement. You'd think they're building castles down there, not graves. Everyone wants to compensate themselves in a way. Amir's mention of the roofing cement is not metaphoric. Pouring a cement roof is an occasion of celebration in Palestinian culture. The house owners often organize a barbecue or sacrifice a lamb to bless the new house, for the occasion is considered a success in establishing a continuum for the next generation. In other words, it is a celebration of continuing life. Tellingly, the cemetery is the only place in Ikrith that is not attentively regulated by the settler state. Its development into a caricature town over the years indicate that architectural and urban transitions are considered benign only when they are guaranteed not to serve Palestinian life, or instead serve Palestinian death, as in the cemetery. What is perhaps most interesting in the case of Ikrith is that the invocation of memories fostered imaginations for future life in the village amongst its third generation. In 2012, 23rd generation Ikrithers decided to extend their relationship beyond the summer camp and return to live in the village. The ways in which they navigated their stay in the ruined village offers a critical way of rethinking architecture and urbanism beyond modern impositions, and mainly beyond the obsession with Henri Lefebvre's right to the city. The return included multi-dimensional relations, dialogues, and interactions between the individual, society, and nature of everyday life in Ikrith. Unfortunately, due to time limitations, I'm unable to pack this essential part of the story, but perhaps it is an opportunity to thank the people of Ikrith for their generous help with this project, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Jude, for that fantastic presentation. As she said, only scratching the surface of her wonderful, really outstanding research, both on the ground and archival too on the MA here. And I think just to sort of draw, both Emilio and Jude so far have very powerfully raised the potential injustices and traumatic nature of heritage in these contexts, and revealing, drawing attention to the importance of that research into Indigenous lives and labour has been incredibly insightful so far. The questions of kind of the rights and the possibilities for repair seem absolutely key so far. And so I'd like to move on to the third contribution this afternoon, and welcome Savia Palate, who is wonderfully here in person. Thank you for joining us, Savia, and her co-contributor, Paniota Pila, is online with us. Sorry, Edward. Savia holds a PhD from the University of Cambridge, and she's currently based at the University of Cyprus, where she is principal investigator of a research project called UShare, spelled U and then hyphen SEHER, standing for Uneasy but Shared Heritage, modern hotel architecture on a divided island. Paniota Pila is a professor of architecture at the University of Cyprus, and I presume you've been working together on the research presented here. The title of your presentation today, Unintended Heritage in Conflict, focusing on Cyprus. Thank you, Savio. Are you okay with this?
So I just put it somewhere. I will just hold it. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you everyone for organizing this conference, and thank you all of the presenters as well for sharing. Yeah, maybe I will just put it here then. Okay. No,
It's easier for me to do.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. I will be talking on behalf of both of us today, myself and Panayota Vila, but she's joining online. You can see her later in the discussion. This presentation discusses 3 modes of modernity and heritage in 20th century in Cyprus, highlighting the way in which conflict becomes apparent through built heritage. We will focus this presentation on the Lydra Palace Hotel, the first deluxe hotel in Nicosia, and just the 4th luxury hotel on the island at a time when Cyprus was only a minor destination for travelers. It was built in 1949. It is currently a listed building and an exemplar of modern heritage in Cyprus. Beyond its architectural and heritage value, this hotel has become in many ways the locus of conflict in many forms, symbolizing the modern political traumas of the country from its inception during the colonial period until today. The image captures how the building sat in a desolate site that was yet to be developed, envisioning a prosperous modernity based on tourist development in the twilight of the British colonialism in Cyprus. And today, as the narrative of this presentation will show, this site continues to be desolate, summing up how modernity, rupture, and desolation coexist. We trace the life of this building discussing human landscapes of conflict, referring to colonial conflicts, but also conflicts that surrounded modernization and nation building in Cyprus. And we finally reflect on future post-human realities. Even in the early 20th century, during colonial rule, Cyprus experienced early versions of tourism, with European visitors frequenting the mountains that offered cooler temperatures during summer. Initially, the colonial government was reluctant to encourage foreign tourism on the island, and this changed by the late 40s when tourists became part of the government's 10-year program of development for Cyprus. And by that time, it was evident that the potential of this emerging industry for the island's economy had become evident. Several works of infrastructure were planned to support the potentials of tourism, including the implementation of the first official airport terminal on the island, which also opened in 1949. The colonial government preferred to not directly invest in hotel provision, even if they approved and supported in other ways the Lydra Palace development, as they considered it to be a necessity in the capital of Nicosia. So the hotel became a local venture of Greek Cypriot shareholders, paired with Greek shareholders migrated in Egypt. The very architecture of the hotel does reflect the colonial presence and the contestations that surrounded it, particularly after the rebellion of the Greek Cypriots in 1931, who were demanding union with Greece. The colonial government turned towards the pursuit of an authentic Cypriot identity, as what Michael Given refers to as the third phase of the British rule in Cyprus. Throughout this period, the effort was to distance institutional architecture from either Ottoman or Greek allusions. Classical allusions remain abstract, such as the regularity of the facade and the symmetry of the plan. And meanwhile, the building's massing remains a composition of clear rectangular volumes, demonstrating the early modernist influences. What becomes more prevalent in the design of the Lydra Palace Hotel is a combination of Gothic elements with references from the Venetian period in Cyprus. the two-story loggia above the entrance, and with a cornice, the arch facade, and several decorative elements around the balconies and the windows provide monumentality and grandeur, affirming the use of palace in the hotel's name. It is often considered to resemble a Venetian palazzo, while others consider the Bellavise Abbey, a monastery that was built in 12th century in Cyprus by the French House of Lusignan, to be another main reference. These Venetian and Gothic references continue in the interior of the hotel indirectly, but also indirectly if one looks into the paintings of the ballroom that depict the Venice Canal. Gothic elements become intertwined with Cypriot vernacular elements and materiality, such as the use of timber and engraved patterns in furnishing. Lying in close vicinity to the walls surrounding the old city center of Nicosia, that were constructed in the 16th century by Venetian engineers, the hotel's main material used the same yellow sandstone, forming another link to the city's history. And this prevalence of yellow sandstone as the main material choice alludes, however, also to public colonial architecture in Cyprus, where it was also used extensively. The hotel's lavishness was expressed with furniture and chandeliers imported from Italy, marble imported from Greece, and a dance floor made of lavish oak wood. However, beyond the hotel's architecture and the feeling of colonial presence, the intangible lived experiences of the ballroom in the 50s were projecting that the shift away from colonialism was already underway. The annual dance of the Caledonian Society in 1955 and British event that was to occur in presence of the British Governor John Harding was marked by the explosion of a grenade, the same night that the governor declared Cyprus in a state of emergency following early incidents of the British counterinsurgency campaign on the island. This incident acts as a reminder that even though the hotel was purposefully accommodating British officials and foreign elite, it was operated by employees of the colonized population that during that time were openly reacting against the British rule. It was within that same space that discussions around the future of Cyprus regarding independence took place, including the celebratory dinner of the island's independence in 1960. And Cyprus independence came along with a strong push towards tourist development that would change in the years that followed the Lydra Palace's life as a hotel in many ways. So what we have up to now is a hotel as an example of colonial heritage in Cyprus, accompanied by a story of local patronage, British aspirations, and early signs of tourist development in Cyprus, as a sector that would become one of the most prominent ones in post-colonial times. And already hints of conflict become entangled in these stories, as well as the agency of the colonized in advancing their own modernizing aspirations under the British rule. We will now focus on the hotel's trajectory after the island's independence. Here, stories of a capitalist modernity, given the new aspirations of the newly independent nation for tourist development, interchange with the island's modern history of conflict and division. Already in the late 50s, there were different visions between the two main communities of Cyprus. The Greek Cypriots wanted a union with Greece, and the Turkish Cypriots wanted partition, which led to intercommunal strife. This exacerbated in the early years after independence, which put down the first division line in the island, initially separating only the capital of Nicosia. And this so-called Green Line was drawn in 1964 as a temporary measure to restore peace between the two communities. As the first checkpoint, and the first checkpoint of this line was set up in front of the very Lydra Palace Hotel. By 1967 and 68, the tensions between the two communities seems to subside as negotiations spurred hopes for a peaceful coexistence. Tourism in the island continued to grow, and so did the Lydra Palace. The hotel inserted 2 more floors, expanded its current wings, and included a pool area. Particularly, the pool area was a reflection of market competition occurring during that time in the island, and it was a necessary feature for the hotel to retain its status in a growing tourism industry that was increasingly embracing a beach culture. The pool's design reflected a striking aesthetic turn, with the extensive use of reinforced concrete as the main material, combined with brick walls and cladded in parts with exposed stone that skillfully alluded to the local palette to subtly satisfy inevitably the commercial aesthetics of leisure. The spared hopes of 1968, however, were soon to disappear entirely in 1974, when the simmering intercommunal conflict in Cyprus led to a coup d'etat by Greece and then an invasion by Turkey. This changed the hotel's future because of its very location at the borderline between the north and south of the dividing line, and the two dividing the island and the two ethnic communities. The hotel turned into a war zone. As you can see in this image, the gardens of the hotel were a war zone, a literal war zone, and it was concurrently a refuge for tourism until they were finally able to flee their country. So imagine this. So these tourists were sleeping in corridors and finding refuge in communal restrooms, as we can see from the image, within an otherwise luxurious hotel. Since then, the hotel remained in what came to divide the whole island, the United Nations buffer zone, and is partly functioning as the headquarters of the UN peacekeeping force in Cyprus. And it's basically the main negotiation place for politicians. Since 1974, the hotel site has been an exchange territory for prisoners and missing persons between the two communities. And the buildings nearby would then be developed to accommodate bi-communal organizations that aim to bring the two communities together. But it has also been a waiting room for refugees and missing persons to return, a demonstration area against the occupation of the northern side of Cyprus by the Turkish army, and what some called as a no man's land. In 2003, a new rule emerged that permitted Greek and Turkish Cypriots to visit each other's side, as it was until then prohibited to do so. And the front road of the Lydra Palace became again the first checkpoint from which one could cross to the other side. Again, the hotel was becoming an observer of another radical shift in the modern history of conflict in Cyprus, where this new physical encounter changed the hotel's presence to a gateway to the other side, literally and metaphorically. Today, we can reflect on the Lydra Palace Hotel as future heritage and buildings that have been partly abandoned and placed in a buffer zone that permits only limited human intervention, shifting the broader site into a landscape of human and non-human conflicts. What we have today is an officially listed building of no serious preservation activity, despite its quasi-derelict condition. We can see the ballroom of opulence, rebellion, and celebration to now be an improvised lunchtime office space for the UN officials, because of its ambiguous future, basically, that refrains preservation as a financial investment to take place, a condition that opens up another type of conflict between heritage and profit-making. And this lack of care becomes evident through non-human lens as well. If we are to look closer to the effect of ruination in the building's territory, we will also observe these beheaded palm trees. The destruction of the palm trees is caused by a tiny, rapidly multiplying and incredibly resistant beetle called the red palm weevil, which arrived in Cyprus less than a decade ago, and it infected most of the island's palm trees. The beetles can be seen as an aspect of denigrated nature or a form of sub-nature, as a clue to rethink who we are. If the Lydra Palace once encapsulated post-colonial and development dreams and modern glamour, it is now a locus of geopolitical managerialism and the physical hub of UN's insisted efforts to manage better futures, striving for peace. The fact that the beetles and palms are creating in the open area of the hotel a very different landscape within the quasi-desolate hotel underlines that such a future must come to terms with the conditions we, as well as others whom we have neglected, have created so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Savia. That was really, really good. We're now moving on to the next and final presenter. Actually, there are two presenters. Is Edwards here? No. All right. Okay. Right. Okay. Excellent. So the next paper is called Inseparable Conflict: The Port of Beirut's Contested Heritage. It will be presented by Hanabi Salman, who is an urban practitioner, PhD candidate at DPU and a tutor at the Butler School of Planning. She has an extensive experience in urban development in the MENA region. Her research investigates Palestinian refugee camps in Lebanon through the volumetric dimension. And presumably Camilo Boano will also be presenting, who is a full professor of urban design and critical theory at the Bartlett's DPU, and a full professor of architecture and urban design at Politecnico di Torino in Italy. Hanabi.
Yeah. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Can we all hear Hanabi? Perfect. Sure. You will be sharing from your end, right? Obviously.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah. Perfect.
Okay. Great. Well, hello, everyone, and thank you for bearing with me. I'm the last panelist now. Unfortunately, Camillo is not going to be able to present. I'm not sure if he's going to pop in, but I'm going to cover his part as well. So I'll try to be quick, and usually I'm being accused to be quick, so please let me know if I'm too fast. So today the presentation is basically the presentation or the topic itself is built on the data I collected in what I call my previous life in the practice field before I moved to the UK in 2018 and when I acted as a project manager on the port planning scheme in 2017. So but after the massive explosion that that became globally known, we, myself and Camillo, thought to reflect on the port conceptually and try to frame our understanding under the conflicting heritage. So basically, the structure of the presentation is to try first to locate the port of Beirut within the contested heritage on a multi-scalar level of conflict. So I will start with the argument. I will introduce my argument and then try to explain the morphological functions within the port, and then try to stop at the moment of the explosion, where my analysis will start right at the moment, and then I go backward and forward to examine the past and to look into the to look critically into the post-explosion time and with the proclaimed vision. So this is the argument that we're trying to make, is that since its establishment in the 1880s, the strategic location of the port on the Mediterranean Sea within the wider Middle East region made it vulnerable to misuse, abuse, and violence. The geopolitical, sociopolitical, and economic dynamics intertwined with the long trajectory of war and civil conflicts have reproduced the port in many different forms and for various alternative purposes. We argue that the construction, reconstruction, the expansion, and or development can play a central role in sustaining conflicts rather than creating new social contracts that would work toward creating peace, prosperity, and sustainability. We conceptualize the conflicting past of the port of Beirut as the intangible geopolitical and cultural practices of modern heritage. So throughout the presentation, we will examine the complex, multidimensional, historically conflicting past that has become an inseparable part of the port heritage. And in fact, the conflicting past was never completed. I mean, this is what we came to conclude, and it was rather reproduced in multiple ways and extended to showcase during recovery after the 4th of August 2020 explosion, up until the recent collapse of the northern silos, 2 months ago in August 2020. So just to give you a clear idea about what is I would say, the fragment part of the port and how it works, so I can continue building my argument. So basically, so the port activities were diverse, and this is I'm talking about the port right before the explosion. So this is was done in 2017. So the port activities were diverse in a way that did not align with modern port planning and composition, which means it's either container terminal or a cargo or a freeze, or combined with a free zone, or a main activity that actually dominates the port's planning. But the port of Beirut was diverse, and which actually it contained many functional activities. From a large container yard to passenger stations and a cargo area here, a free zone. So it's a kind of mixity of many things. Now, I will start by explaining like the elements and highlight some of the conflicts that were actually identified during the course of the work. Now, the container yard was really a state-of-the-art facility, and its transshipment activities, and we'll just show you a picture here. And this is basically the location that is somewhere located here. It's basically also falls under the container yard area, and I'm actually mentioning it because this was like a main conflict between two institutions at the Port Administrative Agency and the Customs Agency. Bearing in mind that there were also many issues there, like 700 to 1,000 containers were there, left out, no decisions were taken to deal with them. Also, the basin 4, this area here, was also always in conflict, to be reclaimed, not to be reclaimed, to be added to the container yard, and what to do about it. So it was always a source of conflict. Now, this is the free zone area. The free zone was also kind of, I would say, was expanding space, and applications for potential tenants were on the rise, so it was doing well, amazingly. Now, this is the main area of concern, and this was the warehouse area and the area that got exploded. It was, I mean, the warehouses, from the field visit that I've done to the port in 2017, I mean, it was obvious, like super obvious, that they were old and they did not reflect current and future cargo handling requirements and safety standards. Some of them were not used for their original functions, were used for other things. Some of them were used for maintenance, like storage or other operations. Now, however, what we know, I mean, this is also from talking to the workers on the port, that we know that the warehouses, there were 12 warehouses. The one in front, if you can see here, from 1 to 12, they actually they belong to, each one of them belong to a certain political faction. These are informal information that we collected during the fieldwork. And this is just to show the deteriorated or the derelict urban environment for this specific area in the port. Now, so, and now I wanted to just to show you like glimpses of different spots to show, also to reflect the diversity in this port. And this on the right, on the left side, which is my left side, is the silos, basically, and it was like kind of a hidden gem. And back then I called it the, I don't know, it felt that like it's the silent witness of all the current activities, because this area was overlooking the warehouses. And this is another area in the port, which is the passenger station, and it also was super nice with traditional architecture. There were also a passenger terminal that was recently built and projected to be something bigger. Now, these were the functions within the port itself. Now, there was also another issue to think about while working on the port, which is the Solidaire, which is the agency that deals with the reconstruction of Beirut, because it dominated this part. And I'm trying to use my cursor to show the area I'm talking about. So this area was actually owned by Solidaire, which is a reconstruction public-private owned company that was established during the war. And they were always trying to overtake some lands that belonged to the port administration or to the port agency. And they always had this visionary dreams of developing the Beirut waterfront and make it a fancy, luxurious, high-rise apartments. Reclamation happened through the years, but I would say none of these high-rises yet built, luckily enough. Now, this is when the explosion happened, and this actually, I really like this this audio map from The Guardian. And I just want I want to share with you just one or two audios, just to give you what do I call is the ambiance of the explosion back then. So. Yeah. Can you hear the voice?
We can't, no.
No, can you reshare your screen and share computer audio when you do? So when you share,
okay. Sure, yeah.
A little box at the bottom.
Yeah.
Share.
Yeah. Yeah. I think now. Can you now?
No.
No? Okay. That's okay.
Anyway, there's an explosion there somewhere.
Yeah. Okay. It's not that important.
Can imagine.
Yeah. Okay, let me share my screen again. Yeah. Okay. It basically, I mean, it gives it gives the vibe of how the explosion was on the people that were actually passing by or living by. This is another image that to show also the massiveness of the destruction. And this is right after, and this is before. It's really nice. It's you can check it out on The Guardian as well. And now this is where I want to say that at that moment, actually, on August 4th at 5 p.m., the explosion occurred and more than 200 people were dead and hundreds were missing. And basically it was the moment of truth to all of us. And this is when we realized that we never recovered. We actually aesthetically recovered after the war, and we learned to numb ourselves instead, and we claimed to be resilient, which was not the case. And this is why we thought to go into what we call a retrospective examination of the past, now the near past and the far past, to actually look into the future. So now I'm going to jump into I will go backward to the past and to the far past of the port, and to realize that this was constantly and always a major point of conflict, of power, of dominance on many different levels and scales. So historically, over the course of 35 centuries, the struggle over the city by successive empires has always been linked to the status of the port, as well as the political, military, and commercial role it played as a very important point and influential maritime position on the eastern shore of the Mediterranean. So the port's role shaped political decisions that affected the city identity, culture, demographic composition, and military status. So, and I want to share with you here some interesting maps, and actually these are really old maps from the 1880s, and it shows how, I mean, I would say the focal point of the port, or the moment of the port that basically constituted or formed the city, and many argues that the port is the city and the city is the port, and the further expansion scheme that happened. Now, if you look at the comparison, or look at the differences between these two maps and the current satellite image, you would realize that the part that used to be the port here basically is never now an administrative part of it in terms of boundary, and also and this is an important point that I want to illustrate later, is that the center of the shipping activities moved from the western side to the eastern side, and this has a lot of repercussions that have occurred in the Civil War. And you see here that the basin has enlarged to the eastern side. Now, this is some of the pictures of the economic and activities and development that happened because of the expansion of the port back in the 1880s and later in the early 1900. Now, I will go over this really quickly just to show basically how this port was always the center of attention of during many ages of different controlling powers, and I will jump to the French until the French actually retained control. This is during the French mandate and after even, and they controlled the concession to operate the port until the 1960s, when the Lebanese state decided to recover the concession and granted to local company established for this purpose. Now, this company was supposed to contribute to reorganizing the port as a public facility owned by the Lebanese state to be developed and transformed into a major port on the regional level. But the outbreak of the Lebanese Civil War in 1975 put an end to all these ambitions, leaving the port and all its operation under the control of the warring militias. Now, this is basically a map that depicts the conflict over the control of the port. Now, the green line here is what we know is the green line. Basically, it's an imaginative line. It doesn't exist in reality, but it's the line that used to separate, that was developed by practice by the Lebanese during the Civil War, which separated East from West Beirut, basically West Beirut occupied by a majority of Muslims, and the East Beirut is occupied by a majority of Christians. And the port itself, you can see on the map, it fell under East Beirut, which means that it was controlled by the political militias, mainly the Christian political militias. And then it dragged with it, the control over the port brings a lot of resources, of funds, of weapons, imposition, and many things. Is there anything? No? Shall I continue?
Hannadi, could you wrap up, please, because we're running out of time? Is that right?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Sure. Okay, I'll try to wrap up in like 5 minutes. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
3.
Okay. Sure. Okay. So the same port also was used by during the 2006 Israeli attack on Lebanon, basically by the Party of God, Hezbollah, to hit on Israeli ships. Now, this is a quick overview just to show how the port developed through the years and how the conflicting area were growing, while the area that exploded remained the same through the years. Now, if you can see on, and I tried to map it, so basically everything has grew except for the warehouses area. Now, I'm going to jump here, and I'm not going to talk about all this, but the conflict over the container yard remained for many years, and I worked on the proposal trying to expand this part of the city. Trying to expand the container yard. We came up with alternative. None of them actually accepted, and the project was stopped. We were not able to do it for many different levels of conflict that I will not go over here. Now, these are another conflict within the port on I would say a national level, because there was a plan to develop Jounieh. Jounieh is another city very close to Beirut. This is a proposal done after the war. It's called Linor. It was never implemented, but it's always a competition between Beirut and Jounieh. Not healthy, I would say. This is the vision for the passenger terminal, also by Solidaire Agency, that to be, make Beirut an imaginative city on the in the MENA region, and so on. Block 4, which is the oil and gas conflict between Israel and Lebanon, also is located within within the port perimeter. So it's another layer of conflict. And this is after the explosion, like everything, the truth has to come up eventually. And the institutional failure, the corruption, the multi-level of conflict emerged. With Tripoli, it's another port, or with, on the regional level. Now, I'm gonna wrap up. I just have 2 slides, okay? So this is the silos, basically, which considered to be like really a heritage, an Ottoman heritage. It was built by the Ottoman, expanded during the French Mandate. And the conflict to rebuild this or to maintain it or to demolish it was like really, was great in the sense that technical agencies or technicians try to assess the safety. The same building actually assessed by a technical committee by the state saying that we should demolish it. Another technical agent said, no, this should be maintained and preserved because this is, a heritage. So, and eventually what happened is basically that it fell down. I don't know if you see these pictures. Yeah. So this happened there.
Yep, we can see it and hear it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, but it just show the. It's okay. We can see it. So yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yep. So just to see that eventually, I mean, it fell down. It remained in fire for weeks and weeks. Now there are many proposals to develop the port. I would say everyone is trying to develop any plans from in Beirut, international, the German, the French, UNESCO. Everyone is interested, and this is my last slide, is about a national vision that was discussed in September, and now the vision is to look at the port of Beirut within the wider Lebanon and to see what can be done with it. And for me, it's still incomplete because it doesn't include all the dynamics that are actually happening in the area. And thank you. That's it. Sorry, I took too much.
Thank you very much, Hanadi. There is a crowd here clapping. I don't know if you can hear that, but right. We have, perhaps the 3 presenters like to come here, and then Hanadi and Panayota. Hi. I'm aware of the time. We only have 12 minutes, so we need to be quite quick. And so, are there any immediate points of reflection from the floor? Hold on. The microphone is coming.
Hi, thank you all for the great presentations. Emilio, I just wanted to make sure that I understand the argument that you were advancing regarding the recognition of labor. Do you see that as a premise for then claiming entitlement by indigenous people? Do I get that correct? So you don't see UNESCO as a framework necessarily, but then what becomes the framework? Is that the settler colonial state, settler politics, international discourse? So you don't see UNESCO as the framework of recognition, correct? So what is the framework of recognition that you identify?
Sure. No. I remember from before. Thanks for this. It's very hard to understand what is the framework, especially kind of coming and thinking of it from the perspective of the settler colonial dimension. If this is the parameter, the question, of course, like I don't have a clear answer if UNESCO will be the only one. I think it shouldn't be. We need also to think about other forms. I mean, as much as we are kind of advancing forms of preservation and parameters and bottles, no, where we think this. I think UNESCO is not the only one. For me, it was interesting to see how UNESCO is the premise for both these 2 cases, right? Where you have like fascist colonialism and Zionist colonialism, and together they somehow also mirror each other in the way, certain arguments are put forward. So if we want also to kind of think otherwise, how to claim back from an indigenous perspective, of course, the right to that heritage, we need to invent and imagine new ways to kind of frame the question and the practice, which means for me, like, for example, I don't want to elaborate further, but maybe we can continue over a coffee. Like in terms of imagining new terminology, one of the practices that I'm thinking together, for example, with DAR, decolonizing architecture, and other people, is to imagine decolonization also as a form of demodernization. So where we create new patterns, where maybe we also think about preservation out of the box of UNESCO, for example.
Thank you very much. Thank you both. Further questions? Or among yourselves, perhaps, or comments? And Paniota, online, please feel free to indicate if you would like to contribute.
Maybe I
think Paniota's about to speak.
No, it's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Ask the question.
All right. Okay. So I will kind of think of I will think of the question whilst I'm talking. So basically, I was trying to see or find the connecting link between all 4 presentations, and I can see that all of them deal with this idea, obviously, of negative heritage using Lynn Meskel's terminology, or this difficult heritage as described by Sharon McDonald and so on. So essentially, all 4 papers question the master narrative, right? And what they are trying to do, or what you're trying to essentially unpack, is disclosing these other parallel narratives that are running in parallel with the authorized, let's say, heritage discourse. So I would like to question about the ethical responsibility of unpacking or exposing those parallel narratives, that sort of define modern heritage.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think it cannot be a straightforward answer, obviously. I think one part of my comment is that I think we're at a particular period of time that we should probably acknowledge that there's no master narrative.
So can you hold one?
Yes. Okay, can I speak?
Yeah.
Okay. I think my understanding is that there's no longer one master narrative, and I think that it provides to us so many opportunities to really speak about architecture, like architecture, in many other ways and through different various perspectives. And I think if I'm to align with Emilio and the aspect of decolonization is really pushing forward towards these different perspectives. I think this is where the ethics part falls into as well, because if we're talking about decolonization, if we're talking about reparations, I think it's not always your answer to who is getting the reparations to their own benefit. And yesterday there was also this discussion about amnesia, but sometimes if we, and I think human in general are easy to forget. So if we are to be to forget just to relieve the traumas out of us, then probably we should be also careful that the people that consider themselves superior are also forgetting of the consequences they have made. So I think it is an entanglement of, basically amnesia for whom and reparations for whom. It is like a very complicated discourse, I guess.
I know, Panagiotta, you have raised your hand. Is that in relation to what Savia was talking, or do you want to add something to it?
No, it was before Savia, but I can add something anyway. I was also thinking about your question on the ethical responsibility, and it seems to me that what we are discovering from the discussions is that the narratives, the emerging narratives may also be competing with each other. And perhaps the responsibility has to do with recognizing also how there are multiple narratives that may be undoing what was once perceived a master narrative, but they are also competitive. And part of the responsibility, I think, of the historian is to recognize how they are competing. And I think there's also that to recognize their multiplicity, I mean. And I think, connecting this to one of the great comments that were made by Jude's paper, that, sometimes there's also a risk in aestheticizing heritage, to reducing it to a folkloric kind of past. I think one of the ways to resist that is precisely to understand the multiplicity and the multiplicity of the narratives that can be emerging.
Thank you very much, Panayot. Jude, would you like to respond?
I'll respond shortly. I think the term narrative is in itself a bit problematic, that it's unpacking. But I'll continue from Savia's point where you said, for who are we preparing and why, right? So it's by who as well, we're preparing, sorry. I think this is a major question that links also to Emilia's proposal about labor. And saying in the Palestinian context, preservation is mainly controlled by the settler Israeli state, which means that it comes to only represent one narrative, or if it's not the way that the narrative should be oriented, if that makes sense. So I think by who is also an important question to ask. And I think it also relates to the comment I made in the previous session about not necessarily preserving for the sake of preservation to be recognized by some higher authority. We should preserve if we want to preserve as indigenous people, or again, communities, to serve our own ends and purposes.
Excellent.
Yeah, I very much agree, and I think it also relates to the question that was raised before, and about the ethics and the multiplicity of ways where you can actually also the images that you were showing before about the learning outdoor about the place and having this kind of gatherings is also a way to kind of rethink preservation per se. We are also kind of in a context where struggling to understand how to deal with many legacies. One of the legacies that I wanted also to bring forward, you mentioned Fanon before. For me, it was very important also to remember how he approaches the future of the colonial city in The Wretched of the Earth. He says that the colonial city is destroyed. So I think like we are in a very kind of interesting time where we are kind of we must engage with these traditions, and also try to think of how, especially if you are pushing forward for an anti-colonial, anti-fascist approach, that you also want to make sure that you don't fall in the traps of modernist bifurcations and splits, which sometimes forces you to decide between destruction or a critical preservation. But you presenting these forms of reappropriation, which is a very important keyword of the space, that's without falling in the cliche, it's exactly a way that you can push again, like for ethical, political approach towards heritage.
Brilliant. Thank you, Emilia. Hanadi, would you like to add something to it, or shall we?
I'm okay.
You're okay. Any final question, or are we one?
Otherwise, I think I would like to thank all of the speakers for a really fantastic, Friday, quite late in the conference. It could be a bit kind of, everyone a bit sleep. absolutely bringing it totally alive. Thank you very, very much for fantastic papers. And I hope we hear and read much more from you all. And thank you, Paniota and Camilla online. Sorry, Hanadi, I'm very sorry we cut you slightly short. Time is slightly of the essence, but thank you very, very much for joining and your contribution. Thank you all. Enjoy the break.
Great. Okay, folks, let's get started. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining this final session. It's been, I appreciate, a long 3 days, but incredibly enriching and exhilarating set of discussions. And this is the final one in those 3 days. So thank you for staying the distance. Thank you everyone online for joining us for this last session. It's a round table session. So we have given clear instructions to the presenters to try and keep the presentations to maximum around 10 minutes so that we do have time for a discussion. I'm afraid that is particularly important in this session because a lot of people need to get somewhere from here, including a small number of us who will be going to Liverpool to discuss with other colleagues this Cape Town document. So that Cape Town document discussion, which is in the schedule for happening after here from 5 till 6, is going to have to be reduced slightly. We'll roll this session straight into that from about 5 until 5:30. So for those of you online, please stay for those discussions. And as has been said by several colleagues, whether you're presenting or expecting to ask a question or have a comment on the Cape Town document, please state so now. This is your opportunity to say it. If you want in the presentations to say something else other than what you'd planned to say, if it's just a question to your colleagues, the other panelists, please say so now. This is your chance, okay? Everything is being recorded, so we will have these sessions posted online as early as we can. It might take several days or weeks, so we can return to these. But it's particularly important that we get comments back on the Cape Town document. I'll reiterate for those of you that weren't here this morning, because we will be discussing it over the next few days in Liverpool, and we'll take your comments to those discussions. In terms of the format for this next session, we will have a slight change of the running order because Katlego Pleasure Mwale, I think, is due to expect some load shedding power cuts shortly. So they will be going first. And then we'll go on with the scheduled first session. Katlego, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you
Fantastic.
hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Do you want to share your screen? We have a copy of your presentation if you'd rather.
I'll share my screen now.
Okay, there's a slight delay on your audio, but it's okay. Let's see how it goes. And if not, we can share your screen from here, and then you can just go to audio.
Is that fine? Maybe what I can do, I can switch off my camera.
Okay, let's go with that. You're sounding fine now. Over.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you so much for allowing us to present our presentation on Gaborone. And thank you so much for organizing the conference. I'm doing this paper with my colleague Susan, who is online, and Lawrence Mwale is not with us today. Our presentation is on the challenge to designate modern heritage in the case of Gaborone's capital core. In terms of the paper about heritage in Botswana, the fact that the heritage designation in Botswana has historically prioritized things like natural landscapes, cultural overbuilt heritage. This approach, we traced it to the history of legislation that was formulated around the interest in things like antiquity, the interest in things like archaeology. Despite the change in legislation today, we still find the focus in terms of designation of heritage, excluding things like modern architecture, which actually makes up the heritage of Gaborone, because Gaborone was actually built in the 1960s. In terms of findings, in our paper, we conceive this idea of heritage as an unsuccessful top-down interpretation of heritage by the government, which we argue has resulted in what we call the contrived heritage. That is a perspective that is actually going against the international standards of institutions such as UNESCO, recommendations on historical landscape, which actually call for a more broader understanding of urban context, particularly looking at intangible heritage. In terms of the way forward, the way we want to look at this paper, we want to explore ways in which modern architectural heritage, in particular modernist architecture in Gaborone, may be understood and approached in a way that entails a look into the bottom-up appropriation of space by the residents. In terms of what the paper is about, we want to start by sketching out the discussion on what heritage is and how we could consider heritage of Gaborone's capital core. We are proposing to study Gaborone's design architectural heritage. Next, we'll discuss the capital core's architectural design heritage. We'll explore how the core has actually been appropriated by the residents of Gaborone as part of what we call the everyday life practices. This is in part a way in which the residents use heritage in a very intangible way as part of the missing social identities, which is actually overlooked by the government in Gaborone. We hope that our discussion would add to the discussion of how we can uncover other layers of heritage which are previously ignored, particularly ignored layers of architectural heritage. By way of context, we looked into two things. The first thing is this interchangeable way of using the word heritage and monument. We looked at the essay of Alois Riegel, who defines monuments as structures or works of art created for a particular purpose, in this sense, deliberate monuments. And he argues that these monuments are then passed to us as historical or artistic monuments. Riegel's essay goes on to make distinction between deliberate monuments and historical monuments. Sorry? He makes distinction between deliberate monuments and historical monuments, and argues that historical monuments were not built as such per se, but they came to evolve and be valued as heritage because of their artistic and historic values. This kind of approach of understanding or using monuments and heritage interchangeably, we are going to see it particularly in colonial context like Botswana, where monuments and heritage can mean the same thing. We also want to contextualize our studies within what is called post-colonial scholars critique. We should look at other ways of using authenticity as part of the everyday practice, as well as the UNESCO recommendation on historical landscape, which call for what are called a broader.
Can you hear
pardon?
me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Your slides are not
Can you
progressing.
hear me?
We can hear you, but your slides are not progressing. Is that?
Yes, I can.
You're still on slide 1. Is that correct?
No.
You're still on.
I'm on slide number. Sorry, I'm on slide number 4. I'm going to stop sharing and do it again. Sometimes it does this because of the. Can I just leave it on, not on slideshow? I think it's because of the connectivity.
We will show your slides. If you can tell me,
sometimes it doesn't progress because of that. Can you see it now?
Can you stop sharing your screen and we'll share your screen from here, and just tell me when you want to progress a slide. How's that?
Okay, that's fine. I've made modifications, but that's fine. I think I can do it from, you can do it from your side. I'm just going to stop sharing now.
Thank you. I think that will work better from our side. And you're on slide number 4. So the title
on slides that is written, what is heritage?
That's correct.
Yes.
Or which of the two what is heritage slides? Number 5 or number 4? Can you see the slides from your side? We're sharing the screen.
Keep going. Yes, yes. Yes. Okay, yes, that one. I was saying we are, can I continue? Go back?
Yes, please. Yep, go for it.
Okay, go back. The last slide. Okay. I was saying we want to situate our discussion within post-colonial scholars like Achille Mbembe and Sarah Natal, who calls for ways of reading African spaces as part of the everyday life practices and urban imaginations, as well as the UNESCO recommendation on looking at the historical landscape, which calls for a much broader contextual approach. And this kind of approach actually tries to link people to places and spaces to everyday life heritage. Next. In our paper, given this contextual background, we want to question the ongoing pursuit for new national monuments by the government. And we consider the components of Gaborone living heritage through its design heritage, how these spaces, particularly in the design of Gaborone, were being designed in terms of architecture. And in particular, what is important to us is the appropriation of these spaces as part of the everyday culture, such as cultural performances, performing arts, crafts, illustrations, festive events, traditional craftsmanship in the city squares and the city. Next. By way of background, Gaborone was designed in 1963 by the departing British colonial powers. The city was based on the two plans that you see in front of you here. The first plan is the plan that was inspired by Bazaar urbanism that was done by the Public Works Department. The second one was a call for a linear city that was designed by the AA School of Architecture. The idea was that once you build the city, people will come and use it as part of the administrative city. So the resultant plan is what you see in front of you, which forms part of our discussion. So in the resultant plan, what you find is that the linear mall or the linear plan was inserted as part of the wider city framework. In terms of the radial city, part of it was abandoned. The only places where it was kept was this portion here where you find what you call the government enclave. So it locates two centers of powers. Here is the parliament and this side is the city hall. Next. When you talk about Gaborone design heritage in terms of the capital core, we are talking about that place, the whole place is being designated the central core. The spaces that you find there includes the central mall, which is the center part of this. It's orientated towards the government enclave with the city hall located on the east of it. These buildings that you find in the city hall, they're actually typical late 1960s modernist architecture. They include things like shops, banks, hotel. The mall itself has got 3 squares, which are public squares. These particular squares are public square. Those are the squares where people use them as things like markets, cultural festivals. So in terms of architecture, the mall followed the late 1960s modernist architecture. They have 2 rows of concrete building on each side. The linear part that you see here is actually what you call the pedestrian mall. So all this part is not accessible by vehicles. So all these spaces that you see here, they frame what you call the capital core. Next. In terms of the character of the main mall, we've actually looked at the following. The core itself, in terms of architectural character, it combines the pedestrian linear mall with the 2 sets of national government on each side. The mall is actually defined by the 3 main public spaces, which include the open spaces articulated by the 1960s modernist architecture block that frame things like the squares, the pedestrian walkways. The 2 rows of buildings, rows of concrete buildings also frame these pedestrian walkways that are used by people for things like temporary markets. Public squares and pedestrian walkways are filled with functions such as everyday life practices such as market. People sell traditional foods, They sell music, cultural performances. So in terms of character, that is the architectural character of the capital core. Next. As I've said before, the architecture of this place is characterized by this late 1960s architecture. However, it's been described in the official documents by the government as banal, as lacking in architectural identity of the African people. It's also been described as lacking in African identity. Next. In our proposal, we propose that the character of the main mall is actually defined by the design heritage that we outlined previously. We also argue that this design heritage is actually taken from the emergence of the pedestrian-friendly malls, particularly in the late 1950s in America. Pedestrian mall in Botswana actually serves different functions. The spaces, as you see in the picture there, you have places that are actually now appropriated by people, such as using them for markets, meeting places where they can meet and talk. Next. The slide there, if I may give context, on the 24th of April, Botswana hosted an opening session for Forbes 30 Under 30. It actually hosted this open session in the public squares in the main mall. So the capital core and the main mall, the space around the main mall, in preparation for these celebrations, the government spent a lot of money in what they call a facelift of the capital core. So all existing modernist buildings were repainted using patterns that are derived from traditional motifs. The city square were used for things like bringing up spaces for displaying traditional inspired artifacts, wreaths, traditional attire. So the setting was actually transformed into a cultural festive spectacle. So in terms of meaning, we see that the main mall here demonstrates two layers of meaning. The capital core demonstrates two layers of meaning. It was designed as a centerpiece of the urban core, which has now evolved into a national and cultural space through the appropriate space by vendors, and it's also used as part of their everyday spatial activities. And as you see above them, that's a representation of what now the government has actually tapped into. So its architectural layout and character actually provides a backdrop where the variety of social activities occur. Its value therefore lies in its design, its location at the heart of the city, its historic and design value, its layout and social practices that are at the core of its existence. Next.
Okay, could we draw to a conclusion soon, Katalego? Sorry, we're running short of time.
Yeah. That picture there shows you what the main mall looks like when there's no festivity. So you can see the backdrop of the building and how people use the spaces in front. Next. That's another picture that shows you the contrast between the two. One of the buildings here has been transformed, where they took out the pedestrian walkway, which formed the character of the main mall. But the one that is preserving the cantilevered walkways is one at the top. Next. I want to talk a bit about what we call the contrived heritage. Some of the heritage that we are talking about is this idea of erecting monuments in Botswana, particularly if you look at that part, this part of the entrance part of the main mall. So what the government is doing currently is erecting miniature monuments as part of heritage of the city. Next. So in 1999, Hildy Heinen has examined the evolution of ideas behind monuments built in the West in the 19th century. And she's actually questioned if the monuments built in the recent time have the same meaning as the structures that are built before. She concludes that the ideas on commemorative statues or monuments are actually outdated, as we see in the context of Botswana. For example, those monuments we may add, they don't have any relationship to the public. For example, you can see one of the monuments that is erected in the center of the main mall. It's been fenced off. It has no relationship to the public or the spaces around. The other one is built in the new central business district. It's not whipped into the any context as well. So it's not part of the city. It's not part of the everyday life practices. Next. I think if you can go to conclusion.
Thank you.
To the concluding slide. By way of conclusion, wanted to emphasize that there's a lack of robust framework that assesses the heritage in the main mall. For example, heritage in the city has been, as we've seen before, has been narrowed down to the construction of the new contrived heritage that is driven by the pursuit of new monuments that are in themselves unsuccessful. Modernist architecture is usually considered of less value in Botswana. However, as you know, recent architectural literature and ongoing research has started to explore what modernist architecture could do in the global south. In this presentation, we also want to argue that heritage in the capital core of the city actually lies in its design heritage through its modernist architectural buildings that are found in the city. The character of the covered pedestrian walkways, which stands as a contrast to the contrived heritage, and also this layering of meaning where people use and appropriate spaces in between the buildings, such as the cantilevered pedestrian walkways, which we argue that now these walkways are being taken away in place of regenerating the main mall. And this could be one way in which we could explore ways in which we could define heritage in the main mall, in the capital core. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear the round of applause from the room. Thank you for a fascinating presentation, and I should say it's a collaborative project between Katlego Mwale and Susan Ketumetsi and Lawrence Mwale, all of the University of Botswana. So thank you very much for your presentations. Fascinating work. I hope you can stay with us and the power outage doesn't last the whole of this session. I'd like to now invite to the stage Rishika Mukhopadhyay. And Rishika is a cultural geographer interested in critical heritage studies and economic and craft communities. After completing degrees at Kolkata and Delhi, she moved to the UK for her PhD from Exeter. Currently, she's a lecturer in the Department of Geography at the University of Southampton. Thank you, Rishika, for joining us in person. I'll just get your...
Thank you. Okay, thanks everybody for staying here and listening to us on a late Friday afternoon. So thank you for that. So in this paper, I'm about to pose a provocation to rethink the emphasis on conservation in heritage studies as the universal form of valuing heritage and situate it within the broader discourse of decolonization. So my concern is to understand how conservation became entangled with the notion of heritage first, and secondly, how absence of conservation but continuity of heritage can be theorized. More broadly, the attempt will be to unpack the ontology of impermanence, immateriality in relation to conservation, which speaks to two of the themes in Cape Town document, expanding the definition of heritage as well as rupture and continuity. But I hope to push back those provocations a little bit more. So to start with, I'll share with you why I was drawn towards these questions. So my interest to ask these questions was sparked by a lament that I quite often hear from heritage professionals in India, that there is a lack of awareness among common people about conserving heritage. So images of ruined and dilapidated buildings, buildings which are badly conserved, restored without careful attention to authentic materials, get circulated among heritage enthusiasts, transnationally connected civil society groups, and predominantly conservation architects. I was intrigued to understand why people do not exhibit interest to conserve buildings and artifacts as well to an extent, the way the experts want them to. Also, how then heritage is valued in their everyday lives? Is there an understanding of heritage beyond conserving? If so, how does that operate in a society which has deep value for its cultural past and holds on to its religious practices so dearly? And I will try to go beyond those logistics reason of economic priorities and so on and so forth. So before I go into the discussion and observe and comment on a particular case, very quickly I'll situate the study within a broader scholarship. So two trends within heritage studies are worth mentioning here. One is arguably quite Asia-specific. It attributes two characteristics which are most predominantly seen in Asia context, but debatable, of course. One is the thesis of material impermanence, which emanates from Hindu and Buddhist religious philosophy. And the second one is the idea of non-linearity of time, where multiple and contesting temporalities coexist. So the second trend that I'll be talking now is it's not limited to Asia context, and it calls for a change in the late capitalist world's material relationship with the past. And quite a few speakers today and yesterday have already talked about this. It kind of pushes back against the overwhelming amount of heritage objects that we have accumulated over the years. So this genre of work inquires the relationality of heritage with concepts such as decay, ruin, change, and more broadly, entropy. The line of inquiry for me in this talk is twofold. First, how conservation-centric heritage discourse traveled to India through the colonial administrative mechanism. But to stick with the limitation of time, this focus will be very brief. Second, I'll move into discussing a specific cultural practice that I observed in the field, which is significant to make a larger argument. And here I'll just mention that I worked with craftspeople, community understanding of heritage, sound and smell of a city, so mostly conventionally, which are known as intangible cultural heritage. So conservation as a movement emerged from the womb of modernism. We all know that now. In one word, heritage conservation as a modern scientific discipline was introduced in India with the establishment of Archaeological Survey of India in 1862. Few things can be unpacked from this moment. One, colonial governance interest to uncover India's past because of the, in quote, presumed lack of historical awareness. A paternalistic attitude was adopted. Extensive digging across the continent was undertaken in order to unearth the history of people who are supposedly without any history. Also, landscaping initiatives are quite important, and you have two pictures here with of Taj Mahal, one with lush greenery, and the second one emulating an ideal British countryside, which is now a World Heritage Site. And quite a few civil servants, you can see in the picture, Sir Cunningham, their role is quite significant during this period. Following Quijano's thesis of coloniality modernity, the project of colonialism advanced the modernist discourse of surveying, recording, selecting, and conserving the past. Artifacts and buildings were attempted to be saved for posterity. Hence, listing, ordering, conserving gave legitimacy to the discipline of heritage studies during this time in India. Now, I turn to the craft practice of religious clay idol making to illustrate how an artifact of immense significance and spiritual value might go through a cyclical process of construction, destruction, renewal, and rebirth. Now, I don't have a map of the study here for obvious reasons, but it is mostly from the eastern part of India. The craft of making follows a continuous process of creation and destruction of the physical form of a deity, and there are hundreds of deity, and it is repeated every year. The images of idols here, idols are also known by, and the craftspeople would call them dolls or putul in Bengali. So the images of the idols of the deity are usually made from natural materials, which can be found in abundance in lower Gangetic plains, such as riverine clay, straw, and bamboo. After this unfired clay sculpture is made, they are adorned then with detailed embellishments. During the worship, the lifeless clay idol is invoked with life through chants and hymns. The process transforms this idol into a deity. The material comes alive when the idol is consecrated and becomes an incarnation of the goddess itself. The material agency and spiritual power of the goddess are believed to be of value rather than the material itself. Once the ritual worship is over, the deity becomes a lifeless clay idol again. It is returned and reunited with the nature in its material form. The immersion process symbolizes the end of materiality in our perceptible reality. But the spiritual agency of the material that transcends our material world and remains in the metaphysical world to be returned again in the future. The material form attains utmost value and is considered with having agency when the spiritual power resides within the deity, within the form. But the same material becomes dispensable and destroyed when the matter is separated from the agency. The separation between the matter and agency doesn't exist, yet exists, depending on the cyclical nature of creation and destruction. Accordingly, the heritage value of the idol extends beyond the immediate linear teleology that we are quite used to, that ancient objects needs to be preserved for the future generation. Because this object is regenerated every year and in new material forms without any strict conservation paradigm in place. Now, there are few strands where this discussion can go, such as what this form of heritage value does to the artist and the craftspeople and their creative pursuit. How does the practice contribute to the craft community economically? What happens if some of the community members don't want to continue these kind of craft because their craft practices are inherently associated with your caste identity? Also, how this continuous change, addition, modification practices translate to ordinary built environment where people, craftspeople included, live in a highly dense urban location. So this is in an urban area. So this is not a traditional practice. It cannot also, it is followed through generation, but it has been always kind of, it has able to transform itself with time. Also, one side note to mention that this particular festival has been included in UNESCO list of intangible cultural heritage last year. But for the purpose of this presentation, I'll focus on the concern of permanence as ontology of the discipline of heritage studies. The question for me is to ask why impermanence, ephemerality, cyclical construction and destruction as methods have been denied their place as a valid relationship with past, along with any other system of thinking. For over 2 centuries, conservation has enjoyed legitimacy of being the universal method of valuing heritage. This method committed certain kinds of epistemicide according to Santos, where diverse ways of knowing, relating, and being in the world were denied. Drawing on Santos's work on epistemologies of South, Escobar explains the mechanism of this effacement does not exist, or I would say exist through different modalities, is actively produced as non-existent or as a non-treadable alternative of what exists. The absence of material conservation was designated as a lack of historical consciousness and an inferior form of knowing rather than a different relationship with the past. In that process of devaluation, immateriality, impermanence, letting go, forgetting were relegated as divine forms of experiencing the past, whereas material accumulation, stasis, holding on, remembering through conserving material form, has become the universal norm of valuing one's heritage. The paper does not really question the value of conservation itself, but submits an equally important ontology of being, which displaces universality of conservation as the only valid discourse to value heritage, essentially to pluriversalize the discipline. It also considers why heritage framework that the professionals, heritage professionals want to use in the fields are inadequate to seriously engage with the heritage sensibility of people, which are sometimes fluid, processual, mobile, immaterial, and in some cases, ready to be even abandoned. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Rishika. That wonderful, wonderful response, particularly to the theme of this panel in challenging heritage policies and practices and pedagogies. That's outstanding. Next up, I'd like to invite Jono Bennett. Jono is the co-founder of One-to-One Agency of Engagement, a design-led social enterprise based in Johannesburg. One-to-One was initiated in 2010 in support of the multi-scalar work being done to redevelop post-apartheid South African cities in the face of systemic spatial inequality. Jono is currently enrolled at the Bartlett School of Architecture as a doctoral candidate in the TAC, that's the Communities of Tacit Knowledge Architecture, and its Ways of Knowing network. His practice-led research interests are driven by issues of inclusive design approaches, spatial justice, critical positionality, and urban planning in South African cities. Jono, welcome to the stage. The floor is yours. Let me just get your presentation up as you do with the microphone. Two hands. Good to go.
Cool.
You want to use a booster microphone for the room? That one.
Cool. Let me do that from a strong accent. Great. Thank you very much. While I put this on, I'll continue my thank you. Wow. What do we say about appropriate clothing for doing multi? Come on. Okay, I think we're on. Thank you very much. I think, I'll be honest with you, I really struggled, and I've told this to a few people in this conference about my relationship to heritage as research based on my experience at the University of Pretoria. And I think Guan Yu on Wednesday said something that I even wrote it down, like I marked the time, and it sort of made it all make sense to me. She said, for her to look at heritage is to find a language to talk about the past. And I'm sure she said that many times to many people, but I think that's really helped me square that circle. And that's why today I'm a bit cautious that I might be not completely on topic, but I do think that the same pursuit that I'm going to discuss today is about finding that language in the face of mostly my master's career and my teaching at the University of Johannesburg later, that was so focused on trying to think of architecture and heritage only as buildings and only from certain people. So I'm going to talk from that experience, which includes my time as a younger faculty member at the University of Johannesburg during the Fees Must Fall protest, and mostly from my explorations through my PhD around the methodological approaches to looking at these historical norths and souths. So South African cities, for any who have been, it's quite evident, but for those that haven't, you would see if you're upon arriving that they remain among the most unequal urban areas in the world. These tacit logics of their design-built form continue to play a significant role in how these inequalities continue to manifest decades after social, economic, and political reform. The socio-spatial city-making forces that led to these asymmetries were not an impassive byproduct of centuries of segregated development, but were conceptualized, drawn, designed, and implemented by built environment practitioners, individual spatial designers who were socially, historically, technically, and ethically situated in colonial or post-apartheid South Africa. I make these observations not to place blame on any specific individuals, but to highlight the complicit, situated, and positional nature of spatial design in cities that my research focuses on, and to make the case for a practice-orientated focus on such conditions. For me To meaningfully engage with these historical and positional dynamics as both researcher, practitioner, and complicit subject requires an approach that can somehow blend concerns of identity, location, and voice in responsibly creative means, while somehow simultaneously engaging with the historical power dynamics inherent in such actions. As I'm sure you can imagine, the complexity of trying to frame what my academic guides have referred to as my dilemma have been quite difficult. In response, I've employed a South Africanism as a working armature to acknowledge such a demographic and interlocational challenge, the what. To offer a brief summary, as many have asked me over the last few years, the concept is borrowed from a South Africanism that is often used in conversation when describing a group of similarly disconnected items, things, ideas, even conditions that one recognizes and is felt intuitively between those having the conversation, but is yet to be or defies naming. It is effectively a blank placeholder term for something that is very difficult to describe, but is known tacitly between discussants. Canonically, this term was first used by South Africa, well, not first used, but is most widely recognized in its use by South African novelist Ivan Vlasic, who in his 2006 publication entitled Portrait with Keys, Joburg and What, used this term, and that book has been a huge part of many high school students' curriculum. In this sense, the what here is this indefinable but intimately known set of contradictions of researching from a north as a subject of a south and the inherent complicitness in that work and how this work is valued across these locations. As a means of navigating these historical labels and contemporary positionings of a north, a south, whiteness, blackness, Africanness, Europeanness, centerness, and peripherality, I've aligned my theoretical framework to the growing efforts of Southern theoretical scholars. I'm glad Rishika was speaking about before. Those whose work emphasizes the development of more locational and theoretical contextualized approaches to research, from within which I've employed principles from the emerging field of Southern urbanism, a research territory within Southern theory that has been developed in response to the dominantly Northern body of work on cities, such as the work of the Santos. As a brief introduction, Southern urbanism as a theoretical concept can be traced through post-colonial scholarship towards the Southern term, in which scholars such as Ananya Roy, who in reference to Spivak, speaks on subaltern urbanism and are deeply connected with practices of working from place, working from the periphery, and working through and beyond the current urban epistemic hegemonies. An architectural or even a design-focused reading of Southern urbanism remains fairly uncharted, with a working paper from this conference's architectural scholar, Dr. Ola Aduku, one of the few publishable references available to draw from. This gap presents opportunity from which I've placed my doctoral focus and gives me direction in the broader inquiry to expand on Southern urbanism's principles of an approach that works from place, recognizes concepts of periphery, and conducts what Brazilian urbanist Teresa Caldeira refers to as research with an accent. In an argument for a Southern perspective to cities, the late planner Vanessa Watson describes how the work of Jean and Jean Komarov questions this positioning of Western Enlightenment as the normative theoretical base from which scholarship is drawn. By doing so, she's referring to what sociologist Rowan Connell refers to as the Southern turn, a scholarly shift that has been taking place in contemporary academia. And in regard to urban studies, it makes the case for development of an alternative theoretical set of resources against these current dominant urban discourse, a sentiment shared by many contemporary city scholars, such as UCL's Jennifer Robinson, who explains that urban theoretical insight cannot be based on the experience of a small selection of globally dominant cities. These concepts draw on the work of similar scholars who conduct their own practice through these categories, as well as architectural practitioners such as Teddy Cruz, as well as a very well-placed critique on Rem Koolhaas's research in Lagos. To this point, articulate this rationale for framing the larger study through Southern principles rather than decolonization. And this has been done as an ethical means of acknowledging what Eve Tuck and Wayne Yang describe as the incommensurable limits of someone in my position to conduct decolonial scholarly work in the current academic context. This is further sort of discussed by scholars such as Tariq Shazil and Colin McFarlane, who again acknowledge important limits in terms of this work. And in my own studies, the important differentiation that Walter Manolo and his colleagues discuss between decoloniality and decolonization. To me, these incommensurable limits are a critical part of how I've been able to theoretically frame the limits of what my position as a white South African studying in the UK can allow me to really engage with, and the fundamental principles of what I've grown to understand and learn as a decolonial scholarship in practice. This comes from my experience during South Africa's FISMA's fall protest, where, as I said, as a younger lecturer at the University of Johannesburg, I and many others were forced to engage with the students' calls for this radical change. Change in that way, in many ways, required people like me to look more self-critically into our roles within South Africa and make hard decisions on how we would like to continue our work and our lives in response. These framings, positional limits, and material consequences of what it means to operate through these frameworks as a truly decolonial approach to contemporary research are at the heart of what the multi-year protests in South Africa engaged with, and which I find personally very difficult to navigate here in the UK as an early career scholar conducting doctoral work on my own home context. For this reason, Southern urbanism again offers a supportive, generative, and defensible framework, whereas what Abdul Malik Simone describes as an epistemic force field to navigate the effects of the current dominant urban discourse. At the same time, I acknowledge the warnings by South African spatial scholar Mfanaseni Fanasislonkanyane that framings warrants whose warnings guide us to the potential for demographic cooptation and avoidance of much more structural issues that pertain to the study of cities from the south. Gautam Bhan of the Indian Institute of Human Settlements describes his work on the Southern urbanism as a mode of theory building that is simultaneously tied to his research and particularly focused on aspects of practice and what he refers to as Southern cities. He describes the South as a relational project, not a grouping of places, but as a set of moving peripheries. The emergent nature of Southern urbanist discourse should not be understated, and although it proactively self-defines universal definition, several scholars offer operational framing, such as Ashia Mbembe and Sarah Nuttall's interpretation, which you can see on screen now. I'm going to skip this for sake of time, which is very important, but we can discuss it if anyone wants to know. The founder of the Graduate School of Architecture and African Futures Institute, Dr. Leslie Loco, has unpacked some of these much more difficult interpersonal dimensions facing South African architectural landscape and explains the importance of creating conditions for African architectural research and practice to be able to speculate and propose new readings of the current paradigms, which her earlier work, White Papers, Black Marks, Architecture, Race and Culture, include critical readings on terms such as Africa, architecture, research and tradition. In recognition to both Southern importance of working from place, iterative, visual, and reflective aspects of Professor Jane Rendell's site writing practice, in particular her critical spatial practice, has offered me an epistemical, critical, situated methodological framework to conduct the study that I'll share with you briefly. These disciplinary techniques of art practice have allowed me a necessary freedom and it means to truly interrogate and what Professor Rendell speaks as writing through the conditions of a Southern African post-apartheid spatial practice. Rendell and Loco and other similarly critical practice-oriented scholars offer ethical dimensions to creatively navigate as well as theorize these interrelated and multifaceted aspects of identity, voice, and location and research. In response, my study has so far examined these non-verbal and embodied aspects of a designedly approach to research and resonates, or trying to resonate, with the recognition of what Dr. Loco speaks as a need to create the conditions in which voices which haven't been given the opportunity to express themselves are able to do so freely, creatively, and intuitively. For me, the beginning of this work took place during auditing the module Professor Rendell's named Site Writing, where as a cohort, we delved into the questions of location, knowledge, and meaning through the locus of site. While it first trapped me in this positional dilemma, the what, which again, just to remind you, is a contextual placeholder for describing something in conversation that discussions both know tacitly but defy simple explanation. I began to borrow from Donald Schoen's reflecting on practice as a means of mediating these positional dilemmas, in this case, the what, through a form of reflective drawing that eventually emerged as a method of animation and that was able to speak beyond words or a static image and form the basis of my primary method. Oh, okay, I'll play it later. The visually driven aspects of the study are currently collated through a working tool that serves as a proto-portfolio. Sorry. There you go. As a proto-portfolio and attempts to bridge these gaps between these norths and these souths. Each exercise is framed as a project and contains a series of exercises around questions and aims within the area of exploration. This artifact is titled A Catalogue of Auto-Critique and has been an important reflective visual method tool that allows for both a personal auto as well as a collective critique on the development of the visual aspects of this work. So far, this tool has assisted me in navigating some of these challenges inherent in the What and has given my place to begin working, given me a starting point to work through these issues. What remains in question are the contradictions. Sorry, so update on the slides. What remains in question are the contradictions of how the ideas of ethical research are understood across the historical differences of what and where these values come from. More importantly, how they manifest across research and practice. My initial fieldwork and co-productive work is already revealing how these ideas such as collaboration are not simply better practice, but an essential means of conducting day-to-day work due to the systemic inequalities of contemporary South African society. In summation, these fundamental questions of what the material and actions of decentering, decolonizing, southerning remain unanswered. As I reflect on the last 2 years and what are truly the incommensurable limits of these concepts in such a globally unequal system, and if it is even possible to truly break away from these northern epistemological values. Such questions come to the fore even on the simple reflective tools that I have established over these 2 years that help only in making such gaps across the what more evident as I near the end of my studies. To me, such questions speak to what urbanists Abdul Malik Simone and Edgar Peter's call for an opening up of a fertile research agenda for a more grounded and spatially attuned phonetic research, and aligned to the development of such an approach to positional research practice that I hope I can start to engage with a bit more clearly in the final year of writing up this doctoral journey. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Jono. And thank you for being so honest and self-reflexive about your own relationship with heritage, which I'm sure if everyone were honest with themselves, probably share similar concerns and reflections on the central topic of this conference. And it is indeed one of the, I mean, in the opening discussions around MOHA 2 years ago was one of the big questions: what is modern and what is heritage, and what is modern heritage? So thank you, and thank you for sharing your own experiences and pedagogic practices in your work. Next up, we have our first online presenter, or our second online presenter for the day, Armel Varsin. Armel is a landscape designer assistant professor, in Lille National High School of Architecture and Landscape, honorary professor at Huazhong University in Wuhan in China, and her research focuses on water and the city, climate change and heritage, professional cultures and teaching in Europe, China, and Senegal. Now, Armel, can you hear us? How are you?
Yeah.
You can, fantastic. Are you going to share your screen?
I can share my screen if you want.
Yes, please. Okay. And thank you. Armel is a French speaker, but obviously very good at English and has agreed to speak in English. We have one presenter this afternoon who will be speaking in French, and Jeremy will be translating. So Armel, thank you so much for accommodating certainly my poor skills.
I will try to speak in English, so if you don't understand, you tell me. So thank you very much for everybody. I will be very short, even if I would have a lot of things to say.
Armel, we seem to have lost your audio. Can you hear Diana?
Okay.
Oh, you're on mute. Okay.
Okay. That's okay. So I work. So my question are today. So what to do with the embarrassing heritage of which we are ashamed of what it reminds and symbolizes, and also what we are ashamed to appreciate because of what it symbolizes, but we appreciate because of the honors and the recognition that bring us classification of UNESCO. So I will try to explain a little bit how is Saint-Louis du Sénégal, so that we understand what are the main context, and so how heritage is understood in that place for people. So why doesn't voilà, je continue. So Saint-Louis du Sénégal is in the very north of the countryside of the country, pardon. And before, what is interesting that before when during the colonization, it was in the middle of the very wide place. It was in the middle of all the West Africa, and it was the entrance of that place, and it was also the entrance of the river Senegal. And because after the colonization, it became a second class town for the country, and it has been downgrading that is very important for people. And what is interesting to know also that it's this small town. It's just in the water, in the river water. It's very close to the seaside, and so there are a lot of problems with different kind of floods. So this is the old city. People went to the French people before English people, and all European people went to that place because it was, of course, to get inside Africa, but in that special place because it was protected from the ocean, it was protected from the people who live there, and they wanted to protect them from all European people who wanted to get the same things to entrance in Africa. And so the location is very strategic, even if the place is not easy to be inhabited. And we know because of the coastal erosion, and because of flooding, of river floods, and because of rain in summer, there are so many waters that it's very difficult to live there. And because of the coastal erosion, you know, all the sand can disappear. And in that two sections, you can see that in 1923, people said that before it was the first time French people arrived in that place. There are a lot of sun, there are a lot of place for the sand lines that's called the Langue de Barbarie that protects the old island of Saint-Louis. And you see, in 1822, there were no more sand. It was there are a lot of waves. It was and people the people who write there, he said the sea has gained by erosion nearly 4,000 meters. It will complete its work. Saint-Louis will disappear. And nowadays, it's still the same. Everybody say, and you can read on papers, on the internet, on websites, that Saint-Louis will disappear. But it doesn't. It doesn't disappear. So the prediction is underlined, but nobody trusts because it has not yet appeared. So there are so many dangers to live there, but we can you see that I show you some picture. You can see that there is wind, there is a problem with water inside the line of Langue de Barbarie. There are storms. There are a lot of waste. This is flood during the summer season. And of course, there are the coastal erosions that break a lot of houses, but it has never killed nobody. There is no death because of climate. There is only death because of water, of dangerous of water. So we can ask us, but how does the city overcome all the prediction of destruction? I think, of course, as all the old cities, Saint-Louis is resilient. So the question is not to be resilient or not, because it is, of course, but how can we overcome all that things? So if we look at the way, if you look at the way it has been built, you can see that the city have been created have been organized, built in a grid patterns as traditional. And what is interesting to note is that there are a lot of construction of all around the city with time. Docks, hard docks for boats to get and for trading, but also it was to protect the island from flooding. Another thing to say, it's a work that I've done with Suzanne Hirschi, which is an architect who worked on that place, and we can say also that the creation of that city has been made at the same time Then we've got in Europe all the Haussmann organization, all the hygienist organization, with the question of evacuations of fluids, of ventilation, of not waterproofing the ground to evacuate rainwater. So it's very important to note that the city, what is important in the city, it's the line of the street, if all the air we can have, the exchange between the breeze from the ocean and the breeze from the ground, so from the hinterland, so that create movement, so that the place is pleasant to live. And you see, for instance, between two houses in two buildings in the old city, there are always some very small path, so that we can have shade from and shadows, so that it can be fresh. It refresh all the house. And even inside the housing, you see the three kinds of building we can have: traditional building. There are suns inside there is a problem? No. There are sound inside the house, so that there is an exchange between the ground and between the air. So even when there are so many, so that when there are so many water in the place during summer season, they can exchange and they can refresh all the place. So the place has been classified to World Heritage. It became a place for World Heritage in 2000, the island of Saint-Louis, and we can see those are all the places in Senegal. And we can see also that in 2021 there were also the seboudienne. That's the main dish for people in Senegal. So what is interesting that the place has been classified for its urban system, for its historical background, only for the landscape and nature. But in fact, people think that it's always the architecture, and there is a problem with that thing. So we can, to go on, we can, after the classify, there are the creation of an inventory of all the architecture, and so that we know very, very precisely how are all the buildings. And we can see that there is no ownership at all of the UNESCO classification. There is a region and there is a lack of knowledge, even if a lot of people made a lot of pedagogy and tried to explain with local people, with the university and so on. And people understand that UNESCO is highlighting colonization. They don't understand that it can highlight something else. And also, we can say that from 2018 and maybe more, we can say there is a more and more criticism of France, and so there is it's quite ambiguous, because people are still very proud to be on the old island, because there are other places in Saint-Louis, but they want to be in the old island because there are all the mosques, all the schools, administration and service and so on. So that's a problem with the understanding of the heritage. And you see, there is no appropriation, as I told you. You can see in this picture today, not today, in 2019, there was a quarter of all the classified buildings that have been destroyed. So it's not beautiful at all. You see, there is no risk of museification of the place. Everybody say, "Oh, what a shame to see that city in such a way." So there is two other symbolic things that is important to say. There are two symbolic events. One is the unbolting of the statue, the governor Faidherbe statue, because he was the main important man that create colonization not only in West Africa but even in North Africa. So there is always a question: what to do some people say we have to take off this statue from out of the public space, okay, but what to do with it? Have we to destroy it, or have we to put it in a museum? So the question is not well resolved. And there is another thing very interesting to look at. It's the celebration of the imprisonment of the Murid spiritual leader in historical sites. So it's interesting because it links tradition, action, symbolic activities, and not only symbolic, because you can see there are thousands and thousands of people, and every year they come from everywhere, from Senegal and even from other places, to remind the day of the commemoration of the deportation of Sheikh Amadou Bamba, who is this man who is now the main people of the Murid organization, Murid, je sais plus comment on dit, Murid part of religious, you know. And so there is a lot of ambiguity. So because there is a rejection of UNESCO classification because it's Occidental symbol, but we claim the part, and it is also always a positive reference for education, for elegance, for culture, and so on. There is a critic, we critique a lot of criticism. And we can say that the post-colonial break is not yet achieved. There are a lot of emotions and economic dependency from all the countries. And so we can ask, but we can say also that we can avoid the history. We can escape the city, the colonial city, the old island cannot escape from its history. So how to do with heritage and history, this history, and all the traumatisms that it gives. So the question can be, what are the UNESCO heritage and values, and what is the nature, the real nature of this heritage? We can highlight, so that people can be proud of it. So I propose. So I study all the way people try to understand and to represent their heritage. So you can see, I put this in this slide, so you can see that because I made more or less 30 or 40 interviews with people who work not with population but with people who worked in administrative, collective, and so on. And so we can say that of course there is tangible, intangible heritage. And we can see, I think all of them are linked to colonial heritage, because cultural and the Thieboudienne, the way to the the national dish is linked to colonization, because it is as a tissue, as wax for fashion, because French sell to Senegal all the rice they provide from their other colony empire. And so there is still elegance. What they say, people say we are very elegant in Saint Louis. It's come from the colonization time, and there is education, and there is culture, and of course there are architecture, and the religious is also important. And there are some other heritage that are the river Seine, the river Jenny animism, because in the river there is a woman who protects, a genius who protects the city, and there is the ambiance of course, the fact that when you climb the bridge that comes to the old city, it's fine to be there because it's less hot and there is more breath. And also there are all the culture, and nowadays there are a lot of culture with photograph and so on that we can have a lot of activity in that place. So if we go further, attendez, pardon. J'ai pas tout mon écran, pardon. Voilà, hop, pardon, voilà. So we can link those heritage, all heritage, to the question of ecological issues and environment. So we can say that the question of the rice culture is very difficult because, of course, everybody wants and everybody needs to eat. But if you see how I visit all the hinterland to see how it was, and you see it's very dry, there is a lot of salt. The question of the culture is not at all very good for the ecological aspect, and it's not good either for the production of rice. So there is a problem. And also education, of course, it's linked to environmental concern, architecture, of course, and urbanism also, and religion, and the question of the river animism, because people said that before, people said we don't have to be wrong against the Kumba Bang, that's the name of the genius. We have to protect her. If you don't, she will be not happy and she will destroy and she will provoke floods. So it belongs also in a mind to the question of environmental concern. And a part of it are attached question very closely linked to the place, but it can be moved. We can do this outside the city and outside the old island. And there are some of them who are very linked, attached to the city, and you can't relocatable them. It has to be in the place itself. So maybe it is in that place we can find a way to produce new value. So the question is, why not to find new criteria for heritage recognition? Because of course, not to think the question to be resilient, but the question to understand the process of resilience, because it's not only a way to be, it's only a way to get this aspect of being and to survive and to overpass all the problem. So if we think about, we could say that we can find a qualitative heritage that improve the value of it, and would be so that the inhabitants could be proud of them, to overcome all the historical trauma that is not only colonization, but it is also the downgrading of the fact that the capital has been get out Saint-Louis. And so if we could identify bioclimatic values, as I showed you before, as the memory of the city, we could say that it could be a new way to not to be in front of, to make people accept the fact that the architecture, the urbanism can be protected, can be improved, can be understood also as something good for themselves, so that they could improve their life in this place. So I think we could recognize the criteria of bioclimatic history attached to the landscape. That means including natural, social, and cultural component. Thank you very much. Okay.
Fascinating presentation. And thank you for your provocations, which we will take with us to our conversations in Liverpool about the Cape Town document with respect to new values or different types of interpreting values, perhaps even new criteria for acknowledging the bioclimatic adaptiveness over time and how that can be a modern value. So thank you very much for that contribution. I'm very conscious of time, and it's a great pleasure to be able to introduce our next guest, but I would ask the two remaining participants just to stick to time so that we can complete this session on time and hopefully have a chance for the audience to respond with questions if they have any. So next up is Daniel Batichoka Mastaki. Daniel is a teacher, a junior researcher at the Biodiversity Management and Climate Change Research Center, Rural Development College, Bukavu, Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. His research focuses on the governance of natural resources protected areas. He has a master's degree in protected areas management. Daniel, welcome. Can you hear us okay? Now, Jeremy is here on hand to translate for you. Is that good for you?
Yes, it's very good for me for translation because I'm not very fluent in English. Yeah.
Had a problem. Okay. Jeremy, would you like to? So Daniel,
Merci.
just it's fine. If you could just speak in reasonably short paragraphs so that Jeremy can capture what needs to be relayed to the audience here in the room and try and stick to time. I'm sorry that probably limits your time a bit in the information that can be conveyed in 10 minutes, but thank you very much.
Yeah. Can you share please my PPT, my PowerPoint, so I will try to say next PowerPoint. Yeah.
Okay.
Daniel, tu m'entends?
Oui, je vous entends très bien.
Alors, il semble que votre anglais est très bien. Alors, si vous voulez présenter en anglais et s'il y a des parties que vous préférez essayer d'expliquer en français, alors je vais essayer de traduire. Vous voulez?
Oui, non, je vais essayer en français parce que j'ai des hésitations avec l'anglais. Il y a certains concepts que j'aurais du mal à prononcer, alors je ne vais pas me prêter à l'exercice, quoi. Oui, merci.
Pas de problème, allez-y.
J'aimerais que les PowerPoint soient partagés et puis je peux suivre. The PPT, a PowerPoint is ready if they can share the PowerPoint.
Oui,
for
vous
me,
voyez très bien. It's okay, you can start.
Thank you. Bon après-midi à tous.
It's not
Sharing it's on hold on. Yeah.
Une petite seconde.
Oui.
On a un petit souci, mais...
Merci, c'est très bien.
I will do it. Where? D'accord, alors c'est moi qui va les changer. Allez-y.
Voilà. Bon après-midi. Très heureux de participer à cette conférence et partager cette session avec d'autres chercheurs très impressionnants et surtout à apprendre auprès d'eux.
I'm very proud to participate and share with you my ideas regarding history and conservation.
Yeah. Nos réflexions portent sur la conservation des parcs nationaux de Virunga et de Kahuzi-Biega en République démocratique du Congo et la protection des peuples autochtones, leurs traditions et les approches modernes, les modernités.
I will present reflections on the work which is done in 2 parks and refer to the culture and the changes of the sites.
Ma présentation s'articule autour des 5 points. Je serai trop bref. Il y a l'introduction, il y a les choix du parc national de Virunga et le parc national. La diapo suivante, il y a pourquoi le parc national de Virunga et le parc national de Kahuzi-Biega, la culture pygmée et la forêt, les approches de conservation et enfin la conclusion et les perspectives.
Okay, so I'll present some 5 points regarding the subject, introduction, and why these 2 parks were chosen, cultural paradigm and the forest, approaches to conservation, and conclusions and perspectives.
Pour l'introduction, je dirais le parc national de Virunga. If I can try in English. Virunga
Yes.
National Park and Kahuzi-Biega National Park are among 5 sites world heritage in DRC and have a biologic diversity and landscape, have extraordinary biologic diversity and landscape. These two sites are so entourés, are around of ethnic diversity. Among them we have pygmies, or they are called locally autochthon people. These people, these pygmies are the first and the how do we call ancien, the first people who have habitat in forest areas.
The original.
Yeah. Les classements, how do we call les classements de ces déserts protégés en a fait un patrimoine national avant d'être reconnu comme patrimoine mondial.
Originally, it was inscribed nationally before being inscribed internationally.
Yeah. Pendant et après l'époque coloniale, ces aires protégées ont été, les peuples pygmées ont été déguerpis de ces déserts protégés.
Before the inscription, the people were taken outside of the inscribed area. This is what you're trying to say?
I mean this, before and after the colonial period, pygmies were déguerpis. I don't know how to say déguerpis on these protected areas.
I don't know the term.
Yeah, we can continue. This space.
Chest down. Yeah, chest down. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Ces espaces sont actuellement disputés et revendiqués par les pygmées comme leur patrimoine ou héritage.
These areas are considered as their heritage, heritage.
Yeah. Pour la satisfaction des besoins vitaux des communautés naissent les conflits liés à l'exploitation, à la conservation. I mean here, for the satisfaction of the needs of communities, we have conflicts linked to exploitation and conservation. And here we can get a confrontation of two approaches. While the first one is a concentric approach, and the second is anthropocentric approach. Here linked to Ota Hussein all 2021 and Kopnani and all 2019. In the same time, these sites and their species are very threatened by anthropocentric activities. In this context, our question is how to link conservation of those two protected areas and the protection of pygmies communities by considering that their traditional knowledge are very important and are also treated like these sites. Next slide. Why these two parks? It is a slide. Yeah, before.
Before?
Yeah.
Avant?
Yeah, avant, oui. Why two? Before again. Before again. Yes. Why these two parks? The first, the Virunga National Park is the first protected areas created in Africa in 1925 and is treated by UNESCO in 1994. These protected areas is very specific with two international status. First is African heritage in how do you call it, en peril?
In danger.
In danger, thank you. And secondly, it is a Ramsar site. This park has two African volcano which is active. And again, the tourism in these protected areas, it is an important source of revenue by visiting gorillas. In the same time, it is Kauzi Biega National Park, created in 1970, is strengthened in 1997. As we have already tell it, these two protected areas, pygmies was put outside pendant l'époque coloniale and after the colonial period. And the presence of these pygmies, they are characterized by the poverty. They're very poor, as you can see at this picture. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. Culture, pygmy culture and the forest. The pygmies knows very well to protect the forest and animals. Each family has under the supervision of their chief protected in the past their hills and their area, their land. In the forest, in the past, these protected areas was the forest, but now with modern conservation becomes protected areas, and in these protected areas we have how do we call repère symbolique, where we can find repère symbolique.
Symbolic places. Maybe.
Yeah, we have. Thank you. We have symbolic. Yes, we have symbolic places like where to pray, the sacred hills, the tomb, etc. And on this forest, des rites pour la circoncision appelés Yando et autres rites s'y pratiquaient. I don't know if you can translate it. The rite pour la circoncision appelé Yando, called Yando, and other rites s'y pratiquaient.
Circoncision is circumcision, you say in English?
Yes. Pygmies people.
Practice.
Yes.
We know it in
Yes. Yes. Pygmies man, young boy, must be in the forest to be circumcised, if I can say that. Yeah. I don't know if you are catching me very well.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can continue.
Yes. And we have specific trees like the ficus, called locally mutudu, which was used like we call cash sex to protect protection of protection des seins, fouloir and jackets. This specific tree, if you can translate.
It's like something to wear. It's like c'est pour protéger le corps.
Les seins, c'était comme les cache-sexe, protéger les seins et fouloir et jaquette.
It's like a scarf, wearing some kind of scarf to protect the female body.
Yes, and in the past, to access to get the meat, it was very simple by chasing wild animals. The chase to chase animals, it is a symbolic activity for responsibility to man. The bush meat was exchanged with other community, but was not sold. The access to other medicinal plants and other products in the forest was very easy, and it was the main the way to get their medicine. The animal there was in the past, the animals was les animaux interdits was les animaux interdits, the gorilla and elephant. How
Forbidden.
do we call the animaux interdits?
The forbidden animals or gorillas and elephants.
Yes, the water in the forest for the pygmies was with the good quality and was very accessible. But next slide. But actually, I'm very quickly. But actually, people of pygmies are not there. Their homes are disorganized. Their families was everywhere dispersed. Their families dispersed.
Dispersed. The families were dispersed everywhere.
Yes, and
Daniel will have to ask you to continue to conclusions. Unfortunately.
Thank you.
Timetable.
I have to. Yeah, thank you. Next slide. Go to conservation approach. I have to cite those modern approach which exclude local pygmies in their home, in their forest. They are first modern patrimonialization of protected areas with UNESCO heritage sites. Pygmies on those two protected areas they are not in their homeland. There is conservation in situ and ex situ, as defined by World Conservation Strategy. There is also militarization. In these protected areas, there is a big SAPA, how do we call it? We can call it green violence. Yeah. There is also, next slide, there is also a process of privatization. Some NGOs start governing protected areas in Virunga National Park. It is the Virunga Foundation, which is a Britain organization, Britain company or enterprise which manage this park. In Kauzi-Biega National Park, the contract was signed in this year on April between Wild Conservation Society and Congolese National Institute for Conservation. As a conclusion, I can say this: the conservation, the sustainable conservation of Kauzi-Biega National Park and the Virunga National Park will be good by the justice and equity. As I can say, the citation or by interviewing one of pygmy who live near Kauzi-Biega National Park, he said this. He declared this. I cite: we are conscient of the role of our forests in our everyday in our life, but we cannot pretend to conserve these protected areas by making us outside. To translate this paragraph is very difficult. If you can try to help me to translate this paragraph.
Very well. We cannot pretend better by taking by excluding us from the area.
Yes, and we can translate all of this citation. Yeah.
Malgré les interdictions et la superbe déclaration, nous continuons à chasser. Even though it became a protected area, we're continuing chasing. You speak about gorillas and elephants.
Yeah, all animals. Yeah.
this forest before all belongs to us, avant qu'elle nous soit pour les autres, before it belongs to the others.
Yeah, this means that Pygmies communities see that when with the modern conservation, but with UNESCO UNESCO convention, those two sites becomes a World Heritage Site. But for them, they say it is before to become the World Protected Areas, they are first hours. In like perspective, we can say that we have to took the value and the practice, traditional practice and value of those autochthon people, specifically pygmies, and to create the social condition which are stable, which are social culture respectful, and the last, the colonizing, the management of those sites. Thank you so much, and I'm sorry if the time and my bad English.
Daniel, c'était super, c'était super. You were really clear, and thank you so much for this explanation. Question of biosphere and adaptation to changes. Daniel, merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Daniel, merci beaucoup. Your English was absolutely perfect. Everyone here understood very clearly. Now, I mean, one of the really important aspects of your presentation draws on one of the fundamental bits of advice given to us by IUCN in the early stages of the conversations we had around Moha, which was that culture and nature shouldn't be separated, and that maybe certainly national parks in Africa should be considered modern heritage. So you bring some very important perspective to that. So thank you. So we're on to our last presentation this afternoon. We have Priyanka Gayen and Amit Hajela of the Amity University in Noida. Can you hear us, Priyanka? They will be talking about.
Am I audible?
We can hear you absolutely fine. If you want to share your screen, the title of their paper is A Methodology for Assessing Modern Heritage. We'd be super grateful, Priyanka, if you could just stick to time of your 10 minutes. That would be very helpful because some of us here have to depart shortly.
So is this visible? Is the screen visible?
It is. If you want to do present, oh, actually, no, it's not. I'm sorry. Why is that not sharing?
Is it visible?
It is now. Do you want to put it on presenter view?
Yeah, sure.
We can start at that point. Okay,
Right.
over to you.
Visible now, right?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So I'll be presenting on, this is a methodology for assessing modern heritage, which was developed through a larger research, which focused on developing a framework for designation of modern heritage in the Indian context. So when we come to India, so from ancient times to the 21st century, we all know that India has had pluralistic manifestations of intense political and cultural experiences, right? So this results in a multi-layered built heritage. So modernity is one of the many overlays that we see in a country. So coming to this, so in the Indian context, India's urban heritage characters, it is coexistence of both. It is both our past and our recent past, right? So when we try to see it in the larger context of Southeast Asian countries, so it is often a concept that the East, that is the countries which were colonized, so in these countries, it is not that it developed only through the presence of Western colonization, right? So like other Southeast Asian countries, even in India, modern architecture came through the processes of colonization, decolonization, the nation building process, which was followed by industrialization, Western imitations, and also self-actualizations. So when we talk about the Indian modern heritage, this, if we try to see the roots, where it goes much beyond to the 1940s, that is before independence. But the dominant discourse, modern Indian architecture, this is aligned to the vision of political leadership, the transformations that happened post-independence. So we are looking at the buildings and public spaces post-independence, that is post-1947. So when we talk about modern architecture, the essence lies in the search for an Indianness, that is a new national identity, outlook for a modern Indian identity. So this was in the post-colonial era, which were manifested in our built environment through different ensembles and which has evolved over time. So predominantly, if we try to see what is the significance, it lies mostly in the adaptation of scientific and technological advancements post-independence, right? So the buildings constructed in this area, they attempt to make a statement which also reflected the aspirations of a young and new nation. So like Asian countries, even in India, hybridization was an essential and unique aspect of Asian modern architecture. So like I said, because of all the different processes through which modern architecture developed in these countries, hybridization is a unique factor. So now in the 20th century, if we see, India is home to some of the most important works of master architects like Le Corbusier, B.V. Doshi, right? But if we see, due to the regional context, there's a difference in the Indian narrative, which makes it more compelling for protection. But what happens that in the absence of a comprehensive framework for identifying the 20th century heritage or the late 20th century heritage and correspondingly weak protection, all these poses threat to demolition or loss of modern landmarks, right? So we all know that over the last few decades, a lot of initiatives have been taken worldwide, but sadly, they have not been equally mirrored in India. So the gap still lies for a objective criteria and understanding what to save, how to save, or how to choose one among the many hundreds of buildings that was built in this new nation. Right? So threats, if we just try to summarize what were the threats, one and the major is a age criteria. So we have an age cap of either 60 years or 100 years. So because of this age criteria, it leaves out a bulk of modern buildings and spaces which has the potential of becoming modern heritage. Besides that, because the quantum or array of building which was developed during this period is huge, because of which having a defined criteria, a methodology for choosing and assessing becomes very important. So that is what this research tried to look at. So when we talk about assessment criteria, like we all know that it is about determining the values based on which we assess, right? So besides the different values which are globally accepted and adopted for assessing and also designating modern heritage, this research also proposes one value or one criteria for assessment, that is resilience. So resilience, this is in terms of absorbing change, because the buildings, the construction of this period, these were very use specific and they were not meant to age properly. So if a structure has, whether it has the ability to adopt, if it can be maintained, so if it is resilient to the change that happens over time. When we look at a scenario or a country like India, where we have a wide geographical and cultural diversity across the country, so regional value also became a very significant parameter, because the modern that gained expression, it differs from region to region in this country itself. Also, economic value was given due weightage. Why? Because in a country like India, the economic viability of protecting anything and also the potential a property has, that becomes very significant. So that was also considered as a integral criteria and not just a post-assessment evaluation requirement, right? So this research developed an index, which we call the Modern Heritage Assessment Index. So this combines different methods. So the values, expert opinion, your public opinion, all these together were integrated, right? So different methods that were used. It is content analysis of different literature that is available across the world on the significance of this period. Then expert opinion was gathered through Delphi. Then we had opinion survey of experts, informed professionals, and also different stakeholders. So all this was summarized to make an index. So this is majorly a scientific and comprehensive method that has been developed to assess the relative significance. I'm again highlighting relative significance. Why? Where we are trying to assess relative significance of similar typologies of building. This is majorly to understand which, even if it is one amongst 100, how do we choose that unless we don't know its relative significance, right? So this converts the qualitative assessment into a very quantitative derivative. So this methodology, if you can see, there are formulas for it wherein your weightages, your opinions of experts, informed professionals, user and non-user stakeholders, everything, the whole qualitative assessment is considered and converted numerically, right? So these are the different parameters. If you can see, since we don't have much time, I'll just broadly go through the major values. So contextual, historical, sociocultural. So each value is then further broken down into attributes through which we can assess different values. So if you see in this index, different values has a particular weightage, which is derived from literature. And these are the different weightages, that is the weightages of attributes which are there in the white boxes. These are derived through expert opinion, right? So further, these are the different values we are looking at: regional, technological merit, resilience, scholarly value, and also economic value. So this gives a good idea about how in our context, the weightage of different values, different criteria changes, and how the significance of different attributes for assessing each value also varies. When we then coming to public spaces, so at present, the broader and more inclusive definition of modern heritage, this allows us to look at the larger urban built environment of the late 20th century also. So if we see across the globe, there's an agreement on the criteria of assessing modern heritage, but as a whole, not specifically for architecture or public spaces, but these spaces, though they share some tangible and intangible aspects, but their scale and scope of work that differs, right? So they require separate parameters. So in this research, we combined two approaches, that is a value-based approach that we are already adopting for assessing heritage, and a quality-based approach, right? That is as we do for assessing success of public spaces. So combining that, different parameters have been derived again in the similar format where each value or dimension is further broken down into different attributes. So if you could see similarly in the right hand side of this matrix, the different colored boxes. So the thing is here, experts and researchers, they assess the relative significance of 2, 3 or 10 sites of similar typology, whereas the users and the non-user stakeholders, they assess each building separately. So this is further how use and function, comfort, safety, attraction dimension, morphological dimension, economic value, scholarly value, all these has been combined for a more holistic evaluation. So when we try to see application of this, so this was tested we have tested this in 9 buildings, each of 3 cities. So we took up 3 buildings, each of institutional, office buildings, and cultural complexes. So this was tested. So this index, this was structured again to assess the relative value of each site with respect to the value with similar sites. Again, we are not assessing one value with respect to other, but significance of each value of each site with respect to another site. So in this whole process, the evaluation criteria, it remains qualitative, but the qualitative scoring method was converted into a quantitative scale. Why? To give objectivity. So if we see, it all leads to a final scoring, which is converted into a scale of CGPA of 10, right? So for these 3 buildings, which were selected in New Delhi, these were the scores that we get, that is 5.9, 6.7, and 7. So similarly, 9 buildings were compared. So this is how the matrix works. So based on the scores that we got from our study, that is from the research and the different cases where we tested this index, different scoring bands were decided as designation criteria. So suppose a building or site which scores 8 and above, it could be nominated for international evaluation, that is, it has international significance. And subsequently, when you have from 7 to 7.9, it's of national significance, state level significance, and finally of regional significance. These are the subsequent scoring criteria that come up. So when we assessed for application of the scoring bands for these buildings, the outcome, so these were selected in Chandigarh. Why I am demonstrating this? Because a lot of sites, the works of Le Corbusier are known by a lot of us. So if you see the Secretariat building, again, which is listed in UNESCO now, and also the Government Museum by Le Corbusier. So the index, the result that we got, it aligns to the larger notion that we have, and we also see that as an outcome, it does reflect its international significance. The rest were majorly of national significance. Similarly, the index was adopted through these different public spaces, which you can see in Chandigarh, Ahmedabad, and also in New Delhi. So these are the results that we get, but it reflects that because public space, proper designed public space is limited, their significance is less appreciated and also less maintained, because of which the analysis also reflects their level of significance. The research, we also try to make a recommendation on how at a policy level it can be adopted. So an appropriate and enforceable legal instrument, it has to be there. So for our country, it could be an act of the parliament that will ensure the protection of this modern heritage at a national level. Right? So this could be a commission like we have seen in New York, the New York Landmark Preservation Commission is there. So a commission could be developed for assessing and protecting the modern heritage. It could be the Modern Heritage Commission. So you could see on the right side, that could be a probable administrative hierarchy for the Indian context. So once notified, the commission would ensure its protection and also identifying new properties. A second recommendation was the age threshold, which is a very significant thing when we are looking at buildings or younger buildings and younger sites. So modern buildings, they require maintenance, they require repair within almost half the time of that of the ancient and traditionally built structures. So they required recognition in a much younger age. So ancient structures, this required mostly repair after 100 or 120 years, but modern construction, the new materials, new techniques that were adopted, they age much faster. So the lifespan is reduced to 50 to 60 years. Therefore, they require repairs from an age of around 2025, right? So because of this, we in this research propose a age threshold, a timeline for identification, evaluation, and designation of potential properties post completion from 10 to 15 years, that is quarter of their established lifespan. So this is a probable timeline wherein if we see post 10 years of completion, if projects, if buildings or sites are identified, so their identification process can begin, and it would span over 2 years for developing for creating a database on its potential, and then public discourse to increase public awareness and public opinion. For the next 2 years, it could follow to assessment and analyze its indexing, and then further designation.
Priyanka, could you draw to a conclusion as swiftly
it's
as
just the last, it's only 2 slides are left. So
Wonderful,
this
okay.
could span over 5 years. So that is 10 plus 5, it could be designation in 15 years after its completion. Large scale projects, because these are built or completed over a larger span, they can be identified after 30 years and hence designated in 35 years after their completion. So these are the different stages, like I said. So once public discourse is done, the indexing, that is the assessment through the index, can be done. And once the assessment is done, the scoring is done, the designation bands are there. On fulfilling these definitive criteria, they can be sent for listing. And finally, last 2 recommendations that were there, which is that we have a section 57, which is the Copyright Act. So this is mostly limited to authors and artists, but since this can also be extended to copyright laws for different architects. And because this research focused on public buildings, we also gave suggestion for private buildings, which have great architectural buildings. The government can acquire them, maintain them with due compensation. So these are the different recommendations this research makes. So in terms of applicability of the index, we see that the established methodology and also the index, the way it has been done, so it has sufficient efficacy for application at the national level, and also has the potential of being utilized in the larger global context for assessing modern architecture and also public spaces. So thank you everybody for listening.
Priyanka, thank you so much. And thank you for your timeliness. I'm sorry to rush you at the end, but we are pretty much on time to leave now, which limits our chances for any sort of conversation, I'm afraid. That said, I would just remind people that everybody's email addresses, all the presenters' email addresses are in the book of abstracts. So please encourage conversations beyond this forum and follow up with other presenters. If you also want to contact us at MOHA, please just write for the time being to MOHA, MOHOA at ucl.ac.uk. There will be a MOHA email address attached to the new MOHA website, which is moha.org. Just to remind those of you, or if you weren't in the first session, we will have an independent website established in the next 2 months or so, but there is a landing page if you go to moha.org. Please keep that communication coming. That's the most important thing, is that we keep these conversations going beyond this forum. It's been an absolute pleasure to have so many of you in the room over the last 3 days, to be able to have discussions, not just in this room, but also online with our guests and presenters joining us from all around the world. It's been a truly global experience. And also the conversations outside of this room, physically outside of this room. It's quite a rare pleasure, it feels, since the last 3 years. We haven't had that opportunity, obviously on Zoom, to have those conversations in the gaps between these presentations. So it's been a real privilege. Let's just make sure those conversations keep happening through the communication that we have now established and the new networks that you've created. Is there anything that anyone would like to add before we close this session? Any burning things you said, I just wish I'd said that whilst be bold, be brave? Jeremy, you do.
I would like to say thank you to Edward for this amazing work he's done here. You are the guy. You are the one.
It's very kind and very unnecessary, because it has been a truly phenomenally collaborative effort. I mean, the start of MOHA occurred literally a week or two before the global lockdowns happened in March 2020. That enabled us, I think, very swiftly to mobilize this, well, initially Pan-African, then pan-global initiative and the conversations that flowed. This is, I suppose, the first physical forum we've been able to have substantially. And with that, I mean, Jeremy, you were in the early conversations we had with UNESCO back in March 2020 with Mike Turner. Very quickly, we got our colleagues from UCT and Shahid here, Shadrach Chelikuri, who's now at Oxford, and many others who I'm sure I'm not mentioning, so forgive me, but you know who you all are, and it's been a really privileged occasion to be able to invite others into the room. We have colleagues from Lithuania, Vaidas and Vilta here, who will be joining us for conversations in Liverpool. And Barbara, thank you for all your help in supporting from the Bartlett side. It's been really invaluable to have your support, and all the students. I can't possibly forget. Those of you that online won't appreciate this so much, but there have been legions of students from the Bartlett, particularly from the MA Architecture Historic Urban Environments program and the MSci Architecture program, who have been here before any of us to make sure the registration desk is running, everyone has their conference packed, knows where the toilets are, making sure the cookies don't get stolen by other students. And it's phenomenal what you put into this, and I can't thank you all enough. I hope you've enjoyed it, because as I said at the beginning of all of this, this is for you and your generation ultimately. I mean, Jono talked about the ambivalence around the word heritage and how we maybe see the past. This is really about the future, and that's what we're doing all of this for, is to try and change the future. And we're all trying to do that. You know, as has been said many times in many presentations, we're standing on the many shoulders of many giants, and we're just making a small contribution. But it's going to be your generation that have to make the big decisions and face the big challenges. So I hope you've enjoyed it, and thank you all. If there's nothing else to add, have I forgotten anything? Emily, thank you for all your contributions. Let's indeed. So keep the conversations coming. We're going to be speaking to all the presenters to bring their articles together in short versions for the proceedings, which will follow this event, and then further developed articles for the curated journal, and I hope a publication beyond that with the university press. So if you want to contribute, please just get in touch. Thank you all. I think there's nothing else to add if no one else wants to. Shahid, would you like a final word? No. Yeah. Thank you. There are always challenges behind the scenes. This hybrid reality that we're in does present unique challenges which you can't anticipate, but I think we've largely overcome them. We've now faced the challenges of the British infrastructure to get us to Liverpool, which I won't go into. But for those of you that are staying here in London, have a lovely weekend, have a restful weekend. Thank you for staying with us for the 3 days. It's been phenomenal. And see you all again soon, online or elsewhere. Okay, with that, I think we'll close. Goodbye, everyone online. Thank you.